What's going on, everybody? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's happening? I probably should have shared myself out first before I hit the live button, but whatever. Shit happen. Let's see if I can go over here to the YouTube machine and then come over here and share myself once I find myself right now. Hold on. Let me go right here. What's going on, y'all? What's good? What's good? Let's see here. Well, I gave myself a like. Let me see if I can share. Okay. All right. Good eats. What's going on, family? What's good? Girl, you better get in here and enjoy yourself. What is going on? I'm I'm a pretty complicated guy. I think I can walk and chew gum at the same time. What's going on, Star? So I think I possess the ability to talk about some bullshit as well as important topics, which I do the majority of the time. Now, for those who are wondering, not that I owe explanation, but I just feel like sharing it, just in case motherfuckers wonder. Country, why, sir, are you talking about celebrity news and celebrity gossip? Well, for me, it's way deeper than that. It's way deeper than just celebrity news and celebrity gossip and all of that shit. It's the underlying issue behind all of it. Now, if correct me if I'm wrong, ain't it supposed to be Men's Mental Health Week or something? Girl, that's perfect timing. Hashtag look at God. Look at God. Byron, what's going on, bro? Welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. With the time afforded us, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm gonna get into this later on again on my other platform over on the TT machine. But is there some people, some women out there who just don't hate men with every fiber they being? Of course it is. It's society as a whole, honestly, to me, that don't seem to give a damn about men. Before we get too deep into this whole Haley Bailey and DDG shenanigans and shit that's going on, which that's just like mind blown right there in and of itself. People got mixed feelings and mixed emotions and all of this shit with that argument. But I just think in society as a whole, I'm gonna keep it a buck. If you disagree, I don't bring your ass up here and tell me why. I'll always respect. I believe in respectful engagement, even if we may find one another disagreeable. But I don't think society give a damn about men overall. Like as a whole, collectively, I don't think society give a damn about men at all. At all. A man's worth is no more than what he has to offer. Period. As a man, especially an adult man with twig and berries, whether you married, single, dating, don't want to date, looking for a date, whatever, on your job, at your job, you ain't shit unless you got something to offer. And the more you have to offer to society and all the different subsets and sects of society, that is where your worth is determined. being pretty ain't enough for you. Some of y'all some pretty niggas out there. Excuse me, pretty handsome gentlemen rather. Yeah, that'll get you so far. Some of y'all really smart. That'll get you so far. Some of you well built and muscular and toned and you gym rats and shit. That'll get you so far. But in the real world, in the world we live in, you can have a little bastard look like Danny DeVito. If he rich, life's good. Life is good. Do anybody disagree with me so far? Unless I'm missing something, I would love to know if anybody feels differently. And I would love to know the whys behind it. As we get into this conversation, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to read y'all a little bit of something real quick here. For your edification and mine as well. So what the people have said, if you'll go to your first quickest AI overview, a quick Google search, Men's Mental Health Month was officially established in the United States in 1994 by Senator Bob Dole and Congressman Bill Richardson, with support from Men's Health Network. It was initially designated as Men's Health Week by U.S. Congress and signed into law by President Bill Clinton. While June is now recognized as Men's Health Month, the initial focus was on the week ending on Father's Day. Well, ain't that a bitch? Ain't that fancy? Who the thunk? Who the thunk? Is it not 2025? Let's see, you got your 94, and let's see, 14. No, I'm sorry, 2004. And you got 14, and you got 2024. You mean to tell me this shit 31 years old, and I ain't never in my life heard of no damn Men's Health, nothing? Men's Health magazine, shit, that was about it. That was about it. What's going on, Adina Collins? What's going on, Dan H? What's going on, bro? Happy Saturday to y'all as well. Country I know that's right. I know that's right. Money talk and bullshit walk, ladies and gentlemen. Whether we like it or not, especially for us fellas. To society, again, I say, and all the other moving pieces and parts of society, if you ain't got the right amount of money or the right amount of resources or power or influence, you ain't shit. And you can be shit. It's a lot of men out there, man. It's a lot of men out there. I have some interesting conversations with a lot of older vets. I mean, when I say older, I'm talking about these cats is my age. Some of them in their 70s and 80s and shit. They still doing all right. They drive themselves to the VA. They make appointments, and they like to talk and chit chat while you're waiting in the lobby and shit like that. And you know, the other crazy part about it, about man, since it's Men's Mental Health Month. Well, let's talk about some of the parts of that. We might have to make this a series. It might be too much to get into all in one sitting. You know, the craziest thing about being a man, you can have it all at one point. And if you ever lose that money or that access or those resources or this or that, you can go right back to never being shit, to not being nothing. As an old ass man, an accomplished man, lose that shit you had and see if the world won't turn around and shit on you like you never had it in the first place. Yeah, you just literally go back from being on top of the world to being that awkward 13 or 14-year-old boy, sitting in, I don't know, social studies class and awkward and don't know how to talk or communicate and all that shit. Just right back to the bottom. Ain't that a bitch? Or is it just me? Y'all might know something I don't know. I'm open to hearing it. I ain't dropped no link yet. I'm gonna get to the link here in a minute. Damn, I should have put old girl picture up here. I got it in the thumbnail, but I didn't. I don't know if I can send it to myself now. I might be able to, but just to kind of gauge to see where I'm at with people, to see if y'all even know what the hell I'm talking about, because I'm not known for doing no whole bunch of celebrity coverage, because I could care less about celebrities. For me, it's the deeper underlying related issues to this whole DDG and Haley Bailey situation. Has anybody heard of this, or do y'all even know what the hell I'm talking about in the slightest? So there is y'all know the young lady that played the did the Little Mermaid, and everybody was all up in an uproar and shit about the fictional character being a black woman and all that shit. I didn't care about that either, honestly. Just being truthful. Some people hateful and racist, and that's just come with the territory. And it is what it is. Okay, Adina said yes. So Adina done heard about it. Now, DDG is her child's father, aka baby daddy, whatever folks calling it these days. Now, I have very, very accidentally saw moving pieces of what was going on with them and their relationship, and how this happened and how that happened, and some of the allegations that was being thrown out and alleged. And sadly enough, this young man has been painted to be a monster. And I'll say a cheater. I don't think you can commit adultery unless parties are wedded. So there's that. But allegedly cheated, allegedly did this, allegedly did that, yada, yada, yada. Well, over the last couple of days, it's done come out publicly that Haley Bailey is allegedly crazy as hell. Crazy as a Bessie bug. I mean, just full on batshit crazy. Everything from written threats of harming. What's going on, the king? What's going on, bro? I mean, just completely batshit crazy. I saw the text messages. I read them. I part of the ongoing saga and court documentation and this and that. Some released by the child's father himself. And all the time, this man been going through all of this shit in silence and with humility, while the world dogged the shit out of him. All kinds of online rumors and think pieces and allegations and shit like that. And that man been doing what most men have to do in a typical man circumstance, is just eat that shit and keep on pushing. Living with all that angst and sorrow and humiliation and all this other shit. Meanwhile, she's the aggressor. Ain't that a bitch? We having this conversation because it's allegedly Men's Mental Health Month, ain't it? So let's talk about it. I wonder where the Zerlina Maxwells of the world live. The people who, I'm talking about the ones who ain't got their shows no more, that was at the forefront of Me Too and believe all women and it's all men till it's no men and all that bullshit. Where y'all at now? You lost your shows and shit, so you've been doing a lot of podcasts. You down here, you know there is some poor folk in the world. So now you got your ass down here amongst the poor. Yes. You might have better equipment than a whole lot of folk, but now your ass just doing a pod. You a streamer just like everybody else. Ain't that a bitch? But y'all so quiet about this right here, boy. And there are still primarily women defending this woman and all her actions as though Crafty, what's up, family? What's going on, my sister? What's going on, Crafty? What's good, Vision? Well, y'all better get in here and enjoy yourself. Good E said that man never wanted her but stayed for the attention. Just my opinion. I knew he wasn't into her long before the baby. Now, Good Eats. Ooh, see, Good Eats. You're going to have to come. Hold on. I'm finna have to drop this link in a minute. Good Eats, you are more than welcome, baby. We got to talk about this because girl said, working hard for free. I need a job. I know that's right. Yeah, Good Eats, my sister. You got to come elaborate and educate me on what. Cause baby, girl, we talking about Crafty said what we talking about. We talking about DDG and Haley Bailey. And I'm finna drop this link in a minute so Good Eats can come up here. Cause that's my girl right there. That's family. Like we said, I got to know. I got to know. Cause we gonna have to respectfully disagree on this one. Allegedly, she cut that motherfucker, man. I just don't understand. All I'm saying now, I will say this, and I'm standing 10 toes down on it. If any of this was the other way around, if the shoe was on the other foot with regards to any of this shit, if that man had did a quarter, a fraction, a modicum of what she put him through, that motherfucker never see his kid again and probably be under the damn jailhouse. He probably been and already got picked up for abuse. Now, I hold him responsible for not going and telling and saying something sooner. That seemed why, like a big chunk of why, not Trey Songz. What's that? The little short one got his ass locked up in Sing Sing or San Quentin. What's the little boy fucking with Meg the Stat? Tory Lane. Yeah. That's where that hood shit go wrong, boy. That's where that hood shit go wrong. I'm keeping it G. I'm keeping it real. I don't go around telling no motherfuckers, but if I'm involved or you lying on me, goddamn right. We finna let all the cats out the bag. I don't know why cats is in bags, no way, but them bitches finna get let loose. Cause ain't no way I'm finna go do a bid or imprison myself because I'm keeping the street code. What street, boy? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Now let me listen to let me get here. Let me see. I can't Stephen King can't make this shit up. So before we get to how let's listen to this. We're gonna do this first, and then I'm gonna drop the link. Let's listen to how okay, hold on. I want to play this first. Because a lot of people are, for whatever reason, anti DDG, and some people are calling out Miss Bailey. But let's see what she said out her own mouth. Let's see. Hold on a minute.
In a relationship, I think I have anxious attachment style. Everybody knows I'm an Aries, I'm a fire sign. I get very passionate. I seem nice online and innocent and everything, but you guys do not know. I will go to battle with my yelling, with my words, everything. I'm good at that, right? And if I gotta yell or check anyone, that's what I gotta do. That's just the way I be. Clap back or sit back. I always have to choose clap back. I'm sorry. I'm a very kind person. But if somebody pokes at me or the people that I love, it's over for you. I'm an Aries. Sorry. Never have I ever started drama with my boyfriend for no reason.
Now, this is her sister. These are just clips. This is just a compilation that a lot of it's going around, going viral. That it's a compilation that somebody made of her and her sister with their little online show and shit. These are her words. Ain't nobody made us say this.
Put it down.
How you laughing about starting shit with your spouse?
I'm territorial. I'm a jealous girlfriend. I'm a territorial girlfriend. Where you go, who are you with? That's me. I am nosy, number one. And number two, I like drama.
Hold on, Miss Bailey. You like what now? You like what? So that's why you put them Apple tags in that boy car and shit, and luggage and whatnot, and baby back. Okay, we just making sure.
I just don't like drama in my life, but I love watching it in other people's. So
wow,
I love my baby so much. I need him with me in order to function, in order to be able to do the scenes and everything.
Okay, enough of that shit. Y'all heard the rest of it is her talking about how she can't breathe without her baby. I'm not gonna question that. I've never been nobody's mama, so I'm not gonna. That's all the rest of that particular clip was. Gail, what's going on, family? Gail, you better get your ass in here and enjoy yourself. So now that we heard a little bit straight from the horse's mouth, just a little bit, because it's a whole lot more, and we're gonna get into it some more. But let's listen to some opposing views going on out on the TikTok on the TikTok streets, and the social media streets. Okay, so here go one perspective and opinion, and then I'm gonna play another one.
But when I was defending, bro, y'all thought I was doing too much. The court documents finally got released. So not only did she lie about the whole, he hit my head on the steering wheel incident, she was the one who was actually abusing him from hitting, punching, putting air tags in his vehicle so she knows where he's going. And when they found out that she was pregnant with Halo, they both decided, all right, we're going to co-parent regardless of our situation. And she had went and she had took the first pill. Why? Because she didn't like the way that DG was treating her. On Mother's Day, she literally took this man's forearm. It didn't have no safety. And he had to say that, I'm going to call the cops in 5 minutes because I don't want you to do anything stupid. Like, he was really the victim the entire time. And then saying that she's going to unalive herself because she found out that he had with Lala apparently in Mexico. Threatening him with not seeing his son. I mean, I can go on and on, but it's so beyond me. And y'all Holly fans, I really want to see what y'all got to say now because y'all Disney princess, her image is done for. Shorty is literally mentally unstable. She's up here calling him about girls when they're not together. Y'all was really trying to sit here and say that this man put hands on her, did this, did that, etc. But after seeing those court documents, my heart literally goes out for DDG because he had to sit here in silence and had to hold all this shit in while everybody and their mother was trying to cancel him. All the Disney princess people was going at him like crazy. But now it finally makes sense why he did not say anything because she probably did not expect him to have any of that. Because they actually had the text messages where she was saying everything. You never want to step up and help me, threatening to take Halo away because she doesn't like who he's hanging out with, or she just, so whatever the case is, like, that girl got some serious issue. And I'm so glad that she came out in light because enough is enough with this shit, seriously. But when
okay, so that's obviously one position right here. Now let's go to this is a woman who alleges herself to be holding Miss Bailey accountable. I don't know how the fuck you hold somebody you don't know accountable, but whatever. I'll entertain it for shits and giggles. Now this is somebody who is Team Haley and anti-DDG. Let's see how differently their opinions are.
Up with the whole DDG and Hallie situation, but there's so many text messages to read and I'm still trying to keep up with it, okay? But I find it crazy how everyone switched up on Hallie because of this whole situation, because It was clear as day that she was hurting and she was reacting off of that. DDG has always been known as a freaking clout chaser. I've known about him since the 2010s, and him hanging out.
How everyone switched up on Halle. What, because she's stabbing motherfuckers? That's switching up. Switching up is actually acknowledging what you did and it came out. Anyway, let's keep listening.
With Lala and cheating on her. Cheating on her with Lala is not shocking because they've always hung out. How DDG gets his views is being in drama. Okay? His drama gets him views. And also, him being around women gets him views because his music is ass. So clearly she's hurting from being cheated on.
Now, I am going to say this before this over with. Everything that this woman is saying that I'm playing for y'all right now, if the shit was the other way around, this is what would typically be called victim blaming. Have you noticed how reluctant this woman is to say anything about her knifing up a motherfucker, stalking him, being physically and mentally abusive to him? It's all about what he a clout chaser. He the fuck? For real? In what universe, if this shit was flipped, would this make sense? We having this conversation because it's allegedly Men's Mental Health Month. Dudes can't even be a fucking victim when they're a real victim. And somehow you end up being weak or less of a man if you allow yourself to be a motherfucking victim. Because it's your fault. Because you allowed it. Allegedly, I guess. Let's keep listening.
And she was freshly postpartum. She was like 3 months postpartum or something. I couldn't remember the time.
That's some more bullshit. We're going to listen to another video, which is true, later on. This woman's if you even remotely read or investigated even slightly, on the one hand, this is one argument being made, but on the other hand, I find it ironic that these shits is from most of the text messages that DDG released. That shit from way before a baby even came along. The fuck postpartum got to do with it, and you ain't even with child or pregnant at all? What? Let's keep listening.
Exactly, but clearly she was hurting and threatening to off herself because I've personally known people that were cheated on, and I heard that it messes up with your brain chemistry. I've heard it like somewhere, I couldn't remember where it was, but I heard that it does, and it makes a lot of sense. Like, it creates a lot of
and I heard you a fucking weirdo. Maybe I can play more after I drop this link and get some people up here, because that shit. I heard that it messes with your brain chemistry, and so if a man beat the shit out of his old lady because she cheated on him, well, I ain't never heard nobody. Well, it messes with his brain chemistry, and he was angry, so he just Mike Tyson'd over and over. What kind of shit that don't make no fucking sense, man? It's these excuses, dog. It's like literal if the genders are swapped, then it's like society moving to a parallel fucking universe or something. It's ridiculous. It is really, really ridiculous, man. God damn. And the one thing can't nobody say so far that I'm doing is lying. Can't say I'm lying. Nope. Or if you can, tell me what part, and I'll try to check myself. Dan said, "How is it Men's Mental Health Month if it lasts the whole month?" Dan, hell if I know. That is some pansy shit. I mean, in a perfect world, it would be beautiful if it was a legit real thing, but it ain't no such thing. Men's mental health. That shit been around for 31 years, and I'm damn near today years old when I even found out it was a thing. That's some shit between Bob Dole and I think Clinton passed it or something. Let me get my let me drop this link. Damn, I'm on a different computer. I'm on my computer. Fuck, I don't even know how to drop the Hold on. Invite. Copy. Come over here. See if I can paste. Paste. Okay. There we go. Way different than on the Mac. Way different than on the Mac. Okay. I ain't did this in a while on this computer. Yeah, if anybody want to come up, if anybody want to share. By the way, if y'all feel like sharing out the link, the live, if you want to, feel free. I'm kind of, I don't know, man. Like I said, it's disheartening to me overall that to see the overall response. What's going on, John? John, what's good, bro? Long time no see, family. Good to see you. Good to see you. Same to you, bro. I hope everything is well and going well. And if it ain't, I hope it changed for the better. And if it's going great, I hope it continue to keep on going great. We talking about Men's Mental Health Month, bro. And we also talking about where men really exist in society, in my opinion. And I'm open to hearing others. I would love to hear from other people. The link is in the chat if you would like to come up. I'm only using this DDG and Halle Bailey situation because it's germane to the overall conversation. I do feel it is applicable, and I said it before, and I'm gonna say it again. A man's space in this world. Mr. Arthur, what's going on, young man? How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, we missed you too, brother. I'm sorry about that. A man's space and value in this world is based off of what he got to offer. And the moment that as an adult man in this world, you don't have shit to offer to society no more. And when I say society, society cover everything. That cover family, friends, your church, your community, your school board, your everything. When you ain't got shit to offer no more, you literally become worthless in the eyes of society. And if anybody feels differently, I would absolutely love to hear why you feel differently or feel as though that statement ain't true. When have you seen a grown ass man out on the street corner, homeless or down and out, and the world just come and pick that motherfucker up and be, oh, hey, guy, you look, shit happens. We all kind of fall from grace sometimes. Let me just make life better for you while you figure it out. What? What? Fuck out of here, man. I'm telling you, man. If what's going on, Precious Peace? If you think I'm bullshitting, fuck around and lose what you got, what little bit you got. And the crazy part is, it don't matter if it's a lot or a little. Hell, you could live a decent, honestly, middle class life and lifestyle, and still have sections of this world tell you a bum. You ain't shit. You ain't got enough. You basic. That ain't enough for me. I need this. I need that. If he ain't getting me this or getting me that, or we ain't taking vacations on the first day, like just really dumb shit, man. Let me go. Let me bring some people up here. Let me get some people up in here. Let me see. Get to my man Stepper. Stepper, what's good, bro? What's popping, Pimple?
What's up, player? I was really hoping to see a woman in the staging area. Like I really want to hear that first because I planned on going live today. I was charging my headset. I got my prompt and everything ready. That picture is like a part of it, and I'm going to do the same thing later. But it's kind of on the same topic. Like this, like it's Men's Mental Health Month, and it's been overshadowed for over 3 decades by the Rainbow Coalition, and I think it's ironic that all of this stuff is coming out pertaining to these women that have been getting enabled and defended for like years. Like there are people defending these people. You do not know them. You do not know them. I don't care who you speaking on, like you don't know them. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't say why and what this woman was doing. You don't fuck you so, excuse me. You don't know her. You know what I'm saying? It's just like men and women, we naturally defend each other because men see themselves in other men and women see themselves in other women. And with that being said, psychopaths see themselves within other psychopaths and narcissists see themselves within other narcissists. And people who remain a victim see themselves in people who pretend to be a victim. Even with the
Take care,
compilation
Mr.
of her
Officer.
saying
Sorry about that,
even
bro.
with the
I'm good.
compilation of
Go ahead.
her, no, you good. Even with the compilation of her saying all of that toxic stuff and admitting that she's a problem, no matter what, there are still going to be like thousands of people that defend that. Why? Because they do that too. They do that too. Like we can't win for anything. As a man, you cannot win. We have to shut up and deal with it. We got to shut up and deal with. I've literally been told that. I have literally been told that. I'm tired. I don't want to hear about that. Or such and such. But I got to hear you complain and moan all the time. And when you do, I'm supposed to hug you. I'm supposed to cry for you. I'm supposed to give you flowers. Even though it happened 20 years ago and you talk about it all the time, I'm not supposed to tell you to get over it. I'm supposed to allow you to keep reliving that moment. But me, oh, it don't matter how bad it hurt me. I gotta shut up and keep on moving. Like Chris Rock once said, and I believe he got that quote from somebody else. Only women, children, and dogs are loved unconditionally. Men are loved under the condition that they can provide something. And it's that
Period.
simple. The,
Yeah.
the moment you stop providing, it don't matter if you lost a damn leg. You lost a leg. There are women who get online all the time. Like this one woman in particular talked about how her husband lost his job. And because he couldn't provide her with the lifestyle that was necessary, she messed with his friend. How does that even equate? And then when that happens, like minded individuals enable and encourage that behavior. Go, girl, do what's best for you. Da da da. Men have been suffering in silence for a very long time. And if you dare say anything out loud, you're going to get clowned. A lot of men are just going to shake their head and the reason we shake our heads is because we know nothing is going to come from it. And you're going to get a whole gang of women that are going to call you gay and sassy and they're going to call you all kind of demeaning, emasculating names because you're not allowed to hurt. You're not allowed to feel. You are not allowed to be a victim. It don't matter if you got poked or pow pow or none of that. There's always going to be a large group of people who make an excuse for it. That postpartum stuff. You know what I'm saying? My ex couldn't do our daughter's hair because of postpartum. 10 years later, she still ain't doing the shit. But then women will come along and say, "Well, you don't know what she's going through." Why the fuck? Why is it that as grown ups, why is it that we are like we not the only are we are so? I feel like society is saying that men are the only grown ups at this point. Men are the only grown-ups, and you are a child that needs to be taken care of because you can't be held accountable. You can't be blamed for something that you did. You are not responsible for not controlling your emotions. There's always a reason or an excuse. And if you happen to be a woman that feels differently, oh, well, we know what their favorite word is. You a pick me. It's something wrong with you. How dare you
Hey,
care
hey,
about how
bro.
a man feels?
Hey, Stepper, we got all day. We gonna get it all in, bro. But I want to say this about what you said right there. The vitriol that I'm seeing other women catch who saying they like basically calling this circumstance out, like saying it's messed up that she allegedly stabbed him. It's messed up that she was threatening to unalive herself and her child. That she was making basically mocking the fact that she had been physically abusive to him. And the fact that there are as many women mad at women who saying, yeah, sis was wrong. Some of them even making content saying, I hate to have to say this, but y'all, she wrong for that. She did this. This is this, yada, yada, yada. It's other women. Look, it ain't new, but you know how sometimes shit you already know can still be somewhat shocking. Like, God damn, like I don't know, man. I mean, what we can do, but like you said, shake your head and just keep on pushing. So, yeah, but we got a lot to unpack. I just wanted to let you get in here and kind of get it started initially. Let me get to Byron. Byron, what's going on, bro? You got to unmute, Byron. There you go.
Yeah. Excuse me. Shalom alaikum to y'all brothers. I just had company stop past my house, so I'm put it back on mute, but I'm coming back on. But my brother is here, so
okay,
I'm gonna come
right
back on to you. Okay.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
You good?
But
I'm
here. I'm gonna just put it on mute. I'm still listening, but I'm talking to him.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, mute up, bro. Yeah, you good?
Okay.
You good?
Okay.
I don't know what happened to Stepper. Stepper, what happened, bro? You get a phone call or something? Now I realize that this conversation and these conversations make a lot of people uncomfortable, men and women. But damn it, that don't keep it from being true. And again, I'm open-minded. I want to hear from anybody who feel like I'm misinterpreting something or taking something the wrong way. But what can't nobody tell me is that I haven't lived the lived experiences that I've lived through. It ain't even about bashing women. It's about just telling the truth, because we, for the most part, societally, we know that this is how shit really go. This is how shit really is. And since it's, again, Men's Mental Health Month, what's wrong with having a conversation about how shit really is? And if I'm extended, let me hold on. I'm gonna drop this shit again. Stepper back with us. I don't know what happened a while ago. Let me see. Paste. The link is in the chat. If the other one don't went up too far, I doubt it. But if the link is in the chat again, it's open conversation, because I would really love to hear this. But if that man does exist, if that unicorn do exist, I would show love to meet him one day and shake his hand. That one man that exists that can not have shit, be completely dysfunctional, and still have the world love and understand, and tell him everything gonna be okay, and he's a good guy. It ain't his fault. It's what life did to him and shit, and what he been through is why he is the way he is, and all of that shit. If you out there, bro, hell, if you listening right now, you can come up in the box too. I'd love to make your acquaintance. But with that being said, Stepper, go ahead, bro. What's up?
Yeah, I've been looking for that. I've been looking for him too, bro. Because apparently, I mean, he exists somewhere. He exists somewhere. It got to be. You know what I'm saying? So I want to know where he at too. But I mean, I just want to second what you said, and I feel like this is something I've been saying like for well over a decade. Given one of my previous relationships, like trying to offer you criticism or correction or even explaining myself is not, and it should not be viewed as me bashing you or picking on you or making you feel small or any of that stuff. And I feel like a lot of like whenever that is said, you know what I'm saying? Like 9.9 times out of 10, that is simply projection. That is simply projection, and you are avoiding, dodging, doing backflips, hurdles, and swoops and everything else to avoid accountability. Like, why does that hurt so bad to say, you know what? Damn, I messed up. You know what I'm saying? Why does that afflict so many women? Like we're not trying to bash you. And again, this is mental health month and we still can't talk about it. Did you see that trend on TikTok where women are they'll say when I hear take a moment of silence for men's mental health, and like the whole video the woman is like yelling or like playing loud music or something like that. Like you're literally putting out in the like we're literally treated like animals. Like we like we don't exist, we don't have feelings, like we're not human, we don't have hearts apparently, and we're more dangerous than bears that are 3 times our size and 9 times out of 10 5 times our body weight, uh I don't know, 5 to 7 times stronger, but we're the biggest threat. You got a man who is keeping stuff in secret, trying to protect this woman. Do you like most people don't know that domestic violence is actually equal? And in a lot of cases, it's been said that it may happen more likely to men because we don't say anything. We just take it. We accept it. We try to do better. We try to help y'all and protect y'all because we feel sorry for you. And a lot of us have been groomed a certain way. And I feel like a lot of that goes back to just even this is where I feel like a lot of this start.
Well, hold on,
Make sure
bro.
you
Let's unpack this piece by piece because I want to
okay, okay,
address
okay.
something. I want to address something that you made mention of earlier. Uh, in my online experience, the bulk of acknowledgement of the fact that men's mental health month even exists has been just what you just alluded to, man. It's been mockery. It's been even more than men sharing out that it's a thing, that it exists. There have been more women making videos like what you just described, mocking that shit. Like, what do they need it for? Or screaming or making it like a kind of ha type shit. But if a man got on this motherfucker on any platform and mocked women's mental health or anything regarding SA, the platform itself would probably take that shit down. And then you would have people getting doxxed and fucking reported and folks trying to run up on people and say, oh, you think that shit funny? And the double standard is fucking is sickening, man. And it is a double standard and everybody knows it, but it's like this kind of okay unspoken rule that's really fucked up, man. It's sick.
Yeah, it's what you
Hold on, I'm
said,
going
man.
on.
It's like it's okay.
Well, Star, you know you can come up here because I don't know which one I was wrong on, but you definitely can come up. I mean, as always. Even with this right here, the fact that I tied this conversation into the most important part to me, which is men's mental health, I think it would be a lot more people comfortable with the conversation. If I was just focusing on the DDG and Haley Bailey part of it and the salacious part of celebrity culture and shit, I think it'd be a whole lot more people in here. I think a whole lot more people would be comfortable with it because we just common regular folks talking about the celebrities. Who cares? But making real valid points and hitting home and shit, it turned people off. Nobody want to hear this shit. And then I'm gonna be honest about this too. Society as a whole don't want to hear men have no fucking grievances. I don't think society want to hear you whining motherfucker. You old whining ass nigga. How dare you talk about what you going through or how the world or life make your ass feel? You whining bitch. Won't you man up? Am I lying? Oh, go ahead, bro.
A prime example is men talking about how men feel, and then a woman coming to tell you that you're wrong about it. Prime example. You can't make this up. We watch it happen in real time. In real time. How can you tell me? How can you tell us that we wrong about how it is that we feel and how we experience life? That right there. If we were to do it, excuse me, when we do that, like all we got to do is disagree. Like, hey, I don't think we could just say I don't think that's true. You can't tell me how to. You can't tell you a man. You can't tell a woman how to feel. Like we can never talk about it in peace. There is no safe space for men unless you find like that. Usually, our safe space is amongst other men. That's it. When you fortunate enough to find a woman in which you do have that safe space with, most of us men are advocating for you to marry her. That simple. Like you stupid, you let that go, bro. You dumb. That's one in a million. You a jewel.
Right. Right. I agree. I agree. I really do. I won't say I owe my nephew a full apology, but I do in a sense because I didn't argue him being wrong, but I argued him. I tried to argue in the other direction without realizing just how insanely different the world is. I've been married way too long and been with the same woman way too long. As I oftentimes openly admit, that's why I don't give no relationship advice. I don't give marital advice. I really don't say much of shit because it ain't my lane. Because I'm not in that space. So what the fuck do I know? I would be coming from a time and era that don't exist no fucking more. And I remember we were going through this little stint. You know how you talk to one of your loved ones and y'all kind of have the same conversation for a week or two because something happened and it always go back to that most recent event and shit. Anyway, I was talking to my nephew and my nephew was adamant that he don't trust nobody, relationship wise, and he is never, ever getting fucking married and he don't want no kids. And bro, if you 21, 22 years old, I'm like, damn, okay, I get where you're coming from. I felt like that myself at times, but don't rule this out. Don't rule, trying to be a even-sided elder because you value my opinion. I don't want to lead you in the wrong direction one way or another. And I found myself more and more trying to tell this cat, don't give up on it. Don't do that. I get it now. I really do. Especially for somebody in their 20s, early 20s and shit. And they like, man, I'm done. I'm just never fucking doing it no more. The world is like this. This is like that. This is how it really is. I don't want no parts of it. I get it. I completely get it. And I didn't see you in here, but if you listen, nephew, you know what I'm talking about, and well, I want you to know. Now, I completely fucking understand, bro. Yeah. So there's that. Ohio Valley, what's going on? They damn sure can't. Hell, they can't even afford to pay attention. They can't afford shit. Housing, buying a crib is damn near over. Literally, most people make just enough money to take their ass back to work Monday morning after they get through paying their bills and shit. More people cooking at home and just enjoying not being at the job and, I don't know, order a movie and be able to enjoy that fucking $2,300 a month rent you got to pay. So hell yeah, more people spending time at home. Shit. Random. What's going on, Random? Yeah, mental health. Yeah, men's mental health month, allegedly. Go ahead, Steph.
My bad.
Are you good?
Eating this delicious orange. So it's like what's wild is talking to these younger kids, talking to the younger men, and talking to the younger man and talking to the older man about their experiences. And of course, like the men in my age group. Every time I talk to guys that are younger than me, I tell them, I don't tell them F women or, you know, forget all that. What I tell them is, if you already don't have that mindset, a relationship should be the last thing on your mind right now. Build something for yourself first, right? Build something for yourself first. And then when you think you're ready for a relationship, be very, 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 very careful. Be very careful. And then it's like, that's hard to do because there are a lot of Oscar winning or should have won Oscars actresses out here. I no longer outside of, I mean, I don't know you personally, so you wouldn't fit in this category, but I no longer know any men that are happily married. I don't know anymore. I knew them or I thought they were. And over the last few years, different things have been coming out because, like DDG, they kept a lot of stuff to themselves. Even men that I've known for 20 plus years. Why? Because men value privacy, real men, and we value our relationships. We want it to grow. It's none of anybody's business. That's how we get so upset when our women tell our business. These men have been coming forward. I got a guy, a homeboy, been married 6, 7 years, and the conversation of divorce has come up multiple times out of his mouth in the last 6 months because of how he feels emasculated by his wife. He's taking care of children who aren't his, and there is no recognition for it. He doesn't get backed up in certain scenarios. This woman will yell at him in front of the children he's supposed to be raising. Go to church talking like just difference. The older men that
Yeah.
I've met, one guy was married for over 23 years. His wife left him for a younger man. And then after their daughters decided to not communicate with her and she didn't get invited to their wedding and all kind of stuff, now she regrets it. The guy passed away 3 years after she left her husband for him, and now her daughter's messed up. Now she regret it. You know what I'm saying? It's a
Mm.
very, very dirty game out here. And again, I really hate that I have to keep offering disclaimers, but I am not attacking women. I don't hate women. All right. And not all women are bad. It's really that simple. I shouldn't have to say that, especially to a bunch of functioning adults, but you still have to do that
But I
because they
appreciate you doing.
personalize.
Now, the reason I appreciate you doing that, bro, is because it helps bring like something to the overall message, even though you shouldn't have to. But doing that is almost like when you're trying to be genuine and have an honest conversation, it could be an inconvenience at times, but reaffirming that peace pipe, so to speak, is like you just it's nothing wrong with it. And I appreciate you doing that because I feel like it adds to the overall dynamic of the purpose of the conversation. I got my sister Star up here. I'm gonna get to you in just a second, Star, but I want to acknowledge what Ohio Valley Prepping said real quick. Ohio Valley said we have full-time factory workers that are homeless in my area because they can't afford housing. Crazy times we living in. The reason that's a big deal to me, and what a lot of society don't want to fully appreciate or acknowledge from a man's point of view, when you're doing good, things are great for the most part, unless you can give your family everything they could possibly fucking want and need, but you work too goddamn much. So that's a problem. So I may or may not decide to go fuck the pool boy because yeah, we financially straight, but I don't get enough of your time. So I'm finna fuck somebody else because I'm lonely. So you got that shit to contend with. And then on the other end, if you fuck around and lose that, well, guess what? I kind of just don't want to be with you no more. I know you did all of this shit. I know that you done made your whole life about doing everything you possibly can for the betterment and growth of your family. But I kind of just don't want to fuck with you like that no more. Let's be friends. Kids are grown, I'm a new me now. I've given up everything. So fuck you. I'm moving around.
I only pretended to love you because I knew you'd take care of me.
Daddy, we having this conversation because it's Men's Mental Health Month, and a lot of people know this shit but don't want to acknowledge it or hear it being said out loud. But ain't nobody called me a lie yet. With that being said, let me get to what's going on? Nobody cares. Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Star, welcome in, my sister.
Hey, happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday.
Okay, so there's a few things that have been said, and I understand that it's Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, and I'm going to be the devil's advocate, and I'm going to go for both sides. I'm a woman of domestic violence, not one relationship, but two relationships. 5.3 million women are physically abused. I'm not going to say SA because that's, I heard that come up, but we all know about SA with men and women. I'm also a child who was exposed to domestic violence growing up. Okay. And in my surroundings, I see both. I see both men and women putting their hands on each other. And I feel like both parties should get some help. Or not be with each other. Now, I hear also a lot of women taking advantage of men on the panel right now. Here's what I'm going to say, and I'm going to land my plane, and I'm going to leave. I'm just going to listen. I lost my train of thought.
Well,
Mental health.
Take your time, baby.
I'm out and about. I'm sitting in my car. But I didn't want to get out the car and not speak to you guys. Mental health is a very, 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 just all the way around. Just not about men, and I'm not just saying whatever, but a lot of people are trying to function, and it's not going to work if your mental health is not correct. Just all the way across the board. I got my train of thought back. So I lost it again. Fuck it. I just want to say this. I am a woman that was in a mental abusive relationship. Okay? I just got out of it. Instead of me staying with this man and using him because I knew I would be taken care of, I let him go. It is not fair to him for me to mentally abuse him and make him think that I love him when I have love for it. There's a difference. Loving someone and having love for someone are two different things. And I chose to let that man go because I found in my head I was ready to put my hands on him. Did I? No. I just seen all the red flags and I got out of it. The only thing that I can say for anybody's mental health, men-wise, leave. Leave the relationship. The kids are going to be fine. But at the same time, don't let the next relationship feel the wrath of the previous relationship, because not all women are the same And not all men are the same. So at the same time, I'm giving advice, I'm taking accountability, and I'm letting you know what's happened to me in my life and how I was brought up. I was told by my mom, don't ever let a man put his hands on you. Now, did that happen? Yes. Did I tolerate it? Yes. But not for years, on months, on end. And this goes back to men. Love yourselves. You've got to love yourselves enough to realize what is toxic, what is love, what is trust. And just like I tell a woman, you've got to learn to love yourself. Once you do all of that, you will not stand for or tolerate the nonsense. I land my plane.
Okay. All right. Well, I definitely appreciate the you adding to the conversation. I just and I don't well goddamn I know you gotta go, but
No, I'm sitting in the car.
oh okay.
I can take y'all in the store with me. This ain't no conversation where I have to get loud or we're talking about sex, nothing like that. I just wanted to say that before I got in the store, if you want to come back and say something, I can give you a response. Or if anybody else wants to say anything, I can give a response. But, just, mental health is
Right.
serious.
Well, let me start responding with a couple of points because this happens all the time, and I see it. And what's up, by the way? What's going on, Carbon Q? Welcome in, my sister. So this happens a lot whenever discussions come up that are I guess you could call it male centered or like this conversation about men's mental health and so on and so forth. When it seems, and I'm not saying that's what you intended to do, but more so than not, it seems like when the conversation is male directed, it's always room and space for both sides isms. Neither side should do this, or both sides shouldn't do that, or whatever. But women get to have open conversations about what they've been through, how hard life is, and it's usually yes, girl, yes, queen, do you, boo boo, take care of you, baby. I get it, girl, all that shit. But whenever it's the same or similar conversations, and it's about men, then the both sides factor always works its way in. That's one. And with regards to domestic violence, these are stats you can look up yourself. As of 2023, I believe, the most violent group domestically to one another is lesbians. I didn't make this shit up. Do not shoot the messenger. They have the highest divorce rate.
That's true, but I didn't include them in that. But that's true.
Right. So, whereas historically there is this notion that men are the biggest essayers, or men to women, or men against women are the biggest purveyors of DV, or the biggest purveyors of SA and this and that. And some of the shit that's coming out in the last 20 in the last decade alone is starting to give a whole different set of lenses on that shit. So what's up, Tori? What's going on, my brother?
But I did say, coming in, I'm going to be devil's advocate. So, I came in, I didn't come in swinging. I came in including both. I'm not a man. So maybe women shouldn't be included in the conversation.
Well, I'm not going to say that either.
I know. Listen, I know. Now, just some of the things that I heard, it's complaining about the woman. So as a woman, I came up here and I didn't say, well, as a woman, I didn't say that. I said, I'm going to play both sides. And that's exactly what I did. I'm not gonna, right. And like I said, I'm not gonna say, all men do this, all men, and I'll even admit it. Like I said, I'll take accountability. Now, those two abusive relationships I was in, you damn right I fought back. That's a man. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I get it. Some women are like, man, if I put my hands on her, I'm going to be the one who this or that. They're going to look at me sideways. They're going to look at me different. I get it. I get it. No one ever got locked up because of me. I left. Now, how I chose and left them, I'll take accountability on that too.
Well, I get it. I don't want to make
but
this.
As I said, mental health is serious, and when you learn, men and women, but men learn to love yourselves at the same time.
Shalom,
Just
Right.
shalom.
Right. Let me ask
It's a feedback coming through.
Stop. Since you up here, let me ask you this. Before I get back to Stepper and anybody in the chat, if anybody else in the chat want to come up,
I mean, I think that's everybody.
But
whatever. But
we talking about this.
The feedback, yeah.
It's a lot of feedback, and a delay. So I think it's because you in the car. But for everybody who coming in, we talking about this Haley Bailey and DDG shit and how it's unfolding. And since it's Men's Mental Health Month, I wanted to have a conversation about it. What men go through, how they feel, how you better not have no fucking feelings. If you do, you a bitch for it. And most, hold on, Star. I got you. In the eyes of society, in most instances, anytime a man got some shit to say about what he going through or what he feel or how the world treat him, you a bitch. You complaining. You whining.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
As a man, I lived through this. Now I want to ask you this, since you have been the only woman to come up so far. Do you think? I know what I think because I'm a man. I lived through it or have lived through it. Do you think that a man's value, and be honest, this is a very honest question, a man's value is based off of what he can provide to society? I ain't even gonna say family, spouse, kid, none of that shit, all encompassing society as a whole. Or is that not how you view the world?
That's not how that my personal opinion. That's not how I feel.
Okay, well, how do you feel?
And he calls, and the person calls that I was just telling y'all about that I got out of the relationship.
Well, see that
Look, I ain't answering the phone, y'all. But no, that's not how I feel about men at all.
Well, how do you view it? Because we on the receiving end of it, so you can very fairly not see it that way, but that don't mean that ain't how it really is. But I would love to know how you perceive it. How do you perceive it?
A man's value is not what he provides to society. A man's value will come from how he carries himself, how he just maneuvers in life. Period. To me, that's where
that's not true. I mean, that could be your interpretation of it, but that's not the reality for myself or any man I've ever spoken with in my entire life.
Oh yeah. Listen, I have two brothers. My baby brother, he's been through a lot. He's called me, come pick me up. This girl done put her hands on me. I'm rolling up, ready like, If you know you want to put your hands on somebody, you can put your hands on me, but don't touch my brother. You know?
Oh, okay. Well, let me ask you this: if you found yourself completely infatuated, and be honest, Stalker, we talk way too much. I think I damn near know when you lying. Not all the way, not all the way, but quit bullshit. Don't bullshit me on this. I'm gonna ask a
No.
very serious question. If I mean he the finest motherfucker you'd have never seen, because everybody got different taste and shit. He is the finest motherfucker you'd have never seen in your life. He smelled just right. He looked just right. He the right height. He everything. Everything you could ever envision in a man. But that nigga work at a goddamn Burger King. And the first time you saw him was in the drive-thru.
Oh, I picked up brothers in the drive-thru. What you talking about?
Once you get to know him, he 36. And he still live with his folks because he's saving his money right now.
Okay.
Would you fuck with him?
Yep.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna take you at your word. I'm gonna take you at your word.
Look, I've been the one. This is a long time ago, but I have been the one who is working the drive-through, and a man comes through, and I'm like, oh, okay. Then I see him again, and he by himself this time, and I'm like, hey, that woman that you were with, was that your girl? Nah, man, that was my mom. Look, I'll shoot my shot, whatever. I don't care.
Oh, completely different. And let me tell you how. Because a man can pick up a woman that work at a Ross, a motherfucking Burger King, a Golden Corral,
right.
or just walking down the fucking sidewalk, and he could be making $80,000 a year and only 6 years away from retirement and fuck around and marry her ass. It don't work the same way in the reverse order, typically. And if a woman do pick up a motherfucker like that, it's because she knows that henceforth she is in complete control. She is in complete control.
I'm going to tell you this really fast. I have been the woman who has dated the guy who works at the Burger King, at the grocery store, deliver pizza. I'm just not shallow like that. That's just not me. It's not in my character.
I believe you.
I don't care.
I believe you. I think you're a rare specimen, but
yeah. Of course.
I believe you though.
Can I comment on something Country just said? Country just said some strong shit. He said
go ahead,
that it don't. Yeah. How you doing, sister? You know what I mean? I'm just coming back from a conversation about how you doing. And so anyway, Country just said some strong shit. He said that it don't work the way for women that it worked for men. Like he said in reference to a man being 80 walking down the street or meeting a woman any kind of way. It don't work like that for women. But this is the moral to the story. The moral to the story is me and my ex used to have a conversation all the time. And I used to explain to my ex that for every one me, there's 11 women. 11 women waiting in line. All she got to do is step out of line, and then I got 10 other women in line waiting, right? So I used to tell her this all the time when we was younger. I didn't have to tell it to her no more. We're 22 years in. We're not together anymore. So the moral to the we're divorced. So the moral to the story here is she stepped out of line. And the instant she stepped out of line, 3 other women stepped up and said, I want to replace her. And I'm like, no, I ain't got no time for no games. I can't do a whole nother 22 years because I don't, you know what I mean? I got to have a standard to where I'm rolling with. And so women don't have that option to have that standard because it's not as many men. And we're not talking about guys. We're talking about men. And the whole conversation topic is in reference to
Well, I mean, I'm 48 years old, so I'm a grown woman.
And that's all good. You know what I mean? That's all good. So we're not talking about what the age is, because you got everything is mental. Right now, we're talking about men's mental health. And so if my mental health need to be right, then that means my mate mental health also needs to be right, because her health is going to either add or subtract to my health. You know what I'm saying? And so with that being said, I'm saying that, yeah, men, we have, like, in the mirror, like, let me go back again, I think, to what Brother Randy was saying when he first came on. I was listening to him in reference to how, dang, I hate when I lose my train of thought, man. And so anyway, let me go back to country for a second, because that's more fresher in my mind. So, because I just heard it. So anyway, women don't have the same option as men. You know what I'm saying? But let me tell y'all something that I Googled not too long ago, right? I Googled the men to women ratio. When I was growing up, it was 11 women to every one man, because of the wars and stuff like that. You know, it was men going off to war and women staying home. So the women is multiplying, where the men is taken away or whatever. So to make a long story short, now if you Google what's that scenario, it's almost equal. And the reason why it's almost equal is because women are turning into men and men are turning into women. It's crazy. When I learned that, I was like, oh shit, this is crazy. But it goes back to mental health and everything that's, we're dealing with men, we're saying men, but it really is everybody, because it starts from the top down. Whatever the man's mental health is, that's going to reflect onto the woman's mental health, which will reflect onto the kids' mental health. So it's from the top down. And so we can't just really say men, although we're talking men's mental health month. And so the bottom line here is that women is they have, no, let me go back to what I was just saying in reference to the men and the women ratio. So now when you look at the men's and women ratio, they're equal. That's because men are turning into women and women are turning into men. But what's right is wrong and what's wrong is right. And with that lady that you was showing earlier, country, what that lady was doing, was demonstrating, is in her mind, everything that she's doing, even though she knows she's doing wrong because she spoke on it on her little interviews or podcasts or whatever she was speaking on, she spoke on, oh, I like the drum, I like it. So she know where she at with it, but refuse to self-examine it. And you know what I'm saying? Now, I don't know nothing about their story. You know what I'm saying? I mean, literally nothing. You asked that question earlier, country. I don't know anything about it at all. I haven't seen anything. I probably seen videos come up in the feed talking about it, like, or whatever, in a avatar, but I don't click on to stuff like that because it's, you know what I'm saying, it's just a distraction, like 90% of it is. And so all I'm saying is, and I'm gonna get off the floor and somebody else could take it from here. All I'm saying is women can't do the same as men. And let me say this before I get off. About 3 weeks ago, I was having a conversation with these two sisters. And when I say sisters, I just mean women. You know what I'm saying? Don't matter what race they are. So I was having a conversation with these two women, but they happen to be Black women. So we was talking about how one of our other friends, he said he got two wives, but he ain't got two wives. Is his wife and some other joint he knocking off, and then the wife know about him knocking her off. And so, make a long story short, one of the sisters out of the two sisters said, oh, I couldn't go for that, this, that, and the third. And then I explained to her, listen, you have an American way of thinking. This is what American women do. But when you go around majority of the world, they got 2 or 3 wives easy, and the women is with it. And if you go over talking that type American talk, they'll stone you for that. She said, oh, well, if he could do it, I could do it. I'm like, listen, you go anywhere else in the world, they'll kill you for that. I mean, even if you go, I'm in Philadelphia, even if you go down to a Philadelphia, we ain't talking about the Arabics, we talking about a Black American Muslim mosque talking that type of talk. I'm an American woman. I could do what I want, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Somebody will slap you. They might gang slap you. Slap, 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 slap. But you're going to get slapped, okay? Because this is the way the world goes. But right now we're in a state of what's right and wrong is wrong, and what's wrong is right. And that's why 100,000, you got 8 billion people on the planet, right? And so out of the 8 billion people, you got at least at any given time 200,000 people that's going to think exactly how y'all think. You know what I'm saying? I mean, literally. And then you're going to have 200,000 people that think exactly how I think. And so this is the way it go. So you always got a supporting crowd going on. You always got somebody willing to support your foolishness, whether it's right or whether it's wrong. It's going to be somebody there to support it, and it's going to be a big crowd because it's 8 billion people on the face of the planet. And out of that 8 billion, you're going to easily find 200,000 that's going to follow whoever it is they're following and feel exactly how they're feeling and talk exactly what they're talking. All right, so I'm stepping off. Anybody else could, you know what I mean? Come on.
All right. You made some interesting points. Stepper dropped down and came back. Now he back with us. Stepper, go ahead, my brother.
Well, my ear is motherfucking burning. God dang it, my bad. Oh man, my ears is
You good?
fudge.
You good?
Yeah. My ears are burning for sure because I'm just like I don't like to beat around the bush. I'm pretty much a straightforward person. I have incredible pattern recognition skills. Incredible pattern recognition skills. First and foremost, Star, you came up here addressing me. I know you in the store. I'm sure you're going to come back, especially when you hear my voice, because my voice is what drove you up here in the first place. Thank you so much for proving my point. Thank you for proving Mr. Samuel's point, because you can't make this ish up. You literally came up here and said, I know it's Men's Health Month, but I'm going to be the devil's advocate. And then you think by explaining that, you think giving that preface makes it any better? That's like me walking up to somebody and saying, hey, I'm about to punch you now, and then I punch them. And then they're upset that I punched them. I go, hey, I told you I was going to punch you. It's not like I poked you or pow-powed you. I told you I was going to punch you. What you did is still taken away from what it is that's going on. That was literally an attack on what it is that we're talking about. I know what y'all talking about, but I'm going to interject this. I'm going to talk about both things, and I'm actually going to talk about myself and what happened to me. Y'all talk about y'all and men's, but I'm going to talk about what happened to me. And so, even though I'm talking about me, we got to acknowledge that it happened on both sides. And then I'm not, again, I'm good at pattern recognition, and I think we all can agree that when someone's actions and their words don't line up, you can't really trust what it is that person have to say. You know what I'm saying? So when the question was asked if you would date somebody in a drive-through, I'm not going to call you a liar, but I don't believe you. I can't believe you. You said that you've done it before, but your immediate example that you gave was you talking to somebody while working in the drive-through. The constant disregard that you have even shown me personally, the constant disrespect of interjecting when other people are talking and cutting them off. There is no way you can tell me that you're going to respect a man who makes less money than you and who lives with his mom and is safe. There's no way you can convince me of that. I could be 1,000% wrong, and I accept that. But given my own personal experience with you and your lack of respect, There is no way you can convince me that you would respect a man who is trying to do something and trying to do his best. And I know this again from experience, having a conversation with you and somebody else who isn't here to defend themselves, being told that pretty much what I'm saying don't matter. And I don't want to hear what it is that you have to say. But when it's away from other people that may have a different view of you, you're not gonna do that. But when it's over here, you're going to be completely disregarding and completely disrespectful. Like this, we're talking about men and art, and then to say that, and then to country already addressed it, speaking generally, but to regard what it is that I'm saying as complaining, which is one of the things that you and the other person did. What I'm saying is I'm complaining, and when I asked y'all, so I can't, so if I talk about it, it's complaining, and then you literally told me to just stop talking. Talking about something is that's what we're talking about right now. Men's mental health. Women have their own spaces, but when we try to say, hey, and we acknowledge you guys, and like I have done several times in which I give a disclaimer, you will still attack me. Many people have witnessed this. I give a full disclaimer and I will still get attacked. And this is no different. Women have safe spaces, but when men try to say, hey, this is our month and it doesn't feel like it. Yeah. F all that. Listen to this though. That's exactly what we're talking about. Like we're just supposed to shut up, grin, and bear it. We can't talk about it because, as you so eloquently put it, we're complaining. No, this actually happened. It's a fact. How can it be complaint? Like it actually happened. It's a fact. But it's considered complaining. I can't talk about how I was heartbroken because that's complaining. But you can talk to me, and when I say you, I mean generally, I mean any woman. You can talk to me about something you experienced at 7 years old, but I can't talk to you about how I just had my feelings hurt in my last relationship because now I'm sassy. Now I'm soft. I can't talk about my trust issues because you don't want to hear that. But I get to hear about what happened during your childhood and how it still affects you. But me being a man, I'm supposed to swallow what happened to me. I'm supposed to be able to control my emotions. I'm supposed to be able to let that go while you still keep bringing up stuff that happened 40 years ago. And stating the age doesn't mean anything. Your level of maturity is not in your age. That means nothing. Like we're more men, the good men. You know what I'm saying? Like Byron said, real men, good men, we want to be able to have someone that we could talk about certain things. I'm not saying, hey, I want to cry on your shoulder. You know what I'm saying? If something happens to me, if something really hurts me that bad, if I had a close relationship with my mother and or my father and then they happen to perish and it tears me up inside, if it does make me feel like I have to shed tears, why wouldn't my woman stand there by me? But we're not, it's like we don't have that. We can't like, and I don't believe that you are the type of person that would allow that to happen. I could be 1,000% wrong. I accept that. I have no problem being wrong. I have no problem taking accountability. My failed relationships are not all on the women. I would never say that. You know what I'm saying? I did dirt in certain relationships. I didn't show discernment in certain relationships. It's like I said before, just having to offer a disclaimer and then offering a disclaimer and still having your words turn like weaponized is insane to me. That's insane to me. And that literally happens almost every single time that I speak. Whether I speak about my situation or a general situation, my words are weaponized, even after offering a disclaimer. And that is essentially the unfairness that we're talking about in this whole mental health thing. DDG, Papoose, all like stuff that's happening, all this stuff is coming out, and still, like it's like we cannot win. We cannot win. No matter how good of a man you are, it's like unless you actually find that one, which is very, 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 very rare nowadays. But when we say something like that, well, it's your fault. You should have chose better. But when a man did something to you, well, he shouldn't have done. Like, it's just like the double standard never stops. And I, more than anything, like, country, and anybody in here who know me, I always advocate for love. And I can't help but stress enough. I can't stress enough that men and women need each other. We have different qualities, different attributes. We're meant to complement one another like yin and yang. But it's like when you constantly get this static from the opposing party, even when you saying, which again, country and people in this chat, even when you tell a woman you love her, no, I'm just concerned about you, baby. I'm just glad you okay. There are some women who will still find a reason to be upset and be mad at you. You cannot win with some women. You just can't win. And again, being a recognizer of having that pattern recognition, a lot of the words and stuff being said, like, it reminds me of other situations I've been in and I've experienced, and it's not what people think. Having a woman say, "Oh, I was again, not speaking on you, speaking on my own experience, being around a woman who tried to convince me that she was in this abusive relationship and wouldn't tell me exactly what happened. Oh, he just choked me. What did you do? What happened? What do you mean? What did I do?" Immediately got offended. Come to find out, you were calling him a B word, call him out of his name. And I'm not advocating for the man, but he snapped and he put his hands around your throat. You asked for that. I'm not saying you deserved it, but you asked for it. I've been put in those shoes. I never put my hands on a woman like that. I've been punched, slapped, and I just walk away, bro. I'm not dealing with you no more. But it's like, and then guess what? That same person went on to tell the next guy and to tell Facebook and to tell their family that I was abusive. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of this stuff is messed up being a man out here. Call it complaining, call it wherever you want, but it's real. Our men's health is not even respected. Like, you and other people speak, oh, mental health is a real thing. Not when it comes to men, because you guys literally mock us on the daily. All I have to do, I can go to any social media platform and see just how much women in general, or as it's being displayed, don't care about me or my brothers or our feelings.
Um, it's so much to unpack. And thank you for sharing, bro. Both of y'all, actually, and anybody else who had came up. So, I don't know. You got a comment, Crafty Leo. What's up, Craft? Craft is still in this bitch. What's going on, Craft? Crafty said, wow. So are words a reason for someone to put their hands on you? I don't think so. I don't think so. But I don't know. Before I even say what I was going to say, Stepper, do you want to address that comment?
Absolutely. You see how literally, again, my point is being proven. I offered a disclaimer and it's still, oh, so you saying this? Did I say that? No. I literally said that it's not okay and I'm not advocating for it. But this is just proving my point. So no, like, and then also this is the thing. You can say it's just words, right? But then on the flip side, like, women like to do a lot, right? A man call you a bitch and you slap him. You gonna be offended by words? If a nigga say that to you, you just gonna say that, oh, he called me a B word. You know what I'm saying? But more than that, in a lot of situations in which I've seen this happen, and I almost did it myself, when you deal with that over and over and over and over and over again, like, there's this thing, like, you guys feel like we have a tank that is infinite. Like, our cup can never overflow. So
Hold on, look at the screen, bro, because she do got a point now. She said, you said she deserved it. Now, that part I disagree with.
No, I didn't. I said she didn't deserve it, but she asked for it. That's what I said.
Well, I got you, but it's close enough to be taken. Now I'm gonna be honest. You know, I'm hearing you out and shit. I'm hearing everybody out.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have worded it like that because that does open the door for what Kraft is saying. Even you may not have said she deserved it, open the door for it, yada yada yada.
All right. Let
But
me explain that.
right. Well, hold on,
Okay.
because of what one of the last things you just said. We all know that there is the propensity in my lived experience. I can't and I see exactly what I know where you coming from, but I can't bullshit like what Kraft is saying don't make sense too. And here's why. Because of your own word, bro. Like women are quicker in my lived experience to put their hands on men. Have you ever seen some of them prank videos or saw the shit in real life where a dude say something like, damn, look at that ass, and a woman just walk up and slap the shit out of motherfucker?
Yep. My point. Yep.
And that is my point. Both of them are absolutely fucking wrong and overly emotional. So no matter how much she keeps saying shit, I don't know, like you said you do, just leave. There's no justification. It's wrong when women do it. It's wrong when men do it. It's emotional than a motherfucker. Now, it's one thing if she keep jugging you in your forehead and shit with her finger and you trying to protect yourself or block punches or scratches. That's one thing. But just words being said, that's never okay. That shit is never okay. And that's my position on it. And this shit just ain't cool. But go ahead, bro.
Right. So what I mean by is what I said was she doesn't deserve it. Does she deserve it? No, but she asked for it. That's like you walking past a dog that's chained up. Don't matter if you're a man or a woman. They tell you leave the dog alone. The owner say leave the dog alone. You good as long as you don't mess with it. You keep messing with the dog. You want to put your hand over the gate. You messing with the dog. The dog bites your hand. Your hand is in two pieces. Do you deserve that? Do you deserve to have your hand torn apart? No. But did you ask for it? Yes. Yes, you did. You tempted. You played with fate. Most women that put their hands on men do it simply because they expect not to get hit back because they're a man. And most women that do that, they do that to men who are raised correctly. And not advocating for a man putting their hands on a woman just because of words. What I'm saying is you have to understand that men have cups that runneth over and they keep running over and they keep they keep overflowing. But we're looked at as if we have this infinite tank where we're just supposed to take and endure whatever is happening to us. So when you're constantly calling me out of my net, you know what I'm saying? Like there have been situations, like I said,
I know what you're saying, bro. I just would have. I know exactly where you're coming from, just like I know where Kraft is coming from. I just would have, not because it would have been less genuine or whatever. Me personally, I would have worded that shit differently. But with the example,
I feel like overall though, country, that's just minimize. Like that's just one of the way. I feel like that's one of the ways that women just minimize what's being said. Like everything I said, it's like wow. So words are okay. You know what I'm saying?
I got you. I know exactly what you're saying, bro. I know exactly what you're saying. I do. But I wanna keep it flowing and going, and because it's a whole lot of different pieces and parts to unpack. Again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. What's up, Jay Mill? And everybody else who coming in. Thank y'all. Let me get off my laptop to be clear.
Brother Randy, that was an excellent illustration. Man, that was great.
Yeah, it was like I said, we grown folk having a conversation. It ain't always gonna be all happy, go lucky and hunky dory and shit. We'll laugh along the way on this motherfucker, but we can talk for real too. Now, the other part of it is there anybody who objects to or with the notion that a man's when I say men, I'm talking about grown adult male men. They worth starts and stops with what they can provide in society. Let me be more specific about society. When I say society, I'm talking about every fucking thing, everything all encompassing. your family, your wife, your kids, your community, your church, your everything. You might skate by with that shit if you like 84 or 85 years old and you got somebody, oh, let's stop by and make sure we check on Brother Franklin, or let's see if Brother Franklin want to come to the revival, or somebody might maybe say, oh, you know, old Brother Franklin, let's see if make sure he getting to his doctor's appointments and shit. Maybe if you old enough. But if you young with a strong back and two good knees, and you 25, 26 years old, and you just lay under a fucking palm tree playing the goddamn guitar all day, and you ain't got shit, what woman finna try to snatch you up? How is the world gonna treat you? Can you go apply for some stamps while you just figure it all out? Can you go apply for housing while you just figure it all out? I'm trying to make this shit way less man versus woman than I'm just addressing the realities of what men really fucking live through. And it blows my mind that this shit is even as taboo as it is. And don't you dare get the fucking talking about your goddamn feelings, you whiny motherfucker. You old complaining, crying ass bitch. Why don't you man up? Is there anybody who object with that? Especially for those of you out there who have children. You got sons. This for men and women, I'm posing this question to. Am I
just
lying?
want to say real quick, in
Go
Metro
ahead.
Detroit, there are 5 shelters specifically for women. In Metro Detroit, there are 5 shelters specifically for women. There are 0 specifically for helping men. And all of the other shelters, they prioritize women and children.
I'm not surprised at all. Carbon. Now, Carbon, I got the link in the chat, baby. You can come on up here because sometimes things get lost in translation when you just type a message. Carbon, let me put them on the screen. Carbon said, ain't me, hold on. Aren't men supposed to be providers? Okay, that's a fair question. Let me read the next one. She said, provide and protect. That's a great point. I'm glad you brought that up. I don't want to use the C word, which is control. So let me use another word that's a bit less abrasive. What man can protect and provide for what he may not have authority over? If you don't have authority over a circumstance or even a person or a group of people that you are responsible for, how can you do it? Now, I'm not trying to take no shit back to no military shit, but just for lack of a better comparable example, if you got a squad of 8 people that you responsible for, I mean everything about their life, they not just their life, they fucking families' lives. Let's say you got 8 soldiers you responsible for. You responsible on whether they show up on time. You responsible for them going to their appointments. You responsible if they flying into goddamn Munich, wherever, you know, they flying in and you got to pick them up at whatever and make sure they get housing, make sure they find posts. Everybody done ate. The kids got to get to fucking school and get enrolled, all this shit, right? How can I do all that for you if I can't tell you nothing? I see you back there, Kay. I got you. I'll bring you up in just a minute. How can you assure that you can do all of those other things and make sure everything fall into place if you don't have the authority and you're not granted with that role.
Mm-hmm.
And also, hold on.
Okay, my bad.
And another question in addition to that, how can you? And I'm saying this not just to Q, to Carbon, to everybody. Here, I'm finna drop it again, Q. Crafty, you could bring your ass up here instead of talking about going to the bushes. You ain't got to go to no damn bushes. Shit, we having a conversation. Everybody ain't gonna agree on everything. That's what grown folk do, is have conversations where everybody ain't all fiddling and pretending, excuse me, and all that bullshit, man. We can everybody being respectful. We shit. You can disagree with Stepper. He can disagree with you. Everybody can disagree with everybody. Shit. As long as we respectful about it. But my point is, the last point I'm gonna make about this is, yes, men are historically supposed to provide and protect, but how can you do that for somebody who constantly remind you that they don't need your protection or for you to provide shit for them? That's the last part. I'm gonna drop that right there. Let me
Okay, I want to comment on that if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, Byron.
Okay. First of all, I want to say shalom to Sister Carbon. That's first thing first, and everybody else in the chat. And so anyway, right, this is what it is that women, my ex used to say, well, you know, over the years of growing up, I had women say to me, I should treat them like a queen, or you should treat me like a queen. This goes back to taking care of the house and taking care of the kids and providing and all of these things. So you should treat me like a queen. Yeah, you're right. I should treat you like a queen. But in order for me to treat you like a queen, you have to treat me like a king. And if you treat me like a king, that means you got to wait on me hand and foot, because that's how a king gets waited on. So don't say to me how I should treat you. I should treat you as this queen. And that's all true. And it's all right. You know what I'm saying? But in order for me to treat you like a queen, you have to treat me like a king. And so therefore, in answering the Sister Q question, yeah, it is a man's job to provide and do all of these things. And it is a woman's job to stay home. And the key word here is be a helper. To help.
God damn, you old school with it, huh? You old school and motherfucker with it.
Yo, man,
stay at home. God damn.
I'm speaking from life experience. You know what I'm
right,
saying?
Right, I got you.
Going straight from life experience, because you don't know what you know. It's like having your first child, right? And I'm gonna just use this as an illustration. So then I'm gonna go back to the point. It's like having your first child. You have that child, you're learning, you're going through a learning experience, right? But by the time that child has your grandchild, now you're seasoned. You know exactly what to do. Now you're telling your child, listen, this is how you know what I'm saying? And I learned it all from you, because when I had you, I was learning. But now that I have a grandchild, I'm learned, I'm seasoned. And so all I'm saying is the moral to the story is, women to say, you should be doing these things right. Well, I'm gonna say, I ain't gonna say women. Let me scale that back.
That's a little better. That's better.
Yeah, I need to scale that way back.
Some women,
I'm gonna say mostly American women or European mindset women, because that's important, because you got the whole world. You know what I'm saying? You're dealing with the whole world. America is just one country out of 195 countries. So with European, a Western way of thinking is women think they equal. to a man. And I'm not speaking like a chauvinist where I'm saying, oh, men are superior. I'm not speaking like that. I'm speaking in the sense of women are not equal to men. And again, not speaking in a superior sense, but speaking in the sense of up until the age I literally die, whenever that age may be, I can still have a child. I could get a couple of women pregnant. I could be coming and going at the same time. You know what I'm saying? And so women can't do that. In the end of it all, they have a stop period where they can't have no more kids. There's no more producing any offspring and none of this. The man can keep it going right up until the bitter end, the day that he died. That's right there alone tells you the woman can't do what the man does. Right there, just that one factor alone. You know what I'm saying? And so going back to the Western way of thinking, the Western way of thinking is all 50-50. When it's not 50-50, and the sister made the statement of the man should be the provider. The man should be the one paying the bills. And this right here tell you that it's not 50-50 because men should be doing these things. So go ahead and whoever, I'm a mute, so I'm stopping there.
Oh, okay. I hear you. I won't. And while I don't completely disagree, I think I understand the point. Your overall point. I don't want to say it's a matter of equality, but I think men and women are different with different capabilities and qualities and so on and so forth. But again, and not carving up here, I got to get the K first because K came in first. But I think me personally, I think men and women fucking need each other. Biologically, women may have cutoffs and limitations. They didn't ask for that shit biologically, so on and so forth. But I think men and women folk need one another, and they equally strong in different ways. But to address the larger point about the recognition of protect and provide and this and that, if I wish more women could understand, I don't want to call it a burden because it's not a burden. It's a hell of a fucking responsibility though. I don't think it's enough acknowledgement or credence given to the fact that if you in a relationship, be it a long-term relationship, marriage, whatever, if your family failed, then that man failed that fucking family. He should have did this. He should have did that. He should have done everything he could to make sure his family was never in this circumstance or that circumstance. And the shit is way easier said than done because it sounds good. It's easy to say some shit. Hell, it's easy to say that wide receiver or that tight end should have caught that fucking pass. Nigga, you literally sitting on the couch under the goddamn air conditioner. But you can say how easy it is or should have been. But you ain't the one on the field fucking doing it. But I land my plane right there so we can go on, get to Kay and then get to my sister Carver. Kay, happy Saturday, baby. Welcome in. Come talk to us.
Thank you, Country. I show up probably in the chat as nobody cares.
Yes, ma'am. Welcome in.
I just wanted to say that I agree with a lot of the points that have been said. Your last point when you said men and women, we do need each other. I hate that social media has become such a divisive place that people get on and they can say all of this negative stuff and that we feed off of it. And I mean society. Absolutely. I do feel like men need a safe space to be able to be vulnerable, whether that's with other men or if that's with their significant other. I don't feel like young men or men in general are given an opportunity to be vulnerable. They grow up and they're told, don't cry, suck it up. And they internalize all of these things. And as you said, if they're trying to be the man, quote unquote, that society has set the standard for, then they do have the weight of the world on their shoulders. Mm-hmm. They have all the problems. And then you have all of these negative stereotypes, women saying this, and I'm not saying, I don't want to say that either side is right or wrong. It annoys the living life out of me to hear the podcast about men saying all of these things about women and then women doing the same thing. Because in my mind, I'm like, where are y'all finding these women? Because none of the women I know behave like that.
Thank you. Yes.
So it's like, I really wish we would all pull back from social media, because if we were talking to one another, I don't think that our conversations would truly be what we are putting on social media. We're doing that for clicks and likes and I guess to get paid. But, you know, I don't really think that people are, I don't think they believe all of that in which they put out. I can't say that they do or don't, because I normally just listen on people's channel. This is my first time ever coming up. So I'm gonna land my plane there. Go ahead.
I just want to tell you, I have seen you before. I've never heard your voice. I've never seen you till now. It is a pleasure to have you, and I'm honored that me of all people, this be one of the places you decide to come up for the first time, because you show welcome. You more than welcome. I hope this ain't the last time I hear from you, but thank you for that. I appreciate that. You hang around.
Thank you.
Oh, and to something else before I get to Carbon real quick. Hell yeah, a whole bunch of these people be on these podcasts, and that don't mean it ain't a ring of truth to some of the shit they say, but a whole bunch of this shit be for controversy, to start bullshit, to have men folk hating women folk a little bit more. Most of these motherfuckers, but hell, look at Drew Afalo. Or Alphalo, however you say her last name. She got a whole fiance. I think she done got married now. She one of the biggest feminists and men hating women on the planet online. Yet she with a dude, happy the motherfucker. Every time she posts, I have suggested, do not suggest or not interested. And media platforms send me that shit anyway. I do not want to see this woman. They always flying somewhere and she happy as hell, and then get on her shit and talk about how men worthless and ain't shit and the world would be a better place and all men till there's no men and all of this shit. Meanwhile, she got a whole fucking fiance, man. This is a game. But they know how to put just enough truth off in it for somebody out there in the real world to be like, yeah, see, that's that shit. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking. How many people done got mad at their partner over some shit they heard on a fucking podcast and went down a fucking rabbit hole, walking around slamming doors and throwing dishes and shit because somebody else done got so deep in your mentals and they don't even know who the fuck you are. It's a sad ass world, boy. But yeah, you ain't wrong, Kay. With that being said, my sister Carbon, girl, you better get your ass in here and enjoy yourself. Come talk to her, baby. Happy Saturday.
Hi everybody, how you doing?
Chilling.
Good. I agree with, well, certain things that were said I do agree, certain things I don't agree with, but I do believe that there's a big miscommunication when it comes to men and women, and it is being designed that way through social media. You have this platform which it's men's mental health. Where are the men? Where are the men that want a space to talk about what they need to talk about? Here is one. They should be here. I don't think it should be in an open forum like this, but have fellowship with each other. Since you guys feel that you're not being heard or understood, women do it all the time, not comparing you to us, but sometimes maybe that's what you guys need. There's healing that needs to take place, and it starts with you as an individual. When I said, are men supposed to be providers and protectors? Those are the roles that you're heard of, that you hear of all the time growing up. You know, the man is the provider, the woman is the nurturer. Everybody has their roles and they play it. So if we don't know our roles, how are we supposed to keep building? I don't think, somebody just said, there's so many things that you guys said that I could touch on, but I just want to say I wouldn't even be here if you didn't invite me. If you didn't invite me up here, I wouldn't even be here because I feel that men should have a space to talk about whatever they feel like in a safe space, just like women do. As Kay said, social media is geared to make us just want to be at each other's throat. When you look at your real life and you look at your friends, majority of those people women don't act like that. And majority of the men don't act like that. These are two family households. Both people work, or the man may work, or the female may work, whichever one it is, but they're just living their life with their family. Where we get to all this negative stereotypes about ourselves, and it kills me that it is always geared to a certain demographic of people, and we fall for it. These stars, all these movie people, all these rap people, they're not our life. Why do we care what they do? That's all for show. Clicks, views, likes, keep them in the mainstream, keep us talking to them, looking to see what they're doing. And then destiny swapping, like, oh, we want to be like them. No, be yourself. When you pick your wife, you pick the wife that you feel is in connection with you, that's in yoke with you, equal yoke, right? So you don't have to demand that she treats you like a king. Your behavior is going to make her automatically treat you that way. How you love her, how you provide for her, how you carry yourself as a man. If you pick a female that doesn't see those qualities in you, then what do you think you're going to get? And vice versa. It all goes back to taking your time and picking the right partner for you. It's so much you guys said is crazy. I want to touch on all of it, but I really can't. You can't demand somebody treat you a certain way. You're either going to carry yourself that way, and that person's automatically going to see those things in you and be like, this is how I'm going to be with him. You or her, vice versa. But since we're talking about men, I'm gearing it towards men. Not that I'm picking on men or trying to say you guys are the worst. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying everybody has to be accountable for how they move in personally and singularly before they link themselves to somebody else. And if you had past situations where it didn't work out, you should really reflect and learn from that and be like, this is what I'm not going to do. This is what I'm looking for in somebody else. And if I see this, I'm not going to deal with that. I don't know if that makes sense to y'all, but I'm just saying, men, heal yourself. I don't look for anybody else to do it. Have your social meetups, talk about what y'all need to talk about with other men that understand where you're at, because women do it all the time. We've been doing it from the time we could start talking. Maybe y'all need to take a page out the book and do that for yourselves if you can't do it in the groups among us.
Well, that's a couple different things. For one, for whatever time you got, I got time today, so we can. If it's other shit that was said that you want to address, you more than welcome. You got time to do it. And the other part is, I understand what you're saying, but that comparison of maybe having a meetup or maybe we all sit around a campfire and hug each other or do anything like women do, that shit ain't always necessary for us. I don't think it's got to be a formulated safe space or the way that women would do it. That's another one of I'm not gonna say the problems, but one of the misconceptions, that it's got to be mirroring or it's got to be even remotely look the same. Mm-hmm. I mean, you ever seen 5 dudes standing around a Camaro with the hood up, drinking some beer, and they just stand there for 3-4 fucking hours looking at the same motor, but they talking about all kinds of shit. We don't have. Well, that's what I'm saying. We don't have to do shit the same way to get equal results. We don't have to be the same way that women would braid each other hair or whatever the fuck y'all do when y'all confide in one another. That's one thing. The second thing is, you more than welcome, which is another part of that. I think I purposefully. Oh, I'm gonna get to that in a minute. But the reason this is an open forum is because the shit ain't no fucking secret that men get shit on by society as a whole, and I still ain't heard nobody object to the notion or idea that a man's worth is based on what he provides. Ain't nobody, how long? 2 hours and 9 minutes. Ain't nobody called me a lie yet. The only person that said they disagreed was Star. Star ain't in here right now. But when she came up, she said she disagreed. and that ain't how she see it. I could never say she wrong because that's her perception of it. But societally, on the receiving end of that shit, I just feel like that's how it is. And as of yet, ain't nobody rejected or objected that notion. The third point is, I don't give a fuck about celebrities. I could care less personally about Haley Bailey or DDG. Both them motherfuckers got way more money than me and probably will for the rest of their life. The reason I use them is because it's an appropriate catalyst for the point that I want to get across. And less about celebrity, more about the reality of real people really dealing with this shit in real life. I got a homeboy who got a baby mama who purposefully took his child to Michigan because of how the child support laws and rules are in the state of Michigan. Now, in fairness, she's originally from there, but Texas and Michigan is two different fucking monsters when it comes to child custody, child support, child everything. The family court system is fucked up. Where do DDG and Halle Bailey come into this shit? Because part of what the man fighting for is a right to have a relationship and see his child. Are they well-known people? Hell yeah, I'm going to use them as a catalyst. She stabbed that motherfucker, man. And there are people online, as toxic as online is sometimes, oftentimes, people can still find that shit relatable because how many men done been slapped upside the fucking head and don't want to get their old lady in trouble? How many men have just said words and those words have had something end up resulting in something being thrown at them or them being pushed in the fucking face or head or whatever, shit like that. And they just eat it. They just sit on it. They just go outside and sit on the fucking porch and, I don't know, smoke a black or something and calm the fuck down before they go to the penitentiary for a couple of years. So even though it may seem a bit farcical or far-fetched or why involve celebrity, this or that, because real people really living through this shit. Because it's men in this world who have dedicated their whole lives to their spouse and to their kids and shit for her to wake up one day and decide she goddamn bored and really don't love this nigga no more.
Isn't that a two-way street? That's a two-way street. Like, it could be the same thing for women, but I'm not. Because we're talking about men, somebody had mentioned, I'm sorry, I forgot what it was, that there's more women's shelters than there are men's shelters. Then why don't men create shelters for themselves? Since nobody is understanding, or you feel that nobody is understanding what you guys need and are giving you. And I'll go back to, I'm sorry, and I'll go back.
No, I want to answer that because society don't care. Now let's get into a little bit of intersectionality right here, right? Let's say, because we are talking about men's health, mental health, and we talking about society. I'm gonna answer your question not with a question. I won't be Socratic in my approach. I'm gonna be straightforward because nobody gives a fuck, even other men. Men are part of society. I'm talking about men. One of the benefits of having fathers or uncles or active men in your life is they get to be the first ones to tell you, boy, don't nobody give a fuck about you. Get your ass up. Oh, you had a bad day? Go mow the fucking yard. Men don't care about other men either. Men are a part of society. And the intersectionality part comes in. Let me give you an example. Tulsa, Oklahoma, Slocum, Texas, Rosewood, Florida. When men have built shit for themselves historically, well, ain't that a bitch? You the most chauvinistic. Y'all already got everything. Why y'all need your own club? Oh, that's gay. I don't want to go hang. Oh, it's a men's only club. Tell me that ain't the truth too. Tell me it ain't a double-edged sword. Let men start building some shit just for men and see how quick they get called gay and soft and emotional and this or that. And what congressperson gonna sponsor that legislation? Or am I missing something? Because it's been tried before.
Can I? Okay, so my thing is, why do you care what other people says? If you have a group of people and y'all all have the same mindset that y'all need a space and y'all create a space,
I
who
never
cares?
said I needed a space. No, that's
Wait,
another thing, Paul. I never said I
I'm
needed. I
asking
have not
you.
one time on here said men should have a space. I have that shit ain't came out my mouth. Not
Didn't
every
say
time.
no, but somebody did say on the panel that men don't have a safe space to
Well, it
express
wasn't me
how
who
they
said
feel.
that.
Okay, how they feel.
Yeah,
So
saying that we don't have a space and saying that we should have a space are two completely different things. And yes, I said that we don't have space for it.
okay, so I'm a little confused because I'm not understanding. Now I'm a little confused. Not before I wasn't, but now I am because you're saying you want a space that you can express yourself or no?
I don't need one.
What I said is what I said, and how I feel about it are two completely different things. My point was just that there is no safe space for men. That's the point. That's the line. That's the bar. That's the punchline, hook and sinker. However, how I feel, I don't really care. It's not even real. I just more if there's anything, I would like a woman that's not going to make me feel like shit when I say how I feel about something or bring it up in the future to try to hurt my feelings when I tell her how I feel about something. As far as like and yes, I would hope to meet a woman that if I happen to feel vulnerable, that I can do that with my woman. That is something I would want. But as far as creating safe spaces and all the other stuff, that's something completely different.
Okay, then I digress. I hear you. I understand you now. I hope you do find that person. I'm still a little confused on what it is that you actually want. Not you per se. You just said what you want. You're looking for a woman that you can be like that with. Understood. All the other things, I don't know. I mean, how do you guys expect to have the things that you want if you don't act on doing something about it? We can
I
I
blame.
want
personally feel like a lot of these things are just like being made up. Like none of us said that. None of us are coming from that space. I have gone to therapy. I have done those things. And like I mentioned earlier, a lot of men, we are each other's safe space, if you will. If you have a circle of brothers, like Country mentioned earlier, we don't do things the same way as y'all. We don't go over each other's house, grab a bottle of wine and watch sad movies and cry and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? We laugh about our pain, if anything. We may hook up and play 2K. We may go to the bar. We may work on somebody's car together. We kick it. Hey, man, you good? What's going on? Da, da, da. Just getting out of the house and having a carefree environment with your boys will soothe a lot of the stuff that we have going on without us even having to actually talk about it. The thing is, the majority of this conversation, or even my point, I'm gonna just say my point. I'm not gonna speak for anybody else. Is that it's the disconnect that we have with women, and I hate speaking on it. Creates a larger disconnect because I'm not a red pill guy. I don't like that. I used to be a fan of Fresh and Fit, like when I first seen like a couple of clips, and then like watching whole interviews. Like they do too much. They're extremely disrespectful. No Fugazi, he makes a lot of good points, but a lot of times he is actually talking down on the women. I can't get with that. There are a lot of ideals I can't get with. So I don't like what's going on. I don't like what's happened to me. I'm not entirely healed. No one will be entirely healed. I just ask for, you know what I'm saying? Like I ask for respect more than anything. Like you said earlier that you can't demand something from somebody. I sternly disagree. I demand respect. I feel like this may be a disconnect as well. Correct me if I'm wrong. I feel that when you guys say certain things, and we could use the same word, but they got different meanings to us. So it's like when you may hear demand, and you look at demand as a figure standing over you, telling you what you better do, and this, and that. When I say demand, it is I am setting a standard, a boundary. So yes, I will demand respect. Hey, if we're gonna be together, you know what I'm saying? Respect is number one. Don't talk to me out of pocket. Don't yell at me. You don't have to do that. We can just talk. Don't do this. Don't do that. I am going to make those. That's what I call making a demand. And I will do that. And if you can't do that, if you can't respect my boundaries, then you are not for me. And some of the other things you said, like that all sound good on paper, but that's not how relationships actually work. I don't know how old you are, but you've had dealings with the opposite sex in the same way that men play games, women play games as well. But we all know who the most manipulative is, and it's not even close. That's not even an opinion. That's the reason why a lot of women matchmakers don't want to deal with women. It's the reason a lot of women therapists won't see women. The manipulation is mad real. So it's like when guys speak on it, we're often told, well, we should have known better, pick better. When a woman goes through that, oh girl, he didn't deserve you. There's just always this double standard, like no matter what. Like, and again, I feel like men and women need each other. I don't feel like you should be my servant. You're not beneath me. However, I do feel like we aren't equal, considering we have different things to offer. That's why I feel like men and women are equal. Women have more body fat, men have more muscle. Women are more emotional, men are logical. Like I seen the young lady say today, an understanding woman and a logical man are one badass combination. A logical, mentally intelligent man with a woman who is understanding and full of compassion can conquer the world. They complement one another. A submissive woman has way more control over a man than a masculine woman who is trying to get control. They want control by trying to sun you and emasculate you. But the feminine, submissive woman has way more control. A man will die to protect a woman like that and not think twice about it. I'm going to pull my pants up straight. We're going to walk straight. We're going to do all of that. Protect and provide is natural. It's natural for real men. And, our definitions of real men are different. And I also agree with you as far as social media. Social media is making us hate each other. And it's ridiculous. And I disagree with the fact, I'm not going to say disagree. When I think it was Kay that was up here earlier, and you guys were agreeing with like, well, I don't really know women like that. There's two parts to that. For one, a lot of times you have no idea what your homegirl is doing when she at home with her man and how she actually make him feel because y'all are manipulators. Y'all manipulate each other. That's a lot of times why y'all friendships don't actually last because y'all play each other. We see that all the time and everybody knows that. Number two, excuse me, number two, that's just your experience. That's your experience. You guys are friends with girls. A lot of you aren't actually, I'm sorry, you guys are friends with women. You aren't actually dating women. There is a woman who said she was a super feminist and she was like super against men. She dressed like a man to go and date women. That woman unalived herself. She wrote a book. She gave an
That
interview
is a true
from
story.
before.
True story.
Huh? Yeah.
No, I said true
So
story, but go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
yeah. It's a true story. Before, when she was all hyped about doing it, she was all excited, this, and that. When they interviewed her after her experience doing it, you could see the depression in her face. She started crying, talking about how men are treated. A man, it's just, you could get dogged out for trying to approach a woman. They call you ugly, fat, however. And you could just say, hey, you know what? I don't really like heavier women. That's all you got to say. You ain't got to call her a fat pig. I really don't like heavier women. And the woman going to lose her shit. And then you a dog. And it's just like, it's unfair treatment. And as men, we grow up knowing this. And as you asked about the shelters, like Country said, society doesn't care as a whole. And that includes other men. We grow up like the other young lady said, you tough, do this, don't shit matter, that don't matter, this, and that. That is what we're taught. And this is the first generation in which men are actually being more vocal, like, yo, I can't take this anymore. The unalivings have literally skyrocketed. Men are like, I can't take this anymore. it's all come to a head now. But we've come from generations and generations of just shutting up, sucking
Right.
it up, and doing what's best for your family.
Step, I got two shits I want to jump in on. One, both actually matter to me a lot, but I just want to add this shit in right here. I'm gonna let y'all draw y'all own conclusions on which gender you think is the most pervasive. You can either go to veteransadministration.org, or you could just do a quick Google. Based on the most recent data from the Department of Veterans Affairs as of 2022, there were 17.6 veteran suicides per day on average. This represents a decrease from the earlier estimates of 22 suicides per day. I remember very vividly when it was 22. I've known one of those 22. And you know what a lot of people don't give a fuck about? And when I say people, I mean society as a whole. What men really, really fucking face and deal with. Because it only take that one time. You fuck around and be vulnerable if you want to. Fuck around and be vulnerable if you want to, and let that first person that you love enough or trust enough to open up to tell you whiny, get over it, or you a bitch, or life happens to everybody, all that shit. When you really spilling and shit, you will never do it again. You will never fucking do it again. To nobody. Ever. Now, with that being said, the other part of what I wanted to say is this. Ladies and gentlemen, this woman right here, I ain't gonna put her shit out. When I go live again on TikTok, I'll probably get into who she is, because I want to give her flowers, her props. This woman basically catching everything but death threats, and this is what she said.
This whole DDG and Holly situation just shows how big of hypocrites some women are. The girl was in the messages saying she was going to kill herself because he cheated on her. She told him she would abort the baby if they didn't get back together. She was using emotional manipulation to keep her relationship. But I see a bunch of women in the comments supporting her, making excuses for her. But had the shoe been on the other foot, if that was DDG doing all that, then y'all would have been dogging him out. Y'all are hypocrites. Women are some of the biggest hypocrites. Postpartum, it make you sad, but it don't make you do all that. I've been cheated on. Who hasn't? I've never, not once, thought about killing myself because a nigga was cheating on me. Y'all make excuses for it, and y'all praise and congratulate the most toxic and degenerate behavior, and I just would never understand it. This whole...
It's deeper than her and DDG. It's deeper than her, and it's deeper than just some fucking celebrities. There are real people in the real world, IRL, who really living through this shit. There are fathers right now who sleeping on somebody else's couch so they can keep paying child support, so they can maybe see their fucking kids. Again, I say. And it ain't just men catching hate. It's women catching hate from other women for having fucking conversations like we having right now. This shit ain't all just online. This ain't just make-believe. I'm not saying it's a full-on microcosm. I'm not saying that either. Are there some things that are a lot of things that may be more pervasive in the online realm than they are in your everyday life? Sure. Well, let's talk about environments. I bet a college campus is way different from a motherfucker that go to work every day. If 15 people work in your office, are you and Sheila gonna fight every day over the same shit the way that people would argue and debate in real life? Well, on the other hand, check this out. Fuck around and work at a high school. Fuck around and work on a college campus. Fuck around and work in any capacity or at an Amazon warehouse where you surrounded by hundreds to thousands of people with different ideas and ideologies. Oh yeah, some of this online shit is real in real life. But I'm gonna land right there, man. Y'all go ahead and get back.
I just got a few things to say, and then I'm gonna exit stage left. I do believe that respect is earned. It's not something that can be. You can demand it, doesn't mean you're gonna get it. You earn it. It's a different dynamic between it. That's just my thoughts. In order for me to understand you, you have to say what's going on, and I understand your reluctance to be vulnerable, but you have to pick and choose who you're going to be vulnerable to. That's both male and female. To say women are just manipulative, I'm not denying it, but I'm not going to say, you can't say you interacted with all the females in this world to make that assumption. And we haven't interacted with all the men in the world to say that y'all are something negative as well. It all depends on the person that you come across your path or you decide to align yourself with. I was just trying to get a clear understanding, because I've heard this conversation plenty of times where men say, you know, they can't speak their mind on how they feel on things. But in hearing you guys speak, you're saying you know, men don't care about your own problems. So I'm kind of at a loss that like how do you fix that? Yeah, this is generations, but if somebody doesn't say something, if somebody doesn't make a move to switch that mindset or the way you deal with the situations that you're dealing with, then how do you affect change? You're just going to continuously keep doing the same thing. And, you know, whether you're not being heard or you're looking for a certain type of female or whatever the case may be, I hope you brothers find it. I'm not saying you in your personal lives, because I'm not, you didn't say anything like that. I'm just saying whatever it is, whatever men out there is feeling, I hope y'all find some peace with it and you find a place that you can just, you know, allow yourself some healing, whatever that looks like. As far as the question that you put out there regarding your worth, you should never look for somebody to tell you your worth. That's for you to know your worth and for you to carry yourself in that worth. I don't care what anybody thinks about my worth. I know my worth. So if Tom, Dick, and Harry or Sarah J, Jill, and Jan don't like it or don't acknowledge it, I acknowledge it. Therefore, you're going to sooner or later going to acknowledge it just because of the way I carry myself. I'm not looking for anybody to give me anything. I'm going to give it to myself, whether I follow that up with my faith, whether I follow that up with how I raise my family, and they see me, they matter to me. How they look at me, how they see me, that matters to me. All of this other stuff, it's I don't know, it doesn't, I don't get it, but I understand to a degree. And thank you for having me on. I hope you guys find what you're looking for.
Well, hold on, Carl. Well, for one, before you go, first off, Stepper, Byron, y'all, I've been knowing Carbon for years. She good people. She a really nice lady. You know, again, people, even friends, respectfully agree to disagree. What this is something that happens a lot when these conversations happen. And again, I can speak for myself. I know I didn't say that, and I know I didn't hear Stepper say that, and I didn't hear. Well, Byron has said some shit that I agree with and disagree with. Byron has said some old school shit. I'm very egalitarian in my relationship and marriage and life and all of this shit. Why is there, like, just from this, and I'm intrigued, and I want to ask this before you step down. Why is there this presumption of, I can kind of get the finding what we're looking for or whatever, but why is there this undertone of spaces or safe spaces or places or meeting zones or reach and resolve with this or that? How can you, no individual can shape how society sees them. And with the last part of what you said, this is a really big issue, and I'm bringing it up before you step down if you want to respond, because even if you feel like how you feel and say, like, you personally, you don't care about what society says or this or that, that's all well and good, but it don't change how society treats you. So just because you may choose not to care is one thing versus I'm not even gonna do a shoe on the other foot analogy, but imagine being in a circumstance where your value is based off of what you have to offer. And if for anything, whether it's physically, mentally, or whatever, that very same said society will throw your ass away. Now, whether that bother you or not, true, is up to the individual. But would you at least at minimum agree that's still a fucked up existence to have to contend with?
It is a fucked up existence. Like, people say, not people, someone on here said that after a certain time, women can't have kids. And it seems, right?
Oh, call that nigga out. It's Byron. Well, I know you being polite and shit. All y'all polite. It was Byron. Byron said that shit. I didn't agree with it.
And in saying that, that's exactly doing what you just said. It's like, after you can't have kids, that's it for the woman. There's a lot of other conversations where don't date a single mother. And again, I don't want to talk about females because this is about men's mental health, but you asked me the question, so I'm going to go there.
Right.
Where don't date single females with children, yada, yada, yada. So yeah, women face it as well too. If we don't have certain things or not a high value woman in a man's eye, in certain men's eye, not all men, that is an issue. We get the same things that you are getting, and this is why I go back to, it's playing the man against the female all the time, and that's what they like. It's rage baiting. It's causing a disconnect between two individuals, two human beings that need each other, but they want you to look at the lesser things of the individual instead of appreciating the things that make them unique or make them that individual that you want to be with or understands you. With so that, I don't know if that answers your question. I mean, we get it just as much as you guys get it.
Well, it kind of does, my sister. It kind of answers it, but it's not a full address. What I mean by this, and if you don't mind being fair, I know you're ready to go. You got to go. But just to what you said, two distinctions. One distinction, well, three things. One, Byron kind of old school. I don't agree with that shit. I can cook, clean, do the laundry. Matter of fact, that shit relaxing. Hold on, Byron. I got you. I'm gonna let you respond. I'm gonna let you jump in because I respect your opinion. So you can say that shit. Now, I mean, it is what it is because that's how you feel. But on the one hand, it's different. Carbon. I'm just trying to really drive that point home. Like you said, men not dating single mothers or shit. Well, that's something. That's a life circumstance that whether you did it on purpose or it was an accident, that's a circumstance. Can you imagine just being born into a fucking circumstance where you expected to be able to do X, Y, and Z, and if you don't come through all the way, you ain't shit. You ain't had no babies. You didn't do nothing. You ain't twice or thrice divorced. You ain't did this or that. Those are the parameters in which oftentimes some women are judged off of. I'm not saying it's fair or right or wrong. It's up to the individual who want to court them. If they want to fuck with that woman, you got to take whatever certain shit come with her. But that's very different than just being born with a dick and being told, nigga, if you can't protect and provide, you ain't shit. Oh, you can't work no more? You ain't shit. You ain't got a degree? You ain't shit. You ain't making X amount of money to keep me happy? You ain't shit because you were born with a dick. So them's is those two different things, man. Or am I missing something or am I wrong?
I want to comment. To Sister Carmen before she get off. Go ahead, though.
Let her respond first, bro, because she gotta go.
Let her respond first.
Yeah. What's up, Big Rooster?
Actually, I just kind of want to sit with that one. The way I want to respond to it is, again, this is from a man's point of view, so we're going there. You're asking me, and I can tell you everything that you're saying. Women say the same thing. We feel the same way when you hear certain men talk, and you gotta constantly tell yourself, not all men are like this. No, I'm not gonna view every guy that I come across to be this type of way. But when that's constantly fed to you, that's how you kind of feel. But at the end of the day, it's about y'all. At this point, me, I really just don't have. I don't think about it because I don't think you judge a man by his his the size of his whatever, or if he has one. If he provides, if he's supposed to be the protector of the family, that's his role as the head of the household. What I'm trying to get at is like, what do you need? What do you need? You said in order for you to be vulnerable, you have to take that chance to be vulnerable with somebody. If you don't say anything, how's that woman supposed to know to treat you? And how are you going to know if she's the right woman if you don't allow yourself to speak and be vulnerable? I'm just completely trying to understand your point of view. I'm not a man, so I'm never going to understand it from a man's point of view. I'm just trying to understand it from a woman's point of view. And every time you say, hey, every time I say safe space, it seems to get a bit under your skin, or maybe you're taking it the wrong way. However,
No.
you sit and have fellowship with each other and talk to each other. Somebody else just said that even when y'all together, y'all get on the video game, y'all won't even talk about your issue. How does it get solved if you don't want to talk about it? I'm kind of a little frustrated behind it because now it seems like you have problems, you have issues, but how do you want to solve it? Like, tell us how you want to solve this.
Yeah, let me say this, right? As far as it goes with solving the problem or any kind of issue, it's an individual issue. You know what I'm saying? So I can't solve brother Steppin. I can't solve country. I can't solve their issues for them. They have to solve their own issues because I don't know their issues. Only they know their issues. And so therefore, it's not a group thing, it's a y'all thing, it's a individual thing. And it's like just dealing with women, it's an individual thing. Not all women are the same, so we can't smear this on, even though we talk about men's mental health. Again, it's a ladder and everything trickles down, right? And so I'm a 48%, 48, like me and my ex-wife, and I'm gonna tell you why she's my ex, but me and my ex-wife, this is the way I roll. I roll 48% me, 48% her. The other 4% goes onto the shelf. But really, that other 4% belongs to me. But we're going to roll on a 48%, 48%. So that's like 50-50. We're rolling on that. And so for the most part, she made all of the decisions. You know what I'm saying? Because that stuff didn't matter to me. But only on the major decisions, now I got to take my 4% off the shelf, and I got 52%, and she got 48. So I'm making the final call as the president to the corporation.
Byron, hold on a minute. Hold on real quick, Byron. Hold on. Because I do gotta say something before my sister go. That's a great question, Carmen. How do you solve the unsolvable? Because you said you talking about you getting to the solution oriented part of this shit. How do you solve an insolvable or unsolvable problem? How does any man make society reimagine itself and all of a sudden give a fuck about dudes? It ain't no fucking fix. Sometimes it's just a conversation. Now you or anybody else could tell me if I'm wrong. Have y'all ever felt like or heard a conversation or heard a woman say, "Oh, I can't talk to you because you want to fix everything. Why can't you just listen?" Men can't get on this motherfucker and talk without having some predetermined resolve, no predetermined resolution. You can't just like dudes can't just get. It's Men's Mental Health Month allegedly. You can't just get on here and utter your grievances without having an underlying, already laid out bullet point shit that we gonna present next week as men of America. It's funny how that shit is readily available for one gender, but for dudes, well, y'all at a point down there now where you just some bitches online whining about some shit you don't want to fix.
Nope, that's not what I was saying. But if
No,
you
I'm
actually,
not saying you said. Come on, family. Come on.
I
I'm
know what
saying
you're
that
saying.
shit
What
for
I'm
the larger
saying
audience.
is, I understand what you're saying. You guys are just talking. There's no underlying fix. What I don't understand that. But at the end
We
of the
shooting
day,
the shit.
if you ask,
We
if
shooting the
you're
shit. We have the
Hold on, bro.
barbershop.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
understood, but if you ask a question, then that question you want to reply to. So therefore, there's going to be other questions when you ask a question. It leads to another question, which one of the questions for me would be, well, how do you solve this? What do you want to do to solve this? If we're throwing out ideas and you're like, nah, we don't do that, but maybe it is entirely up to you what you want to do. However you guys want to solve it. It is not going to be solved in one conversation. It is a gateway, it's an opening to hopefully, better communication amongst everybody, male and female.
Right.
It's,
Well, I
yeah.
got you, sis. I know. Carmen, you already got one foot out the damn door, girl. I ain't gonna keep holding
I'm
it.
just protecting my peace because I don't want to argue with you. I want to hear what you have to say. I don't want to impose
Look,
what I think you should do. I want to just hear what your ideas are, what you feel will help y'all as men. When I say y'all, not your personal lives or anything like this, men. I just want to hear what it is that you have to say.
for one, I love you too much. It's been too many years. It ain't no arguing. It ain't. I disagree or difficult conversations is very different from arguing. I ain't never argued with you, and I don't plan on it. You one of the few people I'm always happy as fuck to see whenever we do get to catch each other. So, no, man, this shit just a well engaged, excuse me, conversation with people with different points of view. And this shit ain't always gonna be happy go lucky. And I like, for instance, I didn't even monetize this motherfucker. I'm barely on YouTube. I ain't getting shit off of this. Not a dime. Nothing. I'm not doing it for click. It ain't but 23 people in this bitch. I don't give a fuck. I'm having a real conversation about what motherfuckers really be feeling and going through. Period.
I feel the
Hey,
same.
I have something to say about respect, and not so much as a counter, just more so in I just more so want to express it to share
Step
an
away.
alternative way of looking at it.
Let me see if she got to step down first before you go, bro, because I don't want her sitting up here trying to, be respectful and she got to dip.
Yeah, it's okay. No, go ahead. Look, I'll let him.
Okay, go. Yeah. And then I got to let Byron finish too, but yeah, y'all go ahead.
Okay, my bad, Byron. Also, brother, if you ain't talking, could you please mute respectfully? My head is going crazy with that. I hear a lot. I don't know if anybody else can hear it, but my hearing is pretty good, and that feedback is giving me a headache for sure.
Yeah, you got them
But
headphones on. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, they in my ear. Yeah, that's what it is. It's got to be. But the only thing I wanted to say about respect, there were like a few things I wanted to address, but I'm gonna stick to that because I respect your time. I disagree. I want to, like you said, that respect is earned, and I offer you this: if respect, I personally feel like respect is given and disrespect is earned, because when you say that respect is earned, that means I'm open to be disrespected because that person feels like I haven't earned their respect. When you go to an interview, when you first go to a job, your boss does not earn your respect before you give it to him. When you walk up to somebody and you want to buy a ticket at a movie theater, they didn't earn your respect before you said, "Hi, sir, can I have such and such?" You gave it to them. And then when they treat you a certain kind of way, then you feel like they don't deserve your respect. So that's all I want to say about that. Respect should be given and disrespect is earned. Because again, you are telling people that they can disrespect you off rip because you haven't earned respect. So you can disrespect whoever you want. Again, I'm not countering you. I'm just offering my perspective.
And I fully take your perspective. I hear what you're saying. My perspective is when I meet somebody that I don't know, I don't give them my full respect. I'll have manners. I'll treat you in a mannerly way. And if you choose to respect me and we grow into a respectful friendship or whatever it is after then yes, you have earned that and I have earned that from you. If you choose to be disrespectful when we just met, then I'm going to meet you with that disrespect too. So I understand your perspective and I absolutely, to a point, understand what you're saying, but my perspective is that. So we're there.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say this, right? To you, Sister Carbon. You don't know me, but I'm familiar with you because I've been following Country for a while, and I've been following VP. So I'm familiar with you. You know what I'm saying? And I kind of got your a sense on you that you're a loving sister. So as far as me, I would I hope you don't think that I came at you some kind of way. Not to say that you saying anybody on the panel came at you some kind of way, but I'm only speaking for me. You know what I'm saying? And so, again, when you came in, I greeted you with shalom. And as you leave out, I greet you with another shalom. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I want to say.
No problem. I don't think anybody had a problem. And I don't have a problem with you. I was just trying to get a better understanding. That's all. So
All right, and honestly, Carbon is one of the first ones to ride for us. For real. When I say us, I'm talking about men. I'm talking about dick havers of America. The DHOA, the dick havers of America. She one of the first ones to not be on no fuck shit and like really be fair and balanced and open and this and that. And the fact that even she a little bit was like, hold on, well, what y'all talking about? What do we do? What do we do? Whatever. That's why these conversations is necessary, for the genuine conversations, for the real conversations, not the I'm gonna get you mad and I'm finna call every baby mama a hoe and a degenerate and every baby daddy a worthless bastard and a dusty and all of that shit. No, I'm talking about how grown folks talking right goddamn now. And if you didn't know, I'm saying it because she's always, since I've known her, which has been some years now, she's always been that way. So that's just how hard this fucking conversation is. Because everything that if a motherfucker flew, if somebody if a ship landed in East Texas right now, and them some bitches, they say they from Omion Persei 8 somewhere over in the Andromeda galaxy. And that shit would be weird to me. It's the same way when men finally get online and be talking about, goddamn, this how I feel. This how that make me feel. This what I've been dealing with. This what I've been going through in silence. This shit sound weird, nigga. Everybody clutching their goddamn purse. Everybody taken aback. That's all that's happening right now as far as I'm concerned, but it is what it is. But I'm sorry, Carl, go ahead, baby.
Thank you for having me on, guys. Y'all have a good weekend. Happy Father's Day. Enjoy.
I appreciate you. You take care, baby.
Okay, bye-bye. All
right. Hey, Big Rooster, thank you for that love, bro. Thank you for the support. Thank you. How I get this shit back to over here? Hey, I put the link back in the chat if anybody else want to come up. If any other you crybaby ass men want to come up here and tell your sob story and how she did you wrong and why you ain't seen your kids since they was 12, or how she, fell in love with one of the goddamn car hops at Sonic and you didn't know she was fucking Brian because he, just turned. Brian got a bright future. That motherfucker, he buff, he healthy. He just, you know what I'm saying? He working on his criminal justice degree over at the local junior college and shit. And she just slid through that motherfucker and ordered that cheese coney that night, and one thing was led to.
And you know what, country? This is the thing, right, Randy? So the thing is that can't nobody, even though we talking about men's mental health, you know what I'm saying? It's up to each individual man to worry about their mental health, because I'm pretty sure y'all got bulls. You know how you kicking it with your bulls, and you be like, man, no, don't let that bother you and shit. And then they just going on and on. And as you trying to encourage them, they stuck on track, like they just looping with their situation. And you got to be like, man, listen, let that motherfucker go ahead and, whatever is going to be is going to be. And you got to be like that, because it's all about self-examination, and most people don't have that ability to look in the mirror and really pay attention to themselves and the things that they're doing in life, because that's what's really important, is what you're doing, because can't nobody make you happy but you. And you can't give no happiness to nobody if you yourself don't have it first. You know what I'm saying? And so therefore, mental health everything starts with self. It's all about yourself. Like, I love me. And this is a 100% fact, right? I love me. I could never think to do harm to myself in no kind of way. I mean, no kind of way I could think to do harm to myself. And this is that love is what kept me from doing certain drugs growing up. I grew up I grew up in Philadelphia. I still live in Philadelphia. And so I used to sell crack growing up, right? And the love that I had for myself refused.
Whoa, hey, old school. Hold on, bro. Allegedly. Yeah, this shit's for entertainment purposes only, nigga.
Yeah,
you would never bust down that butter.
I'm only telling the story. That's it. I'm just telling the story. You know what I mean? People follow the story, allegedly. Now, I ain't never said none of this is true. I ain't saying that none of this is true. I'm telling the story.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm reading out of a playbook. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling how the story is reading. This is how the story reads. So, and I speak in the third. You know how per person say me, or you say Byron went to the store, which I'm really talking about myself. So anyway, make a long story short. So the love that I had for myself refused to allow me to ever try that, because I see what it's doing to the people to whom, you know what I mean? That's characters in the story, because that's all they are, was characters in the story, because I couldn't remember none of their faces to this very day. So the moral to the story is that it all starts with self. You got to be able to really look in that mirror and really say, like, going back to my ex-wife, right? So when we first, and I got to tell this story, and we first broke up, we've been together for 22 years and married for 22 years. So we've been together for about 35 maybe. And so, make a long story short, I don't play the making up and breaking up games. I don't play them games. You know what I'm saying? Once we break up, it's a wrap. So within the 22 years, within our whole relationship, let me just keep it simple. Within our whole relationship, one time we separated. And I told her, if we ever separated again, that's going to be it, because I don't play these games. And so we separated the second time, and me sticking to, my format of I don't play them games, my conscience, I gotta say it exactly how it is. My godly conscience kicked in and said, Byron, go ask your wife to come back, man, because maybe it was you that was in the wrong. Because it's always it ain't never no one-sided situation. She had her stuff, I had my stuff. You bring the two together, and there you go. You're gonna have problems. You know what I'm saying? And it's working the problems out is the moral to the story. So My conscience, my godly conscience says, go back and ask her back. Even though I'm saying no, my human conscience is like, no, hell no. You know what I'm saying? But my godly conscience is saying, listen, you know God don't like this, that, and the third. So I breaks down after about 6-8 months. I asked her to come back. She said, okay, I'm gonna come back. She never came back. We broke up because I used to be a Jehovah's Witness. I don't know how familiar y'all are with Jehovah's Witnesses, but I used to be a Jehovah's Witness. She still is a Jehovah's Witness. And when you walk away from them, they all will turn their back on you. And so this is how we broke up. All over this, right? Just because I'm not a Jehovah's Witness no more. But I went from religion to relationship. So now I have a relationship with God. And so to make a long story short, going back to my godly conscience says God don't like this. So she never came back. And I thank God she never came back. That was to free my conscience up. So when she didn't come back, now all that guilt was taken off of me of maybe it was just me, maybe not just me, because I know I had, you know what I mean, in the years we've been together, I did some stuff that would make her, that made her like, nigga, I want to get a divorce. And you know what I'm saying? All right, so we passed that though. You know what I'm saying? We passed that though. And so, make a long story short, the bottom line is all about being able to look in the mirror and self-examine for your own personal mental health, because again, we mainly broke up because I'm no longer a Jehovah's Witness. You know what I'm saying? And she still is, and this is how they roll. And if you want to let that dictate your life, I mean, at least down to your relationship with your husband and the father of your kids' life, so then do your thing. You know what I'm saying? And so all I'm saying is the moral to the story is men's mental health, right? You got to be able to look into that mirror and examine yourself and not say, oh, my cousin, they should be doing, I'm talking, this how guys is. This how guys is towards other guys. Or my cousin Rick, he should be doing X, Y, and Z. Or my cousin Mark, he should be on this kind of type time over here. Whatever you telling him, if you telling Ricky he should work more hours to make more money and stack that money, then you need to be doing that same exact thing, because you're the one giving that counsel. If you're the one saying, oh man, you need to go ahead and work it out with your wife, man, and be more sensitive and all of these things, then you need to one be applying that same exact counsel, because you're the one giving the counsel. But most people won't look in that mirror and say, let me apply these things to myself. You know what I mean? It wasn't me, it was them. This is how the whole, most of the world is rolling like that. So that's basically what I wanted to say. The bottom line is, the star, she want to come back in? So the bottom line is that you got to look in the mirror and you got to self-examine it. And due to that right there, you'll find your personal self-healing if you need to be healed at all. But yeah, everything is about self, looking in that mirror, because I can't change y'all and y'all can't change me. And no matter how much we discuss an issue on women treat men wrong or society treat men wrong, ain't nothing going to change. Ain't nothing, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing going to change. And therefore, look in the mirror, work on yourself, and keep it pushing and make better choices. I'll never in life go back to the scenario I just left with my ex. I would never in life go back to that, because I've learned from that. You know what I'm saying? That's going back to self-examination, looking in the mirror. Now
hold on, bro. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Star, come. You can come back. What if you want to say something to Stepper, or if you got something to add? And Tracy, you can come up. Or you could have been a. Can y'all see the whatchamacallit in the see the link in the chat? I mean, it just is what it is at this point. I don't fucking know. People It is what it is, man.
Yeah, it's a discussion. That's it.
Yeah, it's just a well, for me,
That's all it
it's
is.
just a conversation, but it don't remove the validity of the overall point of something that's real. The most important thing to me, I keep asking the same question. The only person who's even addressed it fully is Star. She says she don't agree. That ain't how she see men. Outside of that, ain't nobody else bothered to come up to answer. Tracy, how do you feel about that? Anybody else who listening back in the cut in the bushes, but ain't came up and said shit? How do you feel about that? Now, I'm gonna play somebody else. We go now. Look, I played some earlier. That's out the Team Haley people. What's going on, affiliate paradigm? Oh, and that's another thing. This is something else. It's easy to just discredit a conversation or discredit a talking point or circumstances. Oh, that's divisive. That's this. That's that. Hell, it may be divisive to you because you don't want to talk about that shit. It may be divisive to you, even though millions of other people are living through the very circumstance that you could just blow off and be like, oh, that's all for this reason or that reason. It's for clicks, it's for likes, it's for views. Just because. So I ain't got no kids, right? I'm not a parent. I ain't nobody daddy. How logical will it sound if I said, all these parents out here talking about what they go through with their kids and how the school systems is fucked up and how this and that? What if I said they just on here for likes or views? They only talking about that shit for attention. Well, you would be like, well, it may not matter to you, but this is my whole real fucking life over here. Same rules apply. Just because it may not be you going through it, it's a father somewhere in litigation fighting for access to his fucking kids. Just because you not going through it, there is somebody who has spent their whole life trying to love their spouse, and their spouse woke up one Thursday morning and said, I don't fucking love you no more. It may not be applicable to you. That don't mean it ain't real. That don't mean that just because you see it online, it's a fucking distraction. That means it just don't apply to your circumstances. That's low-key real kind of dismissive. That's the same shit going on in other spaces. It's people who worried about losing their housing vouchers and shit. I'm not on housing. I ain't had a motherfucking food stamp in my life since my mama applied for them hoes when we were kids. I ain't never had shit.
I was just about to say that, bro.
Real quick, Stepper, that don't mean that it invalidates the people who worried about their housing vouchers and losing their goddamn food stamps if that's the only way they got to eat. It's real dismissive. And I find it convenient that everything, look, my people who follow me across platforms, y'all hear me say this shit all the fucking time. It's always somebody else's turn. And just because something don't apply to you personally, don't mean it ain't a real circumstance that somebody else is fucking living with, dealing with, and fighting for with every fiber they've been. It's almost that shit. You just don't want to talk about that shit. It don't matter to you, but that don't mean it ain't real. And that's so fucking invalidating, man. It's real fucking invalidating. But anyway, I land my plane right there. Let me bring go ahead, Stepper. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say real quick, because I know you're trying to get other people in here. That's exactly what I was going to say, because it's like from the very beginning, it's like, of course, I was the first person to really speak on it that came up here, but it's like from the very beginning, and it's continuing that the things that we're saying is like it's being taken as if, again, we're complaining, or it's like we're pointing fingers, we're blaming somebody, or like I seen the comment pop up, it's backlash. My response is backlash. Like that's the dismissive stuff. Like that is dismissive, and it's like I said, like I spoke earlier. the things that I say, or when men speak on this period, it's like the things that we say are always, I'm not going to say always, but most of the time they are weaponized. They are weaponized. Oh, you're doing this. Oh, you're doing that. And you're dismissing it. And you're projecting. And you're reflecting. Instead of just hearing what it is that's being said, a lot of people are just listening to respond and not listening to understand. You're just trying to respond and you're interjecting your own self in there. You're making yourself a victim and what somebody else is expressing simultaneously, like you're throwing shade at that person where you're being dismissive, where you're saying it's a complaint, or somebody responding to you is backlash, or well, what about this, or did you think about that? No, the only thing we're talking about here, and I know both of you men up here can agree, we're
Hey,
literally, like
Stepper, you got
Byron
it.
said, we shooting the
Stepper, you
shit.
got it. You got it. Give me like a minute and a half, 2 minutes. I got to step away. You got it, bro. Keep everything under control. I'll be right back. Don't get too wild, but I'll be right back, bro. You got it.
No, for sure. I learned my lesson yesterday. But I was just saying that I know you agree, like you said, Byron, and I know country just dipped or whatever. But when this is how like men talk about shit, like you said, we shooting the shit. I'm not asking you to help me. You know what I'm saying? It's like the reason we don't ask to help fix it unless we're actually asking you is because we know already. Or we understand there is no fixing it. We're just saying, yo, this is happening. Like if I tell you that building over there is on fire and your response is like, what? Oh shit, that's actually kind of different. I mean, the only thing I can do is call 911, but I did something about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying, yo, this, that build. My analogy all messed up right now.
No,
I'll
I
have
know what
a
you're
better
saying.
one later.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Go ahead, though.
But yeah, it's just like we're literally talking about it and saying that, yo, this happens. And that was the whole point of country using DDG. And it's like, oh, but celebrities this. That doesn't matter. What matters is the example being given as to how when things were on her side before, everybody dogged this man. They were reporting his lives, trying to make him lose money, all of this stuff. And then we find out, yo, he was actually getting abused. Well, he should have known better. Well, and somebody said earlier, oh, he didn't even want her to begin with. How do you know that? Like, that's the kind of stuff we be talking about. How do you know if he really wanted her or not? You don't know him or her personally. But we know for a fact that she literally assaulted him with a deadly weapon. And you get the response from some people that's like, well, he this and that. Like, no matter what we do, it's going to be our fault. No matter what, I accepted that a long time ago. That's why it's like, quite frankly, like, I just really stopped caring. Like, I'm going to say what I got to say. If I know what I'm saying, like, I know, and I'm telling you that I'm not trying to disrespect you. If I'm telling you that, hey, I'm hurt. I mean, I was hurt. Things happened to me, but I'm not all F women. My heart is still open. I'm not looking for anything right now. It won't be for a while, but it's open. And I'm not going to mistreat other women because of what two women did to me. And then it's like, you guys got to understand, as men, we deal with women romantically. You just know them as friends, and y'all lie to each other all day long. I'm speaking generally, and it's like, if you just looking at it in a broad spectrum, most women don't have friends that they've known for 20 plus years. If they do, it's one, maybe two. There are a lot of women out here who don't have friends like that because of it, like the example with the lesbian couples have more DV than anybody else. It's not saying,
hey, bro, hold on. I'm
oh, my bad. I was just going until you came back. I'm good, bro.
No, you good. I just want to play this real quick. I want to play this.
So I'm probably the only person that thought that Halle Bailey's text messages were insane. This girl was talking about killing her fucking self, like multiple times. And there was even a statement that said, like, she took DDG's gun and was about to use that bitch on herself, at least threatening to use it on herself. And then gonna text him, I have a knife, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna end it all. Like, and then she was like, why don't you care? Oh my gosh, you just don't care about me. Like, girl, Baby, that is psychological abuse, straight up. And I don't know why so many women are just co-signing on that bullshit, bro. It's so many women that's like, oh my gosh, you should see my messages. Like, no, bitch, you need to be in a psych ward. That's what the fuck you need, okay? As a woman that dates other women, I can say...
Hold on a minute. As a what, who, what now? As a who? As a what, who, what? Hold on. As a... hold on.
So many women are just co-signing on that bullshit, bro. It's so many women that's like, oh my gosh, you should see my messages. Like, no, bitch, you need to be in a psych ward. That's what the fuck you need, okay? As a woman that dates other women, I can say this with my...
You mean a lesbian?
Women take no accountability. They don't. They justify everything. Everything is okay because it's a woman. If the roles were reversed, y'all would have been on that nigga ass. She went to the court, filed that restraining order, and then gonna tell everybody, oh, well, he threatened me with 50-50 custody, as if that's not his child. Like, what the fuck is wrong with that picture, bro? Whereas she threatened him with 100% custody. Basically saying, well, you'll never see this child again. Like, I'll be damned. But all the women are like, yeah, girl, do that. I like that. Yeah, girl, I do the same thing. Like some fucking dumbass idiot. It's like, no wonder why I can't find a good woman in this world. No wonder. Because y'all all are just bird brains. All of y'all. In my fucking opinion, she ain't no better than Lucas Coley. And if y'all don't know who that is, that's the dude that killed himself because his girlfriend broke up with him. I mean, it doesn't make it okay. I ain't trying to talk shit, but like, she ain't no better than that. And then the women that is co-signing on her BS, y'all know better than Lucas Coley either. This is the type of shit I be talking about. Look, women are really co-signing with this shit. It's actually scary.
Now, that's enough of that, even though it's more to the video than that. When I was stepping away, Stepper, while you were holding it down, I can already hear some of the conversation. Country done changed. This motherfucker used to just talk about fruits and vegetables and shit. Now he doing anything for... Bitch, you can feel however you want to feel about me. This shit ain't for clout. This shit ain't for this shit ain't even fucking monetized, man. I'm not even fucking I did not monetize this live. Going over 3 hours and 15 minutes now. We having a real conversation about real shit. And just because something may make a person uncomfortable, it does not mean that it's unwarranted, for one. It don't mean it's just for clicks, likes, and views, for two. And for three, it don't mean that the shit is not happening. And if anybody think people in their feelings about me, I'm not talking about none of the guests who've been up here today. This ain't no soft jabs at women. I don't do that shit. I just say what the fuck I'm gonna say. This ain't at or about Star or Carbon. Those are two women who I have a lot of respect and love for. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about online in general. Some of you motherfuckers is the type to lay back in the cut and with all this judgment and this or that. But I bet you would never have this goddamn conversation knowing somebody gonna hate your ass on the back end of it. You happy-go-lucky motherfuckers. You so caught up in being loved and liked by everybody, you won't even tell the goddamn truth. It's an open door policy. Whenever anybody get ready to quit fucking with me, you more than welcome to quit fucking with me. I promise you. If this shit that deep and hit that hard and it's that personal, in the words of Jagged Edge, nigga, bye, 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 baby. Peace, bitch. Peace, nigga. I'll catch you on the flip. I'll catch you next go round when you get out your feelings and want to fuck with me again. But ain't nobody told me I'm lying yet. I find that real interesting. The biggest question of the day is a man's worth based on what he can provide in society? And ain't nobody called me a fucking liar yet. One person has disagreed, but ain't nobody called me a lie in real life. And now here you is over here. You got a whole lesbian saying shit. She don't even know where she gonna get no ass no more. You got a whole segment of society who co-signing for a woman who stabbed a man, allegedly. Well, I don't have to say that. That's for protection. It came out in court documents. You done stabbed this motherfucker and been stalking him and putting air tags in people luggage and bags and baby bags and on their cars and shit. If a dude did that same shit, girl, he toxic. Hashtag red flag girl. Yeah, honey. The fuck? Come on, man. It's just not right. It's not right. It's not cool. And society in a bad way, anytime, like just admitting the obvious will get you canceled, disbarred, dismayed, shunned, and all the other cool words people got for the L's of society for motherfuckers who just happen to want to tell the truth every now and again. God damn. Fuck y'all, man. It's all good to me because, you know, it is what it is. Life is life, nigga. I'm going to be up for one. And you know what? When I have a conversation like this and I think about the people who may support or don't support or who going to leave you or not fuck with you no more or this or that, you know what my biggest motivator is? For one, I feel like I'm all right with God. For two, I got to die one day any fucking way. You know, on the best case scenario, with as old as I am right now, I'm about 30 years away from none of this shit ever fucking mattering. So if you think I'm going to be caught up in my feelings to the point where I can't have a fucking live about shit that ain't nobody called me a liar on yet, and I'm going to lose my way and be all distraught and sit in the corner rocking and clutching my pearl, you crazy motherfucker. But anywho, let me get back to Byron and Stepple. Y'all go ahead, fam. Oh, the link is in the chat for anybody else who want to come up. I wish Big Rooster brought his ass up here if he wanted to.
Yeah,
but y'all go ahead.
Okay, well, I want to say this, right?
Oh, here goes
according to the men, according to the men in the world, and this is the whole world, around the world, in different parts of the world, you can have multiple wives, but there's a condition with having those multiple wives. You have to be able to take care of them. And so this is a fact that it is a man's job to provide for him and his household. If he only have just him, then he is the household. If he have a wife, then him and his wife is the household, and so on and so forth, with kids and all of these things. But the whole world will tell you it is a man's responsibility to provide for their family, though. And this is why, and I'm going to wrap it up right here, country. This is why all around the world, they say you can have multiple wives, but this is a mandate. It ain't no ifs, ands, or buts. You have to be able to take care of each individual one equally and provide for them. So go ahead, I'm muting.
No, I know what you mean. I mean, and that's true, but I'm less on that shit because we in America. So I don't really, incorporate too much the social structure or belief system of.
But it's still the same thing.
Even though you're not wrong, because all over the world, I've lived in those countries, bro. I've personally known people who've had more than one spouse. I like literally personally. I'm talking about.
You ain't never been African dreaming, man. You ain't never been African dreaming.
Yeah. I know you know, bro. I know you know. I'm just saying. But you're not wrong. I'm just sticking with the more westernized part of it because that's who the larger listening audience is, and we are in the U.S. But not to invalidate nothing you're saying, because that is a relevant point of contention. I'm just saying, I'm listening to everybody, so I'm hearing all thoughts, point, views, and perspectives. Now, Star back up here, my sister. Welcome back. Come talk to it. I know Step was addressed after you had stepped down. So go ahead, because you went in and stole it.
Yeah. So the young lady that was up here before I came back, she basically said the same thing I said. And I did not hear the backlash that I got after I spoke. Now,
you talking about from Big Step?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, but that's because that shit. I think it's different with y'all. Y'all know personal. I can't say it's personal, but I think he feel like you was addressing him,
know,
or he was addressing
I
you.
don't know what any of y'all been through like that. Okay, and I'm not going to sit up here and say that I don't care. Because I mean, if you're being whatever you guys have talked about up here, then you know, stop it. Get some help. You know, I'm fucking around when I say that, but that that young lady said basically the same thing that I said. You know, it was her first time. You know, come into your life. You know, or whatever. And I don't think I said anything offensive. I I don't think that I was ugly. I don't think my tone was off. Um, but that's another thing. That's a problem. Like I feel like somebody is trying to take something out on me that I ain't got one damn thing to do with. And I'm not making it about me because I sat and I listened and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and leave. You know, even though everybody's welcome, even though I received a personal invitation to come into the live, you know, and I don't think that I was being ugly or nasty. Like I'm all for it. Like don't be in a relationship that is like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. But and then the other woman that got up, technically, yeah, it is a man's job to provide. Um, but some I'm gonna say this. Somebody might get mad at me, but some men don't.
You know, now that's a great point. That's a great point. Now I'm gonna let Stepper respond after you finish. But in between that, since you brought that up, okay, understood. It is a man's job to provide. Okay, let's say we all agree with that. What's the woman's job? I mean, not hypothetically, for real.
I mean, we're not in the 50s and 60s.
Well, no. Hold on a minute. No, stop.
You're not letting me finish.
No, and the reason I'm not letting you finish is because we not finna move the goalpost or change the fucking topic.
No. We're not. You asked me a question.
Hold on. I want a direct answer. Because you didn't, and being fair. Now, come on, my sister. Let's keep this shit a buck. No matter where you were finna go with your response.
Okay, society
Hear me out. Since you didn't preface what you just said a while ago with it not being the 50s or 60s, because you didn't feel the need. Now, let's be fair, Star. Real talk. This ain't just to you. This for everybody who listening. You didn't feel the need to preface it being the 50s or the 60s before you stated that you believe men are supposed to be providers. Why would you feel the need?
No, that's not what I said.
Hold on a minute. Start if not letting me finish, make me feel like you don't want to hear what I'm trying to say. So just listen to him. I promise. I'm gonna let you talk, my sister. You got it. Since you didn't feel the need to preface her response before you said what you said, I don't see the logic in seeing fit to have to preface it's not the 50s or the 60s with a response to the question that I asked. Because in fairness, I believe if you felt that way, you would have prefaced everything you said, not everything, but just the part we talking about. You would have led with, it's not the 50s or the 60s, but I still feel like men should be leaders and I'm not leaders, be protectors and providers. Is that fair or is that not fair, Star? Now, come on now, my sister. Go ahead. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
That's fair, but I did not say I believe. I said technically.
Come on, fam.
That's not believe. Because you know what? I believe fucking women get out here and work, men get out here and work. Everything should be you help out here, I help out there. That's just the way, that's what I believe. I don't believe nobody, you can't stay home. Can't nobody stay home right now and take care of the kids.
Now how far are we from the question I asked?
Not far, because I'm getting back to it.
Okay.
Okay. So, and women are, okay, and like I was saying, this is not the 50s and the 60s. But women are supposed to be basically homemakers, help take care of the house. You know, I'm gonna tell you what I see with my godparents. Goddad went to work. Godmom stayed home, cooked, cleaned, did all the finances, everything. I'm not gonna lie to you. He would keep maybe 25% of his check, and the rest would go to her and the kids. Now, is that how it's supposed to be? Yeah, in a great world. Yeah. But you have women like me, you have men like me who go to work, take care of the house, and take care of the kids. And I know that there are men that do it. I have friends who are males who have custody of their kids, and they do everything. Everything. And the woman gets to go out, live her life, and do whatever she wants to do. Now, and I'll add this too. Technically, the courts will say the kids belong with their mother. How does that sound? On this beautiful Saturday, if Zane wasn't with his daddy, we would be doing something else. But I'm out here running the streets. Well, I just got off work. But does that answer your question?
Yeah, you did say you have to. Yeah, you have to work today. I'm sorry, but you still, at least you out enjoying some of it.
Well, you know, I'm trying to, but I'm being dead ass serious. I know men who do what society sees today women doing. In real time, in real life, I could pull up on somebody right now, cut on my camera, and you would see him with his kids.
Yeah, it happens every day.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, what we were brought up, what we were to believe, is men provide, protect and provide, and women stay home, take care of the kids, and cook, clean, and do the finances.
There you go. Okay, you finally answered. Thank you. That's what I was waiting for.
I said it multiple times.
Yeah, bullshit. You beat around that motherfucker. You beat the shit out that bush. You didn't beat around that motherfucker. Look,
cousin,
you
don't try that bush with me. And don't you ever say, don't ever say, I feel like you don't want to hear what I got to say. Go on with that bullshit, because you know that's not true.
I'm just saying.
But you know that that's not what I said. You know it's not true.
Well, now, in the moment. See, I done been around. I got a whole bunch of aunties and a whole bunch of uncles and shit. And anybody, woman or man, whenever you making a real solid point and the motherfucker don't want to let you talk, well, you telling me everything I need to know. You just
I get it.
That's all it is.
You know, let me tell you something right now. Hold on. I'm gonna say this and then I'll land my plane and I'll sit back and listen. And if anybody wants to address me, or if you have anything else you want to say that I need to address, to this day, not my aunts, my uncles will say, Star, you're a beautiful woman. You got a good head on your shoulders. You off a little bit, but you got a good head on your shoulders. Why don't you find a man to take care of you? I land my plane.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean that's a point. Because you are a decent lady. You God, man. Motherfucker fly, boy. You I'm gonna let Steph get in here in a minute because y'all relate. Y'all got a whole different relate. Y'all back and forth is just otherworldly. The shit wild to me. It's funny as hell most of the time. But you could have a man to provide and take care of you if you wanted to, or could you? And I'm glad you brought this shit up. Now you brought this shit up, not me. You brought this shit up, not me. All the men, all so that I'm just I'm only reason I'm saying it because you brought it up. Is it possible that the reason you ain't with nobody is because motherfucker that you really want or the type of man you want ain't fucking with you back? Because you are a beautiful lady, and I think you got a great personality, and I think you kind to me, you decent to me. But we don't got no kind of love interest. You just my online sister. You just my homegirl online, not a love interest. So is it possible that the motherfuckers you attracted to that you would want don't want to fuck back with you? Because sometimes pretty lady, hold on. Sometimes pretty ladies and people who know they could have a whole bunch of different men folk feel like they ain't got to fuck with nobody because deep inside, I think I can have whoever I want whenever I really decide to want them. Ooh, couch could be able to. Now I wouldn't have bought that shit up, but you started it.
Okay, you want an answer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you something. I do not make myself available, and I'm not gonna say I don't want to be in a relationship, and I do not want to find shit. I'm 48, and I've been engaged 2 times with these mom. Never mind. I ain't even going there. So
yeah.
I worry about this, that, them. Not, and I mean not like them, like people around me. I like my job. I take care of people for a living. I come home. I gotta cook. I gotta clean. I gotta sit down, look at the bank account, pay bills, and by the time I get all that done, gift bath, make sure dinner's at a reasonable time. It's like I just don't have time to make myself available. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna lie. Most men think that I'm already taken. I swear to you, most men think that I'm already in a relationship.
I could see that, and I think that's fair. And,
you know,
right.
That's
and I'm not saying you should be with nobody or go out and pursue no relationship.
No, I didn't take it that way.
Yeah, because at this stage in the game, man, I wouldn't trust no motherfucking body in 2025. If I was single, that's just me. At this stage in the game, I don't know what I would do.
I have a 7-year-old in the house. I can't do that.
Right. I get it. I do.
And I'm not the type of people. I'm not the type of woman to bring a man to meet my whole, like we just kicking it. Like if we just kicking it, like, nah, you don't need to meet my motherfucking mama. You don't need to meet my brother. You don't need to be around my child. Like, no. But
right.
We've been kicking it for a minute. Things are going good. Maybe, but me, I'm like, we gonna have to be talking for like 2 years before you meet my family because,
look, I understand, sis.
My family ain't for everybody. Period.
I get it, and I respect all of how you feel because I ain't got no dating advice or relationship advice or marriage advice or no kind of advice.
It's a crazy world out here when it comes to women relationships, men relationships, and women and men relationships. This is a crazy fucking world to be trying to link up with somebody because because of anything that anybody's been through, and a lot of people, the vulnerability. Okay. I think I've been one man, one man that has looked at me and said, a woman has put her hands on me and I did nothing. And one man, and not every man wants to say that to a woman because he feels like he's a you know, a gaunt, you know, like I ain't put my hands on her, you know what I'm saying? But and I will say this in y'all defense, I'm sorry, chat, I can't see y'all at the moment, but I'm gonna say it. Sometimes when women keep putting their hands on a man, I do not condone this, but I'm gonna say it because some of them do. Man, y'all need to get the fuck away from them. Y'all need to get the fuck away from them.
I'll give you that. Yeah,
I'm telling you.
You
What I want to say, you know, I don't want to get the chat riled up.
Right.
You know,
right.
but listen, but some of them, I'm not gonna say that. But I think y'all know where I'm going. And some men will be like, I can't believe you said that. And some women might be like, I can't believe you said that. But I'm being dead ass serious. I've had these conversations with my nieces. Like, don't be putting your hands on no man, you know, unless you want X. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't say nothing, you know. Motherfuckers can get hit back. That's what I'll say like that. Period.
Right. And I understand. I gotta let Stepper respond because you wasn't here because he was patient. He waited. I don't think he waited till you was gone. I think he just responded to some of your comments. So while y'all here together, I do want to give him a chance. But I also want to say this before he go. Some of you, like, man, if you've been in here ear hustling and shit for the last 2-3 hours and you ain't took the time to hit the damn thumbs up button, you ain't about shit. If you, because YouTube
my
is
bad.
different from,
Let me hit it.
well, yeah, you hit it too. It's one thing to not do it on purpose, but I know it's some ear hustling motherfuckers who done been in and out because this shit done dropped from back and forth between damn near 30 to like 16 or 15, and I'm looking at this shit drop and fluctuate and shit, and you can't even, with your ear hustling ass, you can't even give a motherfucker a thumbs up. Jeez. Wow, man. Personal much? You ear hustling, it don't cost you nothing. You already got internet. You already got YouTube. Hit the little thumb with your nose ass. It ain't gonna hurt. Before you go back and tell everybody, oh, country done got messy. Bitch, I've been me. And me ain't never been messy.
I was waiting for some of that shit to come out because I was like, man, if motherfuckers heard this conversation today, they would be like, that ain't country.
Well, that's how I talk on TikTok all the time. Well, you of all people shouldn't be surprised, Star.
I'm not.
I've said nothing that has been deliberately offensive or nothing like that. I just happen to have a dick, and I know what it come with, and it come with your worth being determined by what you have to offer in my lived experience. And if you ever find yourself maimed or blinded or Samara, girl, hush. Samara said she don't see the thumbs up. See, even my own people turn. Not Samara, not my baby. What Crafty said, I was out but came back and hit it. Crafty, well, I appreciate you, sister. Crafty, see that? Maybe this is, even though I'm trying to have a healthy dialogue, maybe it is some bullshit wind in here because some of you motherfuckers just can't stay away. And what's crazy is, man, look, I'm allowed to grow. I'm allowed to grow as a content creator. I'm always respectful. I've always been respectful. If you in the car with your kids, I done since day one told your ass to put your earmuffs on or put your earbuds in. I don't believe in cussing and hollering and hooting and shit around when I know it's some little people, some babies and shit present. You the parent, you put in them goddamn earbuds and or shut your ass up or do something. But most of y'all have known me long enough.
Used to my mouth.
Do what, Star?
I said Zane is used to my mouth.
Oh yeah, oh my God, I can only imagine. Zane already know every word in the book. But Crafty talking about listening to, you know what? Speaking of, look, I gotta let Big Stepper get in here. It always amazed me, and I think she doing it to be kind, to be sweet. Crafty Leo just recently turned 26 years old. And for whatever reason, since I've known this woman, it's like a goal of hers to always be older than me for some fucking reason. I can't wrap my mind around. I'm finna be 74 years old in August. And you know, everybody can't be from Augusta. But nonetheless, y'all don't believe them lies. She is not older than me. She's never been, and she never will be. She got a good skincare routine, and she obviously drank a lot of water. And if you ever see her in real life, she kind of tall as fuck. Like, damn, nigga, you a woman? Tall ass motherfucker. But anyway, she ain't older than me. With that being said, Stepper, go ahead, bro. If you got any rebuts, I mean, that's if you even got anything to say. I just want y'all to address one another in real time if you want to while the shit's here.
Man, you act like you don't know who I am. First and foremost, that whole Jagged Edge thing, my shit is a little bit more upbeat. I'm more in sync with the shit. You know what I'm saying? You don't fuck with me, bye bye. I'm a dance on your ass. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, you really don't fuck with me, I'm a dance on you. And then I feel like two, if not three, of my points were proven as soon as Star came up here. One of those points is the different personality types. I'm gonna address you straight up. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I'm not gonna say the panel. I'm not gonna insinuate somebody. I'm gonna say your name. That's one. Okay. Number two, I put my phone down because I was doing something. I wouldn't have even I thought that you were going to stay up here, but this wouldn't be the first time that you said something knowing that I was going to respond while addressing me, sideways, and then just go ahead and dip it. And I'm not, I don't know what's actually going on. You got a very valid reason. I'm just um giving my observation. So if I known you had actually left the chat, I wouldn't have even continued. I wouldn't have said anything else. So number three, this whole thing that, like, again, the first point that was proven. You said that I was given backlash. That right there is what I mean about you personally, not something that somebody else did to me, something that you do on a regular basis. Starlet, is you weaponize the things that I say. I did not, it wasn't backlash, it's my response. That's me responding to you. I wasn't able to fully respond to the last young lady that was up here because she had to go. Again, this is kind of like a going trend, but she had to go. So respectfully, I just addressed one thing that I wanted to point out. There were several things that I had an issue with that she said, like how you did a while ago as far as jumping around the question. You guys can be asked a yes or no question, and you started off a certain way. Let me finish. Let me say this, and that, and it take you 25 minutes to barely answer the original question. Like when old girl was asked about it, well, I just feel that nobody should care about what anyone said. That's not the question, baby. That's not the question. Like I said, she said a few things I disagree with, but she had to go, so I didn't address them all. Another thing you said, as far as men not having, you disagree that our value is not conditional, X, Y, Z, and the third. However,
no, I did not.
Jesus Christ.
Wrong person.
Jesus Christ, bro. No. You said he asked when Country asked a question, you said no, it's not. You said a man's value, you said that men or should not be treated conditional, however you want to word the semantics. And you gave your explanation why. And it was like, no, it depends on a man's character and this and that and X, Y, Z and the third. I have exhibited incredible character. I am an incredible man. I am, you know what I'm saying? I am very loving, very respectful. I give disclaimers all the time, even when they're regarded. I do it 3 more times. I am a very great father. I am in my children's life as much as I can be given the current situations. Okay. Even with those women, I have treated them with grace and respect that they do not deserve. I don't just hop around calling them B words and all this other stuff. I have before when I'm speaking out of anger. And it's like you don't know, no, you cannot explain the feeling of having your children ripped away from you. You cannot possibly fathom how that feels. And that's not persecution. It's not, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, I'm stating a fact. You don't know how that feels being me personally, or a lot of men who actually care about their children, especially when you grow up in a broken home or you grow up with a father that wasn't really there and you make a vow to yourself at 8, 9 years old, you will never do that to your kids. And now you aren't even given the opportunity. There's a certain level of hurt that you got to work with every single day. And yet I still choose love. Even when I'm being told respectfully, fuck you, I'm still trying to say, hey, I love you. I'm not coming from that place. No, you're picking with me. So I don't address things that somebody else did to me. The things I addressed was you in particular. One of the things you said a little while ago about people telling you that this whole thing about not having a man or whatever the case, my observation, given my life experience and my experience with you, and which you have demonstrated several times in the last 5 minutes, is you do not listen. You do not listen. Like you can't state, you have to respond to almost every little thing. Like keep your mic on mute for a second. But it's like you have to respond. You have to unmute it just to laugh. You have to do such. And you said a while ago, Zane, know how your mouth is. That is not a flex. No man likes that shit. The men that do, they're toxic. And again, I'm not bad mouthing you. I'm giving you an observation as to what it is that I'm seeing.
Number one, I
See
have
what I'm
never,
saying? You're
no,
only proving my
because
point
you
right
are
now. I didn't
attacking
speak.
me personally.
I did not cut you off,
Me.
bro.
Yes, it doesn't matter. You're
See what I'm
talking
saying? This
about
is
me
disrespectful.
personally.
This is
You
disrespectful. I
have
just said I'm not attacking you.
No, I have
I'm not attacking you,
said,
bro. You're
step
not
up.
about to talk over me. Not today,
Oh, yes,
bro. You're not
I am.
about to interrupt me to
Because
talk
you're
over me.
attacking me personally.
It's
And
not
you
an
don't
attack.
know
I
me
told you it's an
personally.
observation.
Hold
Oh
on
my
a minute.
God. I don't care
See
if
what
you
I'm
call it
saying?
an observation or I
Right.
call it attack.
Because you're in your
You
feelings.
are trying. Yeah, because you're coming at me personally, step up. And I've never
I'm
done
addressing
that.
you personally.
Except what? Coming at me personally.
Jesus Christ, bro. I'm addressing you
Hey,
because I'm
hold on,
not going around the bush, bro. You disrespectful.
hold on,
I
hold on.
did is ask you, why
You're only proving my
get
point,
your
bro. You
rebuttal?
interrupted me to make it about you,
Why did you,
per usual.
after I spoke, I didn't ask you to say, well, I know why you don't have a man. You're toxic. You don't listen. I have never said that shit.
I didn't say that, bro.
Never. Oh,
And I didn't say it either. So what are we talking about?
motherfucker, you just said it.
I said you're toxic.
Oh my God.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
I did not say that, bro.
God, step up.
Hold on.
You need to stop and listen to yourself.
See what I'm saying?
You just attacked me.
I never said
personally.
toxic.
You said
I never said toxic.
You don't listen, and most men.
I said I can tell you why. It's just an observation.
Because it's toxic. You're attacking me personally. That's coming at me personally.
Bro. See, addressing something that you do, you're doing it right now.
You're right.
It's a flaw.
Because you're talking shit about me.
It's not talking shit. It is a criticism, bro.
And I have a right to defend myself. Because, motherfucker, you don't know me. You don't fucking know
I know what you do. I'm addressing what it is that you're doing, and you're doing it now. I'm not wrong.
I don't give
You're only proving me right, bro.
When you attack me personally, I have
It's not an attack. It's an observation, and you prove me right.
I don't care what your observation is. I I never
Then
said
why address
you
it?
don't
If
have
it
your
don't
kids
apply, then let it
because
fly.
you're a piece of shit. And
Wow.
I came from a broken home.
Okay.
I've never said anything personal about you or did an observation or say, yes, I know why ain't nobody with you.
Well,
Or,
you're
yes,
not me.
I
We're
know why
different
you don't got
people.
kids.
That's why we having a
I'm
conversation.
not allowing you to do that because you don't know me personally. If you knew me personally, then that would be different. And
I don't have to know you personally to know that you're disrespectful and you don't let people talk. You just proved me right. You interrupted me after I showed you respect.
You're the one who just attacked me, Steppa. You just came for me.
Bro. Oh my God. I addressed something that you said in the conversation that we're having, bro. Grow up.
Do that. You know what? I'm going to grow the fuck up. Don't speak to me no more. I don't want to even hear you address what I just said.
Nothing a fool for you. This is what I said, what I'm gonna do. Bye bye. I wasn't joking. I don't care, bro. Like it's just my point has just been proven, man. I'm trying to
fuck with you.
Oh my
You're
God. Okay.
disrespectful.
Okay.
And I still ain't gonna come at you ever the way you just did me.
You just told me I was a piece of shit. Like you are such a hypocrite, bro.
Speaking hypothetically.
You called me out of my name. You said you're a piece of shit.
Hypothetically.
How is that hypothetical?
I'm saying I have never said
Bro.
to you, you are a piece of shit. I have never said you don't have your kids because of X, Y, and Z. I'm saying I have never said what you just did to me. Either here on this platform.
Because I said it may be because of this.
I don't fuck with you. I don't fuck with you. You just attacked me personally like you know me. And I have every right to defend and stick up for myself. Maybe that's why I'm toxic, because I stick up for myself. No, I'm grown.
Because you interrupt people and don't show people the respect that you want. That's why you're toxic.
Wrong.
I sat there and I didn't open my mouth.
Wrong.
You just did it. You're doing it now.
Because you are attacking me personally.
There's no because, bro.
I get to stick up for myself, and I'm not going to allow you to talk about me. Like
You think that anytime somebody criticizes you, they're attacking you. You're 48 years old, and every single day you accuse somebody of picking on you.
I don't care. You take it for whatever you want to take it for. I don't need your constructive criticism.
We're having a conversation, and that if you talk about something, then that means I have the right to address it. You literally, I literally said it's not an attack, but you said it anyway, proving my other point about weaponizing my words.
You came for me. Personally.
Bro, when you gonna be done, bro? You gonna take over the whole chat? When you gonna let me finish what I have to say?
Not you.
You're on the panel.
My only I know where I'm at.
Right. When you gonna be done?
You know what?
Because you did interrupt me. When you gonna be finished? You said don't talk to you no more. You still talking to me, baby.
You move on and don't talk about me and what country and I conversation was having.
You don't control me, mama.
Okay. Well, answer the question. Why did you come for me? You answered that shit. Then you went into what me and country were talking about.
And the question wasn't coming for you. I never came for you, genius.
Whatever, man. You're full of fucking shit.
Okay, that's number 2. And is it hypothetical this time as well?
No, you're full of fucking shit. I said that.
Okay. Are you done? Can I finish?
Talking about me? No, you cannot finish. You move on and talk about something else. But talk about me? No, because I was not talking to you.
Okay. A private conversation is meant for private, not on a public panel.
It's not for you to address. I answered country's questions. It's none of your fucking business at this point. No. If somebody else want to say something to me, that's fine. But you, no. I'm done. I don't fuck with you, man. Because you're fucked up and you're wrong.
So when are you gonna be finished though?
All right.
Okay.
Well, I think
So
everybody done said their point. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and finish up, bro. Land your plane, your thoughts. I
bro,
hope everybody done said what they
this is
need.
so annoying.
Hold on,
I got
hold
to
on.
talk for 3 minutes and I got to land my plane after
No,
being interrupted for 10 minutes. That's
well,
crazy.
in fairness, you right, bro. You go ahead. You ain't got to land. Because you was talking, y'all. I hope everybody in addressed and said whatever they needed or wanted to say with regards to one another. You do have a point, sir. Not landed. I had some. I'm over here looking at a clip I was finna play. That's why I was talking about landing your plane. But no, you good, man. Go ahead and finish your thoughts, bro.
Bro,
And I think Spartan said what she needed to say, and now y'all got understanding. But yeah, go ahead, fam.
no, she ain't. She gonna talk some more because I'm me, and I'm going to address what I address. You know what I'm saying? Like from the very beginning, I said that it wasn't. I said that my words were being vilified, and then my point was proven almost immediately after. You know what I'm saying? And just speaking even generally, like this is something that happens all the time. And I said I'm going to address this person because yes, you're doing it to me, and then you continue to do it. And that shit, that's not right. That's disrespectful. This has happened several times over since I've known y'all. And what do? I just go ahead and mute my mic. Today is the first time that I'm just like, I'm not letting you talk over me today. Several times I get interrupted, bro, even when I'm being positive. Even when I'm being positive, when I literally say, like, and that in and of itself is triggering from the things that I've been through. Somebody telling me that I'm doing something when I'm not doing it, especially when I preface it with how I actually feel, and then you tell me how you feel what I'm doing is the reality of it. Like that is another discussion about mental health because you're completely disregarding what someone else is saying and you're making it what you said it is. That's narcissistic in nature. That's not where I'm coming from. I literally said there is no attack, there is no such and such. And you know what I'm saying? We went on this whole rampage about how I'm attacking somebody, and that shit ain't right. You can feel however you want to feel about me. That's cool. Fucking block me, bro. Block me. You know what I'm saying? When I hit TT, you know what I'm saying? If you ain't did it already in your rage, I'll make sure that I do it because I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to be silenced for telling the truth. I'm not attacking somebody when I address something it is that you do. And again, I'm sorry I am really sorry if you feel offended by me addressing something that you said out loud. And I said to you, I'm not saying, listen, this is just my observation. This right here, this is not, because this kind of behavior isn't something that's only subject to TikTok and YouTube. You do this in real life. So I'm telling this might be a problem over here. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm going to address a person in which I have an issue with or something. If I not even, and it's like my issue doesn't mean like, oh, I just necessarily have a problem with you and I'm going to attack you. My issue is and could possibly I'm not going to speak in hypotheticals. So my issue is how I am being, excuse me, I don't even want to say misunderstood because I feel like I'm purposely being made the villain when I'm not being the villain. I'm not even trying to. And again, being in your lives every single time, this person, like when I say something, even when I'm not talking about them, they have to interject into, you can't say that because of this, and that. First of all, I can say whatever the fuck I want to say. That's number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You know what I'm saying? And after that, if I'm setting a preface and I'm giving you disclaimers, why the fuck are you still attacking me? And it's only me. It's literally only me. You cut off everybody, including the host. Even when he's telling everybody, hold on, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just like, that is a behavior that is there. I have been, you know what I'm saying? I am who I am. I am respectful. And yet I get disrespected on the regular. My point was proven several times over. Hey, I'm not coming from here. Well, I am. Ah, rah, rah, rah. We got all of this rage. Whatever the reason is behind that, I'm sorry. I feel sorry for you that it's affecting you that much. I mean that shit from the bottom of my heart, despite how you feel about me, because I don't want nobody to be fucked up or feel some kind of way. That's just really and truly who I am. I care about people. You may not give a fuck about me. I don't care if you don't want to talk to me again, but I wish you the best. I hope whatever demons you fight, and I hope you get over that shit. I don't have any disdain, no hatred towards you or any other woman. That has always been my message. And my line since the very first time I've been in your damn live country, I've been saying and doing the same shit. Love, 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 love. Even when I wrap my own shit up. This fucked up shit happened to me. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to deprive my kids of love. I'm not going to deprive myself of love. And I'm not going to go out here and vilify women just because of what some other fucking women did. We're up here talking about this one thing, and then it keeps going somewhere else. And how do you tell a story about yourself and then say, I'm not telling a story about myself? Somebody just told you yesterday, get out of your feelings. It's not, your feelings are valid, but they don't have a place in every single conversation. But you know what I'm saying? Like that, like that's it. And it's, and again, it's like, to be honest, like this, like I'm going to be vulnerable, everybody in here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to care because that's who I am. But that shit is hurtful when you give somebody respect and you've been giving somebody genuine love and they've been like, you really feel this, and all they've been doing is seeing you as a little asshole. All they do is cut you off and disrespect you almost every time you say something they don't like. And when you're trying to tell them, I love you, I'm not coming from this place, they actually argue with you and tell you how you are coming from that place. It's like you want me to be hurting you. That's fucked up. Your mental health needs to be addressed. I thought that we were better. I knew that you didn't quite understand me, but I hope that you would grow too. But that shit never changed. It never fucking changed. You don't fuck with me? Okay, cool. I'm not gonna fuck with you no more, but I'm not gonna stop fucking loving you. And I hope that you fucking find peace.
Okay. Well, everybody, Howard Seller, hold on, real man. Oh, I'm trying to read the comments and get back in here. I think everything and everybody done been addressed and said what they had to say, and yeah, shit is out there. Everything's out in the open. What? Peace to the chat. What's going on? APTV, real John, my man said, real man, shit right there. How is celebrating? Hold on, men's mental health for only 1 month help black men? Shit, I'm surprised it's a thing at all. Hell, I don't. Shit, hell if I know. The shit literally been around for 31 years, and I'm damn near today's years old. I ain't even gonna lie. I've literally studied sociology, and this is my first time hearing of this shit in 2025. I've never heard of such a monster, and rightfully so, because of Father's Day, it got tossed into a month that everybody throw everything in. This ain't even no disrespect to the LGBTQ community. It ain't no disrespect to whoever else, Heritage Month. It ain't no disrespect to Juneteenth. I was celebrating Juneteenth literally since I popped out my mama ass. This shit new to a whole bunch of y'all. I'm born and raised in East Texas. I was drinking red soda water and eating watermelon and fucking ribs since a baby, celebrating Juneteenth. My grandmother and grandfather celebrated Juneteenth, but obviously it's in June too. So I don't know. I guess because of Father's Day, it was like, fuck it, let's throw it into that one. Everybody else throwing shit over there. So, and I'm not gonna not say that after this all said and done, this world and society don't really give a fuck about men, period. That's just where I stand on it, 10 toes down. If you ain't got shit to offer, you ain't shit. If you don't meet the standard, meet the bar, you ain't shit. And ain't nobody, people have had varying opinions, but ain't nobody said I'm wrong. Ain't nobody said I'm wrong. The link is in the chat. I'm still waiting on that person or individuals or whomever to come up and share their thoughts and opinions. And if you do come up, just answer that shit first. It's real straightforward. It's a agree or disagree. Is a man's worth in the world based off of what he has to offer, whether it's a little bit or a lot of bit. It ain't that fucking hard. It may be hard to say out loud. It may be hard to acknowledge out loud, but that don't mean it ain't the fucking truth. Them is two different shits. Them two way different shits. Let me see if I can get this. Hold on a minute. I'm trying to send something. Hey, Byron. Hey, Byron,
Yeah.
you ever had anybody fuck with you and go, Byron? Because I know it's how you pronounce it. That's your name is Byron. Anybody else ever be like Byron?
No, that name right there means it's an abbreviation for the first two letters. That B-I stand for Bible, and then the R-A-N stand for Quran, and the two together is Byron. Yeah, I'm really all about I'm a prepper, but I'm really all about the holy writings, man. That's I've been on YouTube for about 14 years, but I'm known amongst the teachers. When I say teachers, I mean the people that's in the higher learning, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Bible, the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Quran, believe it or not, most people don't know that the Quran verifies the Bible. And so
right.
that's
Well,
yeah.
I don't want to get into that shit. I would just ask you about.
I don't want to get into that neither. I was just saying that's where the name came from, but that's where I mainly play at. I mainly be over in the spiritual. You know what I mean? That's what I do. I get down with the books. So that's my main. That's where the name came from. So it's not my biological name. You know what I mean? But that's where the name came from because that's what I do.
Yeah, no, I understand, bro. I'm let me see here. I'm trying to add some shit. Virtual background guide. Man, I'm on my other computer, so it's hard for me to add shit. I want to put Haley Bailey picture up in this bitch, but I can't because usually I'll be on the other computer on the Mac, and I kind of know how to work around that a little bit better than
Yeah. Let me say this in reference to mental health.
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
And so mental health is so real. I gotta come out of, even though we talking about men, I need to make this general because this is how real it is. I gotta speak for the men, the women, and the children. It's so real that if you're caught up in a bad relationship, it'll have you mental health. It'll have you losing weight and you won't even know that you're losing weight. You know what I'm saying? If you're courting to a bad job, it'll have you frustrated, whereas though you having anxiety issues, and you might not really know that it's anxiety, but every day you're going through whatever anxiety bring. I know some people end up, you know what I mean? I can't breathe, that type of stuff, going through anxiety. So this is how important mental health is. It's so important that whatever your brain is going through is sure enough going to affect your body. You know what I'm saying? So you can either have, I say that to say, my best cousin, one of my favorite cousins, he had like a heart attack earlier, late last year. So 24. So he had like a heart attack, and then so now they got him on some medication, and you know he's hitting the gym and all of these things, right? But then when the Eagles game the Super Bowl, so I'm gonna use that because it's a true illustration. It's a true story. So the Super Bowl come, we up at his sister house, you know what I mean? She having a Super Bowl gathering, you know what I mean? They win and everything. So we leave, the streets is jam-packed with everybody celebrating. And now you already know we leaving the Super Bowl. You already know it's going to be crowded. All these things is to be expected. We in the car. My cousin, he lose. No, man, these people, they take it too fucking long. Hurry, fuck up this, that, and the third. Yada, yada, yada. I says to him, listen, man, you can do all of the exercising you want to do. But if you don't get your mind, mental health, if you don't get your mind right, you're going to fuck around and have a heart attack. You see what I'm saying? Because your brain runs everything. It don't matter how much you hit in the bag or you lifting weights and all this old bullshit. You know what I'm saying? If your mental health, if your computer, because that's what it is, the brain is a computer that operates the body. And if that computer is under stress for any reason, just like a regular computer, get overheated and all of these things. And if it get out of order for any reason, your body is going to feel that effect. Maybe to the point where you think about killing yourself. Maybe to the point you think about killing the whole family or going out killing other people. It's usually the mental health. If your mental is not right, it'll cause you to have all kinds of ripple effects because it's the computer that runs everything. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I wanted to say in reference to mental health. It's so important that it'll have you losing weight. It'll turn you into an alcoholic. You know what I mean? All because your mental ain't right and you're stressed and now you're turning towards any kind of drug, really. But now you're turning towards drug thinking that's going to cause your mental health issues or ease the pain, when really you have to look in the mirror and you have to work on self. And that's the only thing that could cure mental health, because going back to self, if, you know, now all of this I say from life experiences. I'm not just pulling this out of the closet or something I think. This is life experiences. And because of all of what I learned right now, my life is extremely peaceful. I'm in an extreme state of peace all the time, even when people make you frustrated, like hearing the brother and the sister going back and forth through it. It sounds frustrating. You know what I'm saying? He was frustrated, she was frustrated, but it was a two-party effort. You know what I'm saying? He kept speaking, she kept speaking, nobody humbled out. If somebody would have humbled out, that would have been the end of the argument. Boom, argument over. It ain't last that long because I'm gonna go ahead and
right. Hey, as far as that goes,
I'm just using that as an illustration.
Yeah, I know what you're
illustration.
saying, but yeah, who was humble or wasn't humble, I just that part of the conversation over with. Just stay out of that shit altogether. Honestly.
Yeah, no.
But,
I'm not saying she should have or he should have. I'm just saying in general. I'm not using
I
that
get
reference to the brother Randy or the sister Star. I'm not.
Right.
I want to make that clear. I'm not using that in reference to the sister Star or the brother. I was using it as an illustration because it boils down to relationships. You know what I'm saying? And in a relationship, which is what they have, a social media relationship. So
hey, look, my old school, check the game. My whole point is let that shit go. Just fuck it all together. That part.
Okay.
There you go. Mm-hmm. But you can continue on with whatever else you was talking about, though.
Yeah, I was just wrapping it up by saying that's it. You know what I'm saying? Bottom line is mental health. Mental health is so important that it you know what I mean? It'll have your body doing things that ain't good. Blood pressure going up. You know what I'm saying? All these things, all because of mental health. And that's all I'm saying. Just the topic is mental health. So I'm really just trying to stick on that. But yeah, so mental health it's a real thing. You know what I'm saying? And again, I'm saying all this from life living and learning. You know what I'm saying? Living and learning, man. And so we was talking, or y'all was talking earlier about physical issues, like the lady stabbed the lady that you had shared country had stabbed her husband or whoever the boy is to him.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can't be in that kind of relationship because that's not only mental, that's also physical. You know what I'm saying? Somebody, sure enough, it's just a matter of time, is either going to die or really lose a vital limb or something. One of my neighbors used to go through that all the time when I was a little boy. I couldn't understand why they would fight so much, but I guess when I got a little older, I figured, whatever. I don't know what their situation was about, but the moral to the story here is I've been in a relationship like that when I was a young boy, but it was never my ex. She was a tomboy. She played for the girls' temple basketball team, and so she already had that little bit boyish mentality. So I would come pick her up from work and all of this in my car, you know what I mean? We get into not even arguments, and then we just kind of having a conversation, but she was like, again, going back to tomboyish, hit me, but she ain't hitting soft, she hitting hard. And I'm like, yo, don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't do that to you. I don't get down like that. I wasn't raised in that kind of household where my father putting his hands on my mother and my mother putting her hands on him. So, don't do that. And so, make a long story short, one day I did have to smack her up, and that was after she put her hands on me. I not punched her. I didn't punch her because I'm not into that. And you, my mate, I had to smack her up. But from that day onward, she never did that again. We never had that problem anymore.
Allegedly, y'all. This for entertainment purposes only. He never touched that woman.
Yeah, and so all I'm saying is I learned and she learned mental health from that. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing good coming out of that. And that's a mental health, going back to mental health. That's a mental health issue. You know what I'm saying? And you don't want to have them it's easy to get into a relationship, but it's hard to get out of it. And you don't know when the relationship is a good relationship because everybody got their best foot forward. It's like hiring a new employee. The employee is sure enough going to try to make his 30-day or her 30-day probationary period. So they put their best foot forward until they get in. Now they become part of the union and all of these things. Now that they're part of the union, they're slacking off on the job. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it is in a relationship. Everybody got their best foot forward. And I'm saying this to say this is why I've been separated now. Well, yeah, I'm going to say divorced for 5 years. So the reason why I'm single, I go out, hang out with my boys, and women come try to crack on me. Because I ain't really trying to crack on nobody. And so women that come try to crack on me, my boys be like, oh, she giving you the cheesy eye or whatever, blah, blah. I'm like, listen, man, I got standards. I had standards before, but now I upped them for real because I don't want to be in that. I don't want to repeat that type of relationship again that I had with my wife. The relationship that we had was a cold, loveless relationship. It was cold and it was loveless. I don't want to be in that. I know what, in the words of Forrest Gump, I'm not stupid. I'm not a smart man, but I do know what love is about. You know what I'm saying? And so let me say this. This is a crazy story. Me and my ex, the one who I just got finished saying that used to play for Temple girls basketball team. She was my best friend. We was young though. She's my best female friend. And after me and my wife broke up, so she tried to get back with me. And I'm like, no, because I don't, you know what I'm saying? If I've been to Florida, me and her was together for 5 years, but like I said, this was when I was in my 20s. So,
hey, Byron, hey, old school, we got time, baby. You ain't got to get it all out in one swoop. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So anyway, so me and her, so me and her, we end up not making it. The reason why we end up not making it was I was starting my own business. And while I'm starting my own business, she's in college. And so her family is a college family. Mother done went to college. Sister is in college. She's next to go to college. Her friends is in college. You know, that whole mentality. And so they like, girl, he ain't going nowhere. He ain't going to be nobody. He ain't going to never get his business off the ground. All these things. And so that was one of the things that broke us up. But she tried to get back with me, and I told her no, because if I already been to Florida countless amount of times, why go back to Florida when I could go to Hawaii, or I could go to Japan, or I could go to Africa? I don't double back. You know what I'm saying? And so, make a long story short, the reason why I'm single to this very day is because I don't want to run into another scenario where because you won't know it until time end that I'm in a coldless, loveless relationship. You know what I mean? And so that's all I'm saying. This is all mental health. And right now I have peace, and peace is the most important part to the mental health. Whether I live by myself, but whether you live by yourself or you live with a mate or you have a whole family in the house, you still want to have mental peace within your household. And that all that is just not being in basically disagreement. Me and my wife arguing, the kids, they hard-headed, they don't want to listen, none of these things. So I got 5 kids, they all grown. But yeah, right. So I live by myself. After me and her broke up, she ended up moving out. And so, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to repeat that. Living and learning, my mental health, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to repeat that same scenario of a relationship over again. So this time I'm approaching it totally different, which is from a spiritual standpoint, but I'm approaching it totally different. So that's all I'm saying is mental health. And in mental health, right, is important because it affects your body, it affects the way you eat, it affects the way you deal with other people and all these things. Mental health is a real thing. I tell my kids that all the time. Protect your mental health because it's important. I'm done. I'm a mute.
That was some of the funniest shit I have ever heard in my whole life. Bro, I mean, like, you know what I'm saying, respectfully, of course, you are funny as hell. First of all, ain't none of them short stories short, okay? That's one.
At all. It's still he
But
be straight serious to the motherfucker too, man.
yeah, here, this was my favorite part of everything you said. I took in everything you said, so don't take it the wrong way, but this is my personal favorite. I choked on my own spit. My man said, so, you know, I had to smack her up a little bit. Mental health. What?
Hey, he put all that shit in the same sentence, nigga. And I'm like, oh, hey,
What
whoa, whoa,
Listen,
whoa.
because she was fucking with my mental health. She was taking me into a character. I'm not a violent person.
I got you, Byron. I got you. We got you. Hold on.
They go Randy and shit.
Yeah, hypothetically.
Stupid. Stupid.
Oh, by the way, Stemple, every time my man call you Randy too, I be giggling like a motherfucker because
Me too, bro.
I can't. But anyway, go ahead, Stemple. Go ahead.
Nah,
Calling you Randy. Yeah.
That every time I had a feeling that you were, and probably some of the people in chat too, because every time he called me Randy, I'll be over here cracking up too. It's yeah, mental health is real as hell, man. I was depressed for a couple of years, probably like somewhere between 2 and 3 years, and that was when I was up to like 260. I was at 260. I went from like overeating to like not really eating. So I literally went from like 260 down to like 218 in like less than 3 months. You know what I'm saying? Being short.
You was in a relationship when that happened? Was you in a relationship when you lost weight like that?
No, this was this was like it was like after that. And
Okay.
it was after a relationship. Some stuff happened at work, some stuff happened with one of my parents. and I was just really, really messed up. I was super short in traffic. There were times like I was short with my kid and stuff. Like I had to regain control of my shit, get my shit together. And I started going to therapy. One of the things that I'm going to do, if anybody knows me, they know I'm going to take accountability. I accept criticism. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna take accountability. I'm gonna try my best to get my shit back together. And like some stuff going untreated. Like if let's say a person just has something like anxiety. When you have anxiety and you have it for years and you don't have it treated, like you don't do anything to alleviate said anxiety, like you're not journaling or doing therapy, you aren't doing anything to alleviate it, it can turn into an actual mental condition. So you can go from having anxiety to being schizophrenic and bipolar. Look this shit up. You know, I love to tell people that because I'm not lying. You can become schizophrenic and or bipolar just from having anxiety. You can develop, there are like 2 or 3 main things that you can develop just from having anxiety and not actually treating that, or having PTSD and not treating that. That can cause you to be, that can make you want to delete people. It can make you want to delete yourself. You can act irrationally. Like you can lose different moments in life, or like just for like blanking out, you know what I'm saying, from minutes to like hours at a time. Like, oh, like it can do a lot, man. Acne, your weight, bags under your eyes, like that junk it can really weigh on you. And that's why one of the things I started doing at a younger age to alleviate a lot of my stress is like laughing at shit. I laugh at a whole lot of shit. So a lot of stuff is actually funny to me, and I have to not laugh because some people think it's bad to laugh at it. So I have to like keep it to myself. Um, but it's like as I've gotten older and I've suppressed a lot of myself. That was one of the things that was fucking with me, suppressing myself to make other people comfortable. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to go into that one thing, but that's why I just decided today I'm not going to, I'm not going to, like, I've already made several changes in my life, and it's just like, why am I about to? I'm tired of catering to motherfuckers. Like, I'm just fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Be raw. And like I said, dumbing myself down for conversations, or even like killing my sense of humor because it bothers other people. Like that shit got very frustrating. Because like I said, it's like I'm killing myself inside. I'm creating a war inside of myself to have peace with others. And that shit just didn't fucking make sense. It didn't make sense to me. And I've had to remind myself recently that I'm not doing that shit anymore. Like, we made it this far, we're not doing that shit. I'm not going to, like, so mental health is real. It's important for everybody, because all the XX chromosomes that came up here kept saying that, even though the topic is our health and why it gets ignored. That's the topic, of the day. It gets ignored. It's important for everybody, but we're talking about why and how it gets ignored for us. But, again, with that being said, I'm still going to tell everybody in here, like, take care of your motherfucking self. It is going to have impacts in your life that you don't even think is an impact. When a lot of times when you just want to be by yourself all the time and you want to be a fucking hermit and you don't want to partake in society and shit like that, 9 times out of 10, there's some sort of like depression there. Like, fucking go out, get some sunshine, touch the grass, take your socks and shoes off, wiggle them little crusty ass toes in the dirt, in the grass. And you probably heard it and you think it's crazy as hell, but go hug a tree barefoot and watch that shit change your life. You can feel it. You're going to feel it. Hug a tree barefoot in the grass, not with a sleeve shirt. You want to have a short sleeve, a t-shirt maybe, so at least the skin of your arms and forearms can like touch that tree. I just wish everybody the best, because it's a hard ass battle to fight. It's a hard ass battle to fight. And then going back to the topic, it's even harder when your only support system is yourself. And even when we got homeboys and shit like that, when you go through certain things, uh, you don't want to drag your homeboys and shit down. And 9 times out of 10, it's because your homeboys is dealing with some shit too. And we just, we all just trying to work through that shit.
Facts and bars. Bars and facts on top of bars. And something real, fuck it. So I guess that's it. Something real. Men, even when you reach out for help, mental health, like psychological, professional mental health help, and have a quote unquote professional tell you, or damn near be like, God damn, nigga, that's what's popping right now. That's your life. That's what's going on with you. Yep. And this real shit that I have lived through and still living through. It's almost like no. It's almost like like that scene on what's that movie with Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence, Life, when they was taking a break and they was sitting under that tree and they were reading the letters and they was like, well, your mama died and oh yeah, your brother died and yeah, your daddy, he dead too, and your your dog died. Yep, your dog died too. And your Aunt Myrtle, Aunt Myrtle, she passed away a couple months back. Shit like that, right? And you just having a conversation because this mental health professional is asking you basically, what the fuck wrong with you, boy? What can I help with? What happened? What's going on with you? To have a quote unquote mental health professional sit and look you dead in your eyes and tell you that you're doing better than expected because you meet all the definitions of depression, and they themselves are kind of inspired by how you taking all the shit you've been through. Based off, it's always two sides to every story. But do you wake up mad every day? Nope. Do you beat your kids or your spouse? Nope. Do you find yourself angry for no reason? Nope. Have you given up on life altogether, or do you ever want to end your own life or the life of those around you? No, hell no. I don't want to off myself for nobody I love. Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch? That even with all the shit you can go through as a man, where sometimes you want to swallow a motherfucking bullet or drink a cup of bleach, you don't do it. And sometimes it get the best of you, and other times it be the furthest thing from your mind because you focused on figuring out a fucking way to make everything that is the way it is not to be the way it is no fucking more. Only for somebody to tell you ain't good enough. Only for the world to look at you as though you should have done better. You could have done more. You could have been stronger. You a man, ain't you? And then when a motherfucker really do get so down and out of it, and they off they self, well then all of a sudden here come the Facebook groups and the family get-togethers and the somebody should have saw the signs. Somebody should have said something. Somebody should have cared. I know somebody knew something. Why Keisha didn't tell nobody he was feeling like that? Why this? Why Rashonda? Why Shalonda didn't say something? Mike be over at his house all the time in the garage. Didn't say shit. He didn't see nothing. because you taught from the time you were fucking baby damn near to shut up and swallow it, deal with it, figure it out. And the fact that I know somebody who done had their ass in here, who done passed through just being nosy or actually listening, even with this conversation, as real as it is, them old crying ass niggas, them old whining, these motherfuckers over here talking about their feelings. Hell, I might be live on somebody else live right now. Somebody could be live streaming this shit. That's how the internet and how the fucking world work. These old crybaby ass motherfuckers. Some of y'all men and some of y'all women. And some of y'all still in here listening right now know you the motherfucking type to say and do that shit. That's why you ain't saying nothing. With your whiny ass. But then all of a sudden, everybody care. Somebody could have said something. Y'all, it's so important. It's so important to reach out to people. It's important to let people know. It's important to talk to people. It's important to look for the signs. But in conversations like this, do you want to fix it or not? Do you have a solution? What's the problem? What's the plan? How do we fix this? Fuck out of here, man. But anyway, before I get out of here and take a break, because I am gonna pick this up on the TikTok machine in a little bit, for anybody who give a fuck or want to entertain coming over, where we can speak a hell of a lot more freely over there for the time being than we can over here. I want to play this right here. This is yet another woman who getting a whole bunch of flack, a whole bunch of this and a whole bunch of that about what she said and how she feel. Now, mind you, before you go full on anti-dick and just hate every motherfucker on the planet, this is a woman saying this. So I'm gonna give her flowers on the TikTok side, but she catching a whole lot of hell right now too. This is what she had to say.
And accountability are in the far left corner of hell. And I've been preaching this sermon for years, but I feel like you guys are still not hearing me. Who continues to push this narrative that women are always innocent, that women can do no wrong, that women cannot be abusers, that women cannot be narcissistic? Who is pushing this idea? The reason why a lot of women cannot be progressive is because you guys blame men for everything that happens to y'all and everything that y'all do and everything that you set yourself up for. And when women like me speak out and tell you guys that you are wrong, that what you're doing is wrong, you shouldn't be doing that, y'all call us pygmies. But we're literally holding you guys accountable. We're trying to prevent you guys from being in situations that you do not need to be in. Then on top of that, when something happens to a woman and a man is involved, and when I say that something happens to a woman, I'm saying that this is alleged. You guys automatically believe the woman. You don't wait to see or hear the facts. You just automatically assume that the man did something. Oh, he provoked her, or he did this to her. That's why she reacted the way that she did. Meanwhile, when the tables are turned and a man says that a woman provoked him and he does something, a man is told that he's supposed to exercise self-control. So why does that not apply to y'all? This is why being a girl's girl is very dangerous, because being a girl's girl means not holding your fellow women accountable for the stuff that they do and the situations that they put themselves in. I don't know if it's because I have worked in law for so many years, but one thing I have learned is to not automatically believe something without there being facts. But you guys continue to do that every single time. And when the facts do come out and it goes against what you guys believe, you guys still try to justify the bad actions of a woman. And honestly, I'm so sick of it. I was just telling my husband the other day that people would not always have to take accountability for things if they would just avoid doing things that require accountability to be taken. But anyways, I I need women to start taking accountability for their bad character and their negative actions. And I also need other women to hold their fellow women accountable, because honestly, this is getting to be too much. Women and accountability are in the far left corner of hell. And
I got two shits to say about that real quick before we get out of here. And I give my panelists a chance to say whatever they want to say. The only demographic of people who are more despised and hated than men who dare open their mouth to talk about the shit they done lived through, the shit that break their heart, the shit that has hurt them, the shit that they wish they could do or change and be better, is women who support men unapologetically and openly, who say, I support men or my man or men in general or my brother or my cousin or my uncle or my this, in him coming out and opening up. I want to be, even though this is the first time I've said this today, I ain't said shit about building no fucking communities or spaces or none of that shit. But for the first time, I'm actually saying, for those women who say, I want to be that safe space for that nigga, I want him to know he can come chop it up with me because I get it. I don't want him to feel like the world on his shoulders by himself and he ain't got nobody to turn to. That is the only other demographic that's hated more than the men who dare open their fucking mouth. Because you're going to be almost always wrong. And even if a motherfucker on your team in the moment, don't mean down the road that shit won't or can't be thrown in your face about how weak you are for having fucking human emotions. That's the first thing. The second part is when matter of fact, I'm gonna stop right there. I'm gonna say the rest of this shit for TikTok. I'll say the other part for TikTok. Start with Bahrain. I'm and we'll tap out with Stepper. Bahrain, go ahead, bro.
Yeah. This was an interesting topic, man. You know what I'm saying? It like most topics is touchy, but this was a real touchy topic because it brings out emotions. You know what I'm saying? And everybody is emotion. Everybody who ever been in any kind of relationship, this right here. When I say any kind of relationship, let me back that up. Anybody who's been in any kind of romantic relationship, and because that's the relationship that cuts into you more than any other relationship. We all got bulls that we grew up with. And they done said some shit to y'all done said some shit to them. Go get some beers, have a couple of drinks, smoke some weed. You know what I mean? Forget about it. Boom. But when you're dealing with a woman and it's a relationship and they say some shit, could cut, I mean, when I say cut into you, cut all the way into you. Whereas though this is the only person who could do this to you because of the nature of the relationship. And so that's why it's such a touchy topic, because going back to mental health, you know what I'm saying? Everything I have to say this. Everything.
Well, I know you still giving your closing dialogue, bro. And I used to be of the mindset that wasn't the case. That sometimes women, especially like you mentioned, intimate relationships, this and that. I used to think, well, you know, look, as you grow older, you live, you grow, you learn, you this, you that, you see what other people go through, you talk to friends, homeboys, you have stories and shit. The younger me, the teenage me, the unknowing me used to think that, well, I mean, people say shit to hurt other people on accident all the time. They didn't mean it that way. They just said that whatever. A woman, in my opinion, know when you in love with her. And I used to not know that women didn't understand the power of their fucking words when they know a nigga in love with them. If a woman say certain shit to you, everything you just said, bro, is 1,000% real, true, and honest. They know what they saying and they know why they saying it, because they know that shit sting and burn and hurt like can't nobody. You a whole grown ass man. You don't give a fuck about what the next guy or next woman say, but the one you love and love you, they say that they know exactly what they saying, why they saying it, and the reason they fucking it said to break your ass down.
And not only that, the most important part of this whole picture, right, is they the one who control the penis. You know what I'm saying? Listen, ain't nothing sex won't usually cure. You know what I'm saying? And if you got the right mate, man, the right mate will do some real shit to you because they control the penis. You know what I'm saying? And as they say, it's a saying that's written. This is a true saying. It's a saying that's written in the holy writings, and it says, "Who controls the king? Not the government, not the people to whom the king reigns over, but the woman that the king has. That's who controls the king." Because she got the cootie jam, and the cootie jam controls everything. People have killed other people. Wars have been started over the cootie jam. And this is why it can affect you like nothing else can affect you. Not because it's just that this is my mate and she's a female, but it's also because this is the one to whom I'm intimate with. And most guys, I don't know about women, but most guys will kill over that. And that's why you can't get caught cheating with a married woman, because the husband liable to kill your ass, you and her. Why? Because nobody else can touch him the way she touches him, because this is the person to whom, he having sex with, he sticking his penis in.
Well, I don't want to belabor the point and keep you from getting to your point and landing your plane. You done? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna get the big step. I'll say this in between. For me, it's deeper than physical. I think it's the fact that when a man in love with a woman, in order not only are you sharing your physical body, respect and trust. I can't speak for all men. I never have. But respecting me and me actually being able to trust you enough to tell my deepest, darkest secrets and aches and pains and vulnerabilities and all of this shit, thinking I can trust you, that's deeper than fucking, or at least as deep equally as fucking. Because that physical shit is great. It only lasts for so long. Have men killed over pussy before? Well, of course, absolutely. Will they do it again? Some will. But my bigger point is intimacy, mind, body, and spirit, trust, love, knowing that if the rest of the world turn their fucking back on me, you alone would be that only other person right there by my side.
Mm-hmm.
For me, that's deeper than fucking, man. You can't bust a nut hard enough to equal respect and trust.
But that's what I'm saying. She got both. She got your. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
There you go. Yeah. You good? You good, Byron?
She got both. Yeah, she got both. Yeah. She got your mind and your soul, and that's strong, man. That's extremely strong for a person to have both.
Right. I agree, and it is. Now with that being said, let me get the stepper so we can get out of here.
I just want to say again, Byron, I'm so happy I met you today. I wish you was my fucking uncle, bro. You are one of the funniest people I've ever met in my whole fucking life. Cootie Jam, my guy, I have never heard of. I've been over here. Every time you talk, I'm laughing hysterically.
He
Every
that guy,
time.
man. He
Yeah,
that
I
guy.
ain't want
I
to use the
swear.
word, man. I ain't want to go all the way out. You know what I mean? Country said it though.
Yeah. Brother, I get it. And like, like I told you before, I received the stuff that you said, but your delivery is so A1. Like, if you tell somebody something and then like they mad at you, it's up, man. They need oh my goodness, bro. I just want to speak on that. But I was watching this thing yesterday and it was talking about how poetic and prophetic Nigerians are when they address a problem or issue. And hearing that young lady talk about that, I seen that video earlier today actually. And here's my Nigerian quote in honor of the Nigerians, because I'm not Nigerian. But
Step. I'm stepping away for like 15 seconds. You got it, bro. Go ahead. I'll be right back. Go ahead.
okay. My Nigerian quote of the day, paying homage, is is accountability is fast, but she or they are faster. And it's like it's one of those things that is true. Many examples were given today. It was displayed many times today. And it's like all of us, anybody in here who is melanated or a darker shade of wheat, you have a mother, an auntie, or I'm sorry, um, at one point or another, you have or have had a mother, aunties, grandmothers, etc. Think about when you were a kid. Just think about when you were a kid for a second. Even when they were wrong, could you tell them that without getting slapped in your fucking face? Could you tell them that without them telling you, oh, you getting smart? Don't correct me. Don't get smart with me. Don't do such and such. We seen this as children, but it's so taboo to talk about as an adult, even when you're dead wrong. Even when you're dead wrong. 9 times out of 10, when you're dealing with people like that, they're just going to be louder and prouder. Like the accountability is fleeting society. Like it is a huge, huge problem. Like it's got to be addressed somewhere. If only half the population, if we cut the M's and the F's, we got the M's on this side, the F's on this side, the M's and the W's. I mean, the men and women, we cut a line down the middle. If only 50%, hypothetically, if only 50% of the population is taking accountability, what the fuck is going to happen to society? That means we just let the other 50%, they just get to do whatever they want. That's not going to be good for anybody. I'm just going to stop there.
Yeah. Thank y'all for holding it down, bro. Look, last part I heard was accountability. I think my man's still addressing the last clip that I played. I am so not into or about the all women ain't shit or all men ain't shit conversation. I've first off, I've never been in that space. I've never lived or exist. Thank you, Tracy Anderson. Thank you, my sister. I've never existed, dwelt, lived, participated in that space. And I have unfortunately been with men in my life who are relatives and cousins and friends and shit who have every reason to despise the opposite gender. And I mean both sides, women and the men in my life. And I'm so proud of the ones who didn't let those circumstances dictate their life, who they are, who they'll be moving forward, even though I feel like they have a justifiable reason to feel however they feel. Today has opened my eyes to something very deep and something profound. that link in the John. Oh hell no! I know John ain't finna come. Man, I'll stay on this live longer if John really finna come up here, cause it ain't no fucking way. John don't be coming up on no lives, man. Hell no. Hold on, let me. Bullshit. I got to see this with my own eye. I got to hear this with my own ear. John been a great supporter and follower for years, and I think once he done came up, and I was shocked then. So this would be time number 2. But something that I've learned or reaffirmed today, that whenever men start talking like how we talking right now, there is an automatic, almost visceral reaction that concludes, well, what you gonna do about it? How you gonna fix it? Why are you talking about it if you don't want to hear a result? If you don't want to hear answers, or if you ain't got no answers or no plans, why the fuck you talking about it? Meanwhile, now here go the bizarro world shit. Hold on, y'all. We also live in a world where it's completely relatable and understood that 2 women can have a fucking conversation, and it goes like this. Girl, I just tried to talk to him. I just want to tell him what was going on, what was wrong, and he just trying to fix everything. I don't always need you to fix it. Sometimes I just need you to listen and see where I'm coming from. Jump your ass in here and call me a motherfucking liar. Tell me you ain't never heard that shit or said it your goddamn self. Tell me you ain't never heard that conversation had nowhere on this planet. But as soon as men start doing, well, what y'all gonna do about it? What are you gonna build? Huh? How are you gonna fix it? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? If women get on this bitch, and even though I think you the most beautiful thing, the most wonderful thing since the sun rising in the fucking east and sliced bread, if you feel fat that day and you don't like what you got on because how you feel like you look, I'm telling you, baby, I'm literally, while you complaining about feeling like you look like this or that, I'm ready to suck toes and all kinds of shit. But you don't feel right. You know what the world say? Girl, I get it. It's just, we just be going through shit. Y'all don't understand. Y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get it. Man, standing in your goddamn face telling you, I can't even keep my hands off you. That ain't good enough. But let some niggas sit around and start talking about how the world's shitting on us. Well, what's your solution? What are you gonna do about it? How do you fix it? Now, if I said, if you feel fat, take your ass to the goddamn gym, nigga, I ain't even got enough people to be canceled. I ain't got enough motherfucking followers to be canceled worth shit. Tell me I'm lying. Now, what I haven't seen is nobody jump up in this motherfucker and call me a liar yet. Where you at? You were hustling. It's 17 of y'all in here now. Ain't nobody said shit, huh? Hashtag nigga might be telling the truth. It's a goddamn shame. You know, I don't have a son, but I do have an older nephew I'm close to. Nephews, actually. And as old as I am, I'm finally at a phase in life. Because the tough shit, that just comes from being like coming up where I come up. Country, rural, you know, you at some point you're going to play football. You're going to have a sprain or something broken, and you're going to be encouraged to man up and toughen up and deal with it and all of that shit. I'm at a phase in my life where I'm fully ready, willing, and able to tell all, not just my family, but all the young niggas in my world and space who seek out guidance from me, to tell them to they fucking face. Everyone from here, not just from here on out, but it's clicking now, to look them dead in their eyes and tell them, don't nobody give a fuck about you, nigga. don't know. I don't care who it is. As long as you got something to offer, you have some value. And when you don't have shit to offer this world no more, you ain't shit to this world no more. I finally understand why my uncles and shit was like that, why my big cousins was so hard on me, why the men in my life that helped raise me told me this world do not give a fuck about you. That's a hard pill to swallow, boy. Yeah, but I love her and she loves me too. So yeah, but I'm vice president at the company. So yeah, but I got 3 touchdowns that last game. So fuck around and tear that goddamn ACL, boy. fuck around and fuck that knee up. Huh. See how the game go. I can't believe this shit. My man backs. God, hold on, man. Look, we finna sit on this bitch as long as we need to. This is unheard of. John, if you want to turn your camera off, bro, you can. This is I'm not worried. I don't get graced by certain folks, but ever so often. When this man right here get ready to bring his ass into any space, I am all I can do is salute and say, go ahead, sir. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome to the stage none other than John 74. Damn it, boy. What's up, bro?
Not much, brother. How you doing? Man, you too much. Man.
Shit, you know it's real.
Oh, yeah, indeed. Man, all I was doing trying to get Stepper to put his link in, though. But I had to come on up because since you called me out like that.
Well,
but the topic that you're talking about, man, it hits on so many levels, dude, that just keep it simple because I know you're trying to get and do other things, man. As a people, as a society.
You take your time, brother. John, you take all the time you need. You don't rush shit, man. For real.
And individuals, dude, we have to get out of this me mentality and get back into the we mentality. We have to really lose the programming we've been given that is all about me and what I need and what I want, and try to some sense get to a way where we think a group or a hive mind. And that's the only way we're gonna survive truly. And that's just my belief and my heart. I think we really must know that all we got is each other. And until we start thinking like that and acting like that, the inevitable is gonna happen. We're gonna continue on this road that we're on. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. That's how I feel.
Well, you know what, bro? John, you raised a great point. Now, what's going on, JT? Tuck, what's going on, family? Tuck by V1, what's going on? Welcome in. We John, how you know what's a conundrum for me right now as a content creator? Now that some of the red pill content is starting to fade away and die down, and now some of the She-Ras and the other man-hating content is starting to die down. You know what I see is a real hard thing to do?
What's that?
Is have adult grown conversations like what we having today, where there is no all women are this or all men are that, or the world is this way or that way, or women bad, men bad. No, just grown people sharing their lived experiences and how they have processed and received whatever they done lived through, right?
Correct.
It is so stained and so soiled that there will always be an underlying assumption that it's just for publicity, that it's just for likes, it's just for clicks, it's just for views. It holds two positions, while simultaneously being one of the most sought after topics of conversation. It's almost is also one of the most despised. So publicly, it's almost impossible to have a heartfelt conversation, which I still think we managed to accomplish to some degrees today. But bro, when I tell you it's hard, man, I guess my question to you is not how do we fix this, but can you understand and appreciate why I'm even having this conversation?
I can totally understand why you're having this conversation and why it needs to be had. And not just speaking as a black man, speaking as a man in general. It seems a lot. It seems like a lot is always asked of us,
Mm-hmm.
but there's never any concern of what we need to continue to give what's asked of us.
Mm. Boy, you said a word. Damn it,
Uh,
boy.
and that just comes from, and I hate to always push it back on the dot. People want the results, but nobody wants to do the work. Nobody, it's like it's real hard to do the work. Now, me, I've been blessed, and just saying a little bit about me. When I was in my latter 20s, I got tired of rat race, and God blessed me with a wonderful woman, right? So I've been married. May 25th, I'm celebrating 30, 23 years, 23 years on the 25th.
Congratulations, brother.
And
Congratulations.
there is no one I would want to go to the fire through is this young lady. That's not a commonality, that's a rarity. But I was that type of person to where I went all in and she went all in. There is no my money, your money. There is no what I want, what you want. It's what we want to get to the end goal that we both desire. You can't operate as a unit when you go into it with a separatist mindset. Point blank, period. Is not going to work. So until we get back to that as individuals, society, and relationship wise, we'll never get the outcome that we all inevitably want. Once again, that's just my opinion, but it's working for me.
I understand, bro. 23 years, you got to be doing something right. And I will say this. Again, here I go again. It's gonna be one of my last analogies. I'm gonna tie it back over to the military. If you got a squad of 8 people, everybody got their own personalities. You got the one that's he real good on the saw, the squad automatic weapon. You got the other one. He can work that 50 cal in his sleep, do headspace and timing with his eyes closed and all of that shit. You got the other one that's the medic. They know exactly what's wrong with everybody and who need to do what and who probably finna get dehydrated first, all that kind of shit. Everybody got different roles to play. But much like relationships and marriage, it's almost a bad thing. I believe it's equal. But two things can be possible, man. But when you said what you just said, bro, the relinquishing of the individual, it takes an insane amount of trust to do that with somebody. And I don't even know if that's where the world's still at no more. Because one of the first things they put you through when you do join the military is strip yourself. Now, you can call it brainwashing. I won't disagree that to an extent it is, but it's for a reason and a purpose. So you can serve a collective goal. So you can serve a collective good. So you can do something as a team that before that experience, you otherwise wouldn't have been able to envision a world where you got to care about the people around you so much. You realize that you almost don't matter and will never be as strong as if y'all work together as a fucking team. I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying that's a philosophy that everybody should adhere to or follow. I'm just saying I believe in it because I've seen it work in real time through some wild ass fucking circumstances.
Correct.
And when you care so much that you think team first and self last, and if all parties involved, now that's the hard part to do. If you could ever get all parties involved to feel that way and live by that philosophy, you can't fucking lose. You can't lose.
Agreed. But the thing is, you have to have all parties involved.
Yep.
25 people or 2 people. If any one person deviates from the programming, deviates from the plan, the mission fails. That's just the reality
Real
of
talk.
it. And anything that can be programmed can be reprogrammed. You just have to have access to quote unquote the CPU to be able to reprogram it. Personality, mindset, whatever. Whatever's holding that person back from allowing you to trust them, you have to be reprogrammed. But you have to have access. You have to have allowance to do so. So
I agree, brother.
But I didn't really want too much. Like I said, all I want to do is just come up because you called me out. I'm down here.
I did.
Doing some beat stuff. So you continue to be blessed over there, man. It's always
hey, thank you, my brother. And John, I want to say this, man. You've been one of the most positive, inspirational people. You, man, it don't make no sense for nobody to be who you are and have been to myself, my wife, this channel over the years. You don't have to be who you are, who you been. You just been that, and I appreciate you for that, man. You and a few other people, y'all relentless, and I don't know, man. It's been a pleasure to even make y'all acquaintance, bro. It really is, because you one of those folks who always remind me, no matter what's going on in the world, no matter what the world going through, it's still good folks out here, and I ain't gonna give up on that. Period.
There you go. When you're blessed, you're here to be a blessing, bro. That's all you can do. That's it.
I thank you, brother.
All right, man. You be blessed. Talk to you
all
soon.
Right, John. You take care, bro. You take care.
You too, brother. All right. Bye.
I'm gonna try to put Stepper link over in I don't think Stepper really create much over here. John, I don't, let me see. I might be able, let me see if I can go to Big Stepper and try to put, he ain't even put nothing in the chat. I don't know if I can drag him over from here to, no, I can't drag drop. Shit. Stepper, type something in the chat, or just put something in the chat so John can at least find your YT. Because that's what he was looking for your link. Big Stepper, you still in here, or you done went to Sonic? Byron, can you still hear me? I don't know where Step at.
I can still hear you. He probably stepped away for a second.
That's probably what it was.
Well, let me say this.
Well,
I just want to say shalom to John. I want to say shalom to him. I didn't want to interrupt your conversation, but I wanted to say shalom to the brother.
Oh, shalom to you.
Not you, him.
John. No, I'm talking about John. I was just saying shalom with you. I was saying shalom with you. Yeah.
No, I just message.
I know what you were saying, but you know, I think that's why a lot of people cut for you, man. You really is like that. Well, at least in my family, you a lot like my my uncles and shit, because y'all about the same age and talk the same way and talk, even though they a little more southern with it, you know, but you from Philly and y'all be saying shit, but I always see you trying to do your best, because y'all, this a whole new world, man. You live in a whole new world, and you doing this online shit, and you be speaking truth, and you be telling the truth, and that shit don't always get received well because you grew up in an era and generation where you just said what you fucking said. You know what I'm saying? Like this shit it wasn't a whole bunch of tiptoeing and bullshitting and fancy footing around shit. But even with that, I could see you be trying to like think about what you're saying and how you're saying it and shit. So I just want you to know it ain't never I ain't never mad at no shit like that. The only time I'll be like, hey, hold on, all that shit is strictly for this internet shit. So they won't, fuck up my channel or
It's
my
all
page.
good, man. You can feel the love. Like, you know what I'm saying? I come on your channel. I got you. I told you I got the bell on, right? And so, but I can feel the love when I come on your channel, man. Let me tell you this real quick. I'm telling this to you and to the audience. So real quick, right? And this is a true story that happened about 2 weeks ago. I was over on my other channel. I got 3 channels, YouTube, all of them YouTube. And so I was over on my other channel, on my Bible channel, my main channel. And so I went on to a live. I was talking to these people who claim, this is a claim, they claim to be Christians. And make a long story short, we talked for about, it was doing the live. We talked for about 4 hours and maybe 5 hours. And in the end of it all, the next 2 days, I was completely, I know everybody could relate to this. The next 2 days, I was completely drained. I mean, all of my energy was completely zapped out of me. And I couldn't figure out, why am I so tired? I'm sitting on the couch like, why the fuck am I so tired? Yo, this is like a ridiculous tiredness. And it hit me. I was on the live with the AKA Christians, the people who claim, and they fucking drank my battery because all of their energy was negative. And when you're dealing with, they call them energy vampires. Y'all, I'm pretty sure everybody know a person like this. You get on the phone with them, you get off the phone with them, you tired. And then you go on the phone with a person, a positive person, you get off the phone with them, your battery is charged, you feel upbeat. You know what I'm saying? So with your channel, I get that positive charge, I get that upbeat charge. And with that channel, even though I'm gonna go back onto that channel, it was about the Bible and the Quran. That was the conversation we was having. They Christians, and so they was bashing the Quran. I just want to give this format. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Muslim. I'm not part of Judaism, and I'm not a Hebrew Israelite. I'm a worshiper of the God of Abraham. And so this is why I was on their page. I was defending the Quran. Again, I'm not a Muslim, but the Quran is part of the books. And man, they suck the energy. I don't know if anybody have on what they call the inverter. Like you take an inverter, let's just say it's a 1500 amp inverter, and you take that and put that on your car battery so you could charge something in your house. And then as the battery is going dead, the inverter alarm kick on, let you know that the battery is in a dangerously low state. You need to take it off the inverter because in a minute your battery won't be completely dead. And that's how they did me. Man, I'm telling you that they drank my battery so dry. It took me a day and a half to recharge, and I couldn't figure it out until it hit me. I was on with them, and they drank me with the negative bullshit in the name of God. They was coming in the name of God when the shit was all negative. And so I come over to your channel, it's positive, it's upbeat. No matter what the conversation is about, the energy is upbeat. You know what I'm saying? So, and I thank you for that. And so, you know what I mean? I know that you don't be, you know what I mean? Well, like I said, I told you before, I've been following you for a minute. So I know, got a sense on your personality. You're a pretty upbeat person. This is one of the reasons why, you know what I mean, I wanted to even come on and to begin with. So
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, it's a fact. And to Stephen, I do apologize for saying your name wrong because, man.
No, it's cool. It's cool. It's cool.
No, bro, that's an inside joke. It's all good.
Yeah, I know you ain't taking it no kind of way, you know what I'm saying? But I just wanted to throw that out there, because when y'all was laughing about it, I was laughing about it too.
Man, I just want to thank you for being here today, bro. Like when I say like just your presence and your spirit is so incredible. I mean it to my soul. I wish you was my uncle. I wish you lived close by and we could just like kick it. I can tell you got stories for days. I can just tell your storytelling is hilarious. Again, there is never a short story. It's never a long story short, and I'm cool with that. I I can only imagine like having a couple of brews or something and then talking about some shit. And I got experience with the witnesses, so I already knew off rip what you was talking about, how they disfellowship you if you don't do what they want, and the elders got to tell you what to do, and all that other crazy stuff. So that right, we could probably talk about that all day.
Let me cut you short. Let me cut you short, brother. I want to say this real quick, right? They tried to come at my neck like that, man. I told them I was gonna come to their house. I'm in Philly. I told them I was gonna come to their house and fuck each and every last one of them completely up. I was gonna bring
allegedly. For shits and giggles, y'all.
Yeah, okay. So let's say allegedly. Listen, man. I grew up in the gang war. I grew up in the gang war era. You know what I'm saying? So I got into a little bit of that gang war shit. Don't bring that back out on me. Don't bring that back out on me, because when I come back out on me, man, ain't gonna be no conversation. It's gonna be, let's get down to the business. And so once I told them motherfuckers that, they all still see me to this very day and be like, hey, how you doing? And this was from like 10 years ago. Never disfellowship me. So I just wanted to say that, Steppin', man. I don't play that bullshit, yo. If you're not one of my parents or you not Christ, man, listen, let's not get into some shit, because when we get into some shit, I'm not gonna talk. It's not gonna be no motherfucking talk over here. You know what I'm saying? I don't talk about prepping. I actually do the shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't talk about studying the holy books. I actually do the shit. I'm a non-violent person. Don't make me violent, because when I violent, shit gonna get ugly. So that's all I wanted to say, Stepping, in reference to what we was talking about, because you know how the Jehovah's Witnesses roll. Man, I was gonna fuck them niggas up. I was gonna break their fucking face for sure.
Allegedly. Hey, anybody ever laugh so hard you start sweating? Have you ever laughed so hard that you that you start sweating, bro? I don't know. Have y'all ever seen that movie 8 Crazy Nights? You remind me it was a basketball coach named Whitey, and you kind of remind me of that dude. That's another thing. That's just a whole new layer. But real quick, I don't know. I thought you was gonna end the live, country. I had my homeboy came over here, and I was sitting there at the door talking to him for a minute. I pulled my earbud out. I'm like, I know the live probably already over. And then I came back. I put my earbud before I even found my phone. I put my earbud in and just started laughing immediately. So today it's been a roller coaster, but it's been more positive than negative for sure.
Man, y'all gave me good energy, man. I feel lifted. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you came in about me talking about the Christian channel I was on, and them motherfuckers drank me dry. They drank me in the name of God, and that was the worst part about it. I come on to y'all gave me positive energy, even though the topic was a touchy topic, but the energy is all positive. You could, man, listen, I'm a spiritual person. I deal with the energy. From a block away, you could feel if a person gonna rob you, person gonna try you. I mean, you could be a whole block fucking away, and you coming down the street and you like, that person get ready to try me. And you cross the street or you turn back around, someone walk around the block, because you can feel the spirit is like magnets. It's like taking two magnets and taking the positive and negative. No matter how much you try to put them joints together, it ain't gonna go. But you put the positive clamp right together. And that's the spirit, even though you can't see it, but you can feel it. You know what I'm saying? And this is how I roll.
Amen.
And so all I'm saying is, man, y'all energy was is lovely. Country, you know what I mean? This is why I came over. Stepping, it's a pleasure to meet you, just like it's a pleasure to meet you, because it's a pleasure to meet you, just like it was a pleasure to meet me, because your energy was positive. I felt nothing but positive. And even from the sisters, you know what I'm saying? Even from Star, I heard, you know what I mean? So bottom line is, that's it. Positive energy for me. That's all I felt. You know what I'm saying? That's that. I'm a mute from this on.
Yeah, I agree. It was a lot of a lot of positivity today. A lot of positivity. 5-10 minutes can't possibly outshine the rest. I'm glad. Today was just funny as hell, man. And you were the fucking highlight of it, without a shadow of a doubt. Country, what the hell you doing, man? But you stuffing the squirrel?
He barbecuing their legs. He barbecuing them legs. You know how country get.
No, here I
Country.
am. I'm back. I'm back. I'm
Okay,
back.
okay.
I just got back. But no, my little cousin did put that AR on the motherfucking alligator behind my uncle house. The bitch was in the creek. Yeah. That ain't got nothing to do with nothing. Hey, matter of fact, fuck y'all.
Hold up, country. You just stepped off the witness of shooting. Is that what you stepped? Is that what y'all got going on down there? You just stepped off to witness somebody get popped and then came back in like, nah, I had to shoot out. We done did the dirty to him, but I'm back now.
No, that wasn't right now. But no, my little cousin still gassed up about that shit. But I was doing other endeavors. But I heard something about a squirrel, so I was like, okay, I'm glad I'm coming back. These motherfuckers is wondering where I'm at. They talking about squirrels and shit.
Have you ever seen that Disney movie called Up? I know you ain't got no kids or nothing, so you probably haven't.
With the old couple who John, what you keep hearing, that's the damn wind, man. It's a little give in the door. The door keep opening a little bit and closing a little bit because I'm trying to get a breeze coming through here. I ain't in the house right now. Yeah, I'm in what would be my studio at some point. But go ahead. What you said? Up, yeah, the old lady and the dude that never had no kids and the balloons and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So I know how much you like him. You remind me of I can't remember his name, but when you see one in the yard, squirrel.
I do.
Squirrel.
I do. In real life. Only time I don't do that is when I'm trying to get that motherfucker. That's the only time I don't be like, squirrel. Yeah. Yup, you right. Yes, sir. Hey y'all, let me get my ass off of here, man. I hope y'all had a chance to conclude what y'all wanted to say. And Bahrain definitely got them Unk vibes for real. And it's hard for me to call a motherfucker Unk, knowing I'm finna be 74 years old in August. But it's been a hell of a conversation today, man. I got time. I had time. I had planned on doing this to some degree. And I'm gonna be on the TikTok machine in a little bit, but again, after this all said and done, man, whenever men, whether it was me, whether it was some white dudes, some Mexicans, some black folks, whoever, race be down. Anytime men folk get together and start talking about the hardships of life and what's difficult or trying or testy about being a man, all respect go out the all the typical and normal rules of engagement go out the fucking window. They go out the fucking window. The way that people typically converse with one another, the fact that it's okay to be in a conversation where if one makes mention of the hardships of motherhood or being a wife or being a girlfriend and all of that shit, only thing men got to do with that is the shit they do wrong. But when it comes to men, well, we go through this too. That happens to us too. We're like this too. Yeah, but just because a nigga don't want to date you if you already got 3 kids is very different than being born with a dick. You ain't got no control over that. You just born a dude and you figure out real fast, don't nobody give a fuck about the fact that you a dude. Shut up, get over it, toughen up, man up, woman up, for the ladies with anyway, I'm gonna get myself in trouble. Look, my point is, you can't say shit. And if you do, you get met with everything except, you know what, my brother, you got a point, or y'all got a point, or rarely are you met with, I can see where you coming from, my brother. I've seen it happen to my daddy. I've seen it happen to my brother. I've seen it happen to my uncle. I've seen it happen to this man or my son that I love. I've seen it happen. Very seldomly is that the first approach that we are met with when we have these conversations. And the women who do have that mindset and who do meet you right there first, they the only ones who catch as much or more hell than we do. For real. They get called pick-me's and pick-mishas and weak bitches, and they get called the problem in society. They get called the reason why women are held back and just all kinds of shit. They the only ones who get fucked with and hated as much as we do. And as I end this live, I'm gonna end this live playing the same shit that I played a while ago. And this is gonna be it for me. And I'm gonna end this live and I'm gonna go do some other shit for a little bit. And then I'm gonna pop up on the TikTok side. So if you got one and you want to come over there, you more than welcome. But here we go.
Women and accountability are in the far left corner of hell. And I've been preaching this sermon for years, but I feel like you guys are still not hearing me. Who continues to push this narrative that women are always innocent, that women can do no wrong, that women cannot be abusers, that women cannot be narcissistic? Who is pushing this idea? The reason why a lot of women cannot be progressive is because you guys blame men for everything that happens to y'all and everything that y'all do and everything that you set yourself up for. And when women like me speak out and tell you guys that you are wrong, that what you're doing is wrong, you shouldn't be doing that, y'all call us pick-me's. But we're literally holding you guys accountable. We're trying to prevent you guys from being in situations that you do not need to be in. Then on top of that, when something happens to a woman and a man is involved, and when I say that something happens to a woman, I'm saying that this is alleged. You guys automatically believe the woman. You don't wait to see or hear the facts. You just automatically assume that the man did something. Oh, he provoked her, or he did this to her. That's why she reacted the way that she did. Meanwhile, when the tables are turned and a man says that a woman provoked him and he does something, a man is told that he's supposed to exercise self-control. So why does that not apply to y'all? This is why being a girl's girl is very dangerous, because being a girl's girl means not holding your fellow women accountable for the stuff that they do and the situations that they put themselves in. I don't know if it's because I have worked in law for so many years, but one thing I have learned is to not automatically believe something without there being facts. But you guys continue to do that every single time. And when the facts do come out and it goes against what you guys believe, you guys still try to justify the bad actions of a woman. And honestly, I'm so sick of it. I was just telling my husband the other day that people would not always have to take accountability for things if they would just avoid doing things that require accountability to be taken. But anyways, I need women to start taking accountability for their bad character and their negative actions. And I also need other women to hold their fellow women accountable, because honestly, this is getting to be too much. Women in